Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Rose as Shadow Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aldra Jr. High, Muzutafu, Japan. You know, if you want to get a quirk so badly, why don't you just take a swan dive off a roof and hope that you'll get your quirk in your next life? A boy with curly green hair, wearing a burnt school uniform, stiffens as he hears those words. He stares back at the ash-blonde spiky hair boy in disbelief. The boy who used to be his friend has just suicide baited him. This is Izuku Midoriya, a scrawny kid who seems to be made out of a pile of anxiety and a little pinch of self-consciousness. He lives in a world where superheroes and supervillains exist. The majority of the society has superpowers, which they call it quirk, and heroes are now a job. And much to his sadness, he was born without any quirk. This made him a target of discrimination and bullying. He used to have friends, but now, they simply become his bullies. One of them is that ash-blonde-haired boy, Katsuki Bakugo, whom he has known since he was a child. Izuku always regards the boy as his friend, despite the constant verbal abuses, threats, and even after being treated as a quirk punching bag. He never tried to complain as it only made it worse, but he never let go of his friendship with Bakugo. In an alternate universe, Izuku will simply brush it off and complain that Bakugo shouldn't have said that. But this isn't said alternate universe. At this particular moment, Izuku felt the final thread that tied him with Bakugo, the one he desperately clings to so he could rekindle his friendship with him, snapped. It was the day that Izuku realized after hearing Bakugo's words. The boy in front of him is no longer the Kaken he knew. He's just Katsuki Bakugo, a troublesome classmate with zero morals. As Bakugo leaves the room while laughing, it only gives Izuku another reminder of how little care Bakugo is towards him. He numbly gets up and leaves the classroom. As he reaches the ground floor, he goes into the school's backyard and walks towards the small fish pond. He saw a burnt notebook floating on the pond and he picked it up. To think my dream becomes fish food, Izuku mutters before shaking the book and getting rid of the water. I just hope it's not beyond repair dash. Oh, who am I kidding with how much firepower Bakugo possesses? I have no doubt dash. Izuku suddenly froze before holding his mouth as his eyes widened. He shakily looks at the burnt notebook as images of Bakugo grinning savagely at him flash in his mind. I call him Bakugo? Izuku mutter in shock. He never stopped calling Bakugo by a weirdly cute nickname, Kaken, so it's a surprise when he stops calling him that. And for some reason, when he did, it felt like a huge weight lifted off his shoulder. Am I always obsessed with Bakugo? Izuku mutters before shaking his head and walking out of the schoolyard, planning to walk back home. Bakugo's words never stop playing in his mind, constantly haunting him like there's no tomorrow. Why is his words affect me so much? Izuku mutters as he continues to walk. He didn't pay attention to the road as he walked, which was a huge mistake on his part as he ended up near a sewer under a bridge. In an alternate universe, this is the place where a villain appears and tries to take Izuku as his hostage to escape but is stopped by All Might, who changes his life for the better. But in this universe, things play out differently as Izuku finally realizes where he is and looks confused about how did he get there. And suddenly dash. The sound of shattered glass can be heard as a powerful gust of wind blows Izuku off his feet. He was horrified as a crack in space appeared before it shattered into a portal shaped like a broken window. Izuku was scared, believing that this might be caused by a villain's power and that the villain was trying to escape from heroes by using it. On the other hand, Izuku was fascinated by it since never in his life had he ever encountered a real-life portal. He knows that warp quirk exists in real life and it is known to be very rare. So, seeing it for the first time causes the nerdy side of him to squeal in excitement. But his body won't move out of fear, thinking that the villain will pop out of nowhere and try to attack him. He could only stare at the portal for a long time before confusion started to take over Izuku's mind. Is something about to happen? He mutters in confusion. His fear slowly disappears as he gets up. He knows that a random portal appearing out of nowhere is a red flag and should not be approached by anyone, but sadly he lets his intrusive thoughts win him over and he approaches the portal with curiosity. He knows this is a bad idea, but his body instinctively reaches towards the portal before suddenly, a powerful force pulls Izuku into the portal. Izuku tries to fight back, but because he never tried to work out for most of his life, he doesn't even have enough muscle to hold on for even a second. He ends up getting SCKD into it without any struggles. The portal suddenly glows red before the crack starts to repair itself and disappear from everyone's view. When that happens, a pile of sludge starts to come out of the sewer holes near where the portal was. As the sludges piled up, a pair of eyeballs popped out of the sludge as it sighed in relief. Wait, what? Oh, thank God I found a sewer hole nearby, or else I'll end up getting caught by All Might. That's a scary thought. The sludge said as he sighed once more before he crawled away. I have to thank my lucky star for giving me a chance to escape All Might of all people. Ha! In your dreams, scumbag. The sludge stiffens, before turning their eyeballs around to see a hulking blonde-haired man with a large grin, holding a grocery bag. No villains shall escape from their crime. Because I am here. The sludge blankly stares at the man before he lets out a girlish scream. Detroit smash. Ugh, where am I? Izuku groans as he gets up from the ground and starts to check his surroundings. He is confused about what's going on, frantically looking around for clues. All he can see is a stone hallway coming straight out of the fantasy story. The antique designs on each wall, the hanging torches all over the hallway burning as bright as the light bulb itself. Wait, why are the torches lit up? Izuku mutters as he starts to shake in fear. There's someone who lives in here? How long have they been stuck here without any human interaction? Izuku clams his mouth shut to stop himself from muttering more words. He didn't have time to idly stand. He needs to get out of here. He frantically checks his bag to see what he has, but to his disappointment, all he has is an extra set of clothes in case anyone decided to humiliate him, a set of textbooks and notebooks which in Izuku's opinion is past the current curriculum, a box of rice ball he forgot to eat to avoid Bakugo, and a phone. I shouldn't let my curiosity take over me, Izuku said as he unlocked his phone, and to his horror, there was no signal in this place. Oh, who am I kidding? This place is much more ancient than Aldra Junior High, which is a feat in itself. Izuku immediately covers his mouth as his expression turns into one of disbelief. He can't help but wonder what happened to him. Ever since Bakugo's suicide baited him, it felt like the filter in his mouth disappeared and he felt more frustrated than before. After this, I need to talk to Mom, Izuku mutters before taking out some of his rice balls and eating them. He has been hungry since the lunch break and he knows this place has the potential to be more dangerous than an average bully with superpowers chasing after you every single day because to said bully, being alive is a crime in the eyes of heroes. Yeah right, heroes? What kind of heroes suicide bait a powerless person because they simply want to achieve his dream? Izuku pauses himself before shaking his head. What's going on? Ever since I started to see Bakugo no longer being my friend, I can't stop bad-mouthing or thinking something rude towards Bakugo or the stupid school itself. It's like a hole leaking out gas from a car tire. Izuku pauses before face-palming to himself. That analogy is so weird even for me. Izuku starts to walk toward the hallway while looking at the surroundings, hoping that he might have found something useful on the path. But so far all he can find is a wall, more wall, a prison with nothing but a skeleton. Izuku paused before turning to his left, the color of his skin slowly disappearing. Right on his left is an old prison with nothing but a rusted chain on the wall and a skeleton chained by it. Izuku covers his nose in disgust as the smell of a rotten corpse and sheets stabs right into his nose. Out of fear, Izuku moved away from the prison but bumped into a bar gate. He shakily turned around and saw a similar scene. He was so scared he ran away from there. After a few moments, he took a breather before looking at his surroundings again, given that he ran without knowing where he was going. In front of Izuku is a giant gate that is too big even for him. The size of the gate itself manages to intimidate Izuku, but he also senses something that is not right from behind the gate. Izuku didn't know what it was, But he knew that whatever it was that resided behind that giant gate, it wasn't something good. Oh man, I am royally screwed. Izuku muttered as he pacing around. Why do you have to touch a random portal, DMN it? You just have to touch it. What's the big idea, huh? Do you think it's some sort of magical portal that grants wishes to anyone who enters? How stupid you can be! Now you have to deal with the consequences of your actions. Great job, Izuku. Izuku stops before his nervous and panicked expression turns into a frown and looks back at the giant gate. Consequences, huh? Like hell, Izuku mutters as he walks towards the gate. You are very cruel, world. Bakugo has done so many crimes in his life, yet he faces zero consequences. I did one stupid thing and shit hits the fan. What the hell? You despise me that much? Izuku ranted before angrily pushing the door. But to his surprise, the door suddenly opens the moment he touches it and Izuku simply stares blankly at the gate. As it opened, Izuku saw a huge stone altar at the center. Several giant statues stood on every side of the room. Izuku notes that knight statues held different weapons, and angel statues held instruments, except for one angel statue that looks like it is singing. The last one looks like a holy being holding a stone tablet, and Izuku's survival instinct tells him that it's no mere statue. As Izuku enters, the door suddenly closes, and Izuku yelps in shock. Izuku frantically looks around in fear before noticing the writing on the stone tablet start to glow as the writing made out of solid light floats above and turns into kanji. What? Izuku mutters before he reads. Thou shalt worship God. Thou shalt praise God. Thou shalt prove thy faith. Those who fail to obey these commandments shall not be spared. Izuku's blood ran cold as he read the last one and Izuku saw the writing disappear. And in that moment, Izuku saw the light from the statue's eyes glow. Out of pure instinct, fear, and adrenaline, Izuku was barely able to dodge an incoming laser shot past him. Upon impact, a loud explosion can be heard. Izuku's mind flashes into images of Bakugo tauntingly showing his explosive quirk. But it was halted as Izuku felt an incredible pain in his right hand. He feels his eyes turn blurry as he looks at his arm and is horrified. His right hand was cut clean and cauterized at the same time. Izuku sees this and starts to yell in pain as tears escape from his eyes. Izuku is unable to stop screaming in pain. He felt Bakugo's explosion and it was painful, but this? It's like his hand was forced to be sunk into a pool of lava. He still feels his hand is still there and it burns like crazy. Izuku forcefully bit his lips till it drew blood to stop himself from screaming. His main priority now is to get out of this place, but one question floats in his mind. How? Izuku continues to sink his teeth into his lips as he looks around, trying to figure out how to escape. The door is right behind him, but it is several feet away. And given how fast that light beam was, he doubted he could be able to outrun it. Wait, the commandments! Izuku saw the statue and he paled. The eyes of the statue glowed, showing a tiny light dot on its black scara. But what terrifies him is that the statue's expression changes. It is smiling. It's not All Might's reassuring smile he always saw on the television. It was Bakugo's cruel, sadistic smile, the expression he always made whenever he took pleasure in torturing him. But it looks much crueler than Bakugo. It's so cruel that Bakugo's smile looks like the smile of a saint. Izuku grits his teeth out of anger, showing the blood coating his teeth. The years of anger and frustration he bottled up while dealing with Bakugo slowly come out of him. Izuku stops himself as he reminds himself that he's still in a weird-looking dungeon. Izuku recalls the words from the commandment before he mutters. Thou shalt worship the god, Izuku mutters before looking around. I have to bow to the statue? No, it can't be that simple. Izuku then notices that the statue didn't attack him. He shakily tries to get up but notices the statue's eyes glow radiantly. He immediately stops himself and crashes into the ground, grunting in pain. Izuku looked up and saw the statue stop charging its deadly light beam. So there's a certain height. Izuku winced in pain. I can't cross. Izuku then recalls the words. Worship the god. Izuku repositions himself to face the statue before bowing down, pulling a Dejiza. It took a while before Izuku noticed that nothing happened. He looked up and a chill sent into his spine. Somehow, the statue's smile grew wider. Not only it unnerved Izuku, but it also boiled his bottled-up anger. But, before Izuku could think of anything, the ground started to shake. The poor boy looked around frantically, wondering what was going on before he saw something that made his skin crawl. The statue starts to take a step from the podium and starts walking. Izuku pales as he shakily gets up out of panic, and he can't help but wonder one thing. What did he do that led him into this crazy situation? Izuku watched in horror as he saw the statue apparacking him. In fear, he hastily runs away from it as far as possible. His mind ran 100 miles per hour out of panic. Great, 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 you bow towards a random statue that resembles a holy being, and now it starts to chase you like a stalker on PRD or a Yandere. It didn't help with that creepy and horrifying glowing eyes. I don't know which is worse, a giant statue chasing me just to trample me like an ant or being chased by Bakugo. Oh, who am I kidding? Being chased by a so-called god statue with laser eyes is so much worse. Izuku mentally panicked. As he ran, he took off the jacket of his Gakuren and tied it around his missing hand. He winces in pain before looking around frantically. The second part of the commandment played in his mind. Thou shalt praise God. How am I supposed to praise God? I never go to a church. A compliment? I doubt any kind of compliment from a mere human for gods will even work. Izuku looks around, only to see more and more statues approaching. Oh, come on. Izuku suddenly saw the whole area become darker before he looked up and paled. He accidentally runs towards a knight statue holding a giant mace. He slides down roughly through the gap between the legs of the statue before he almost loses his balance from the impact of the mace. That one swing alone is enough to create such a tremor? If I didn't dodge those, I would have been a bloody pancake. Izuku's mind ran twice as he grew more panicked. What should he do? What can he do to even praise the god? Oh, he wishes that it gives him a proper manual instead of a cryptic sheet. His life is in line here. Izuku accidentally crashes into one of the statues and he falls to the ground with a bloodied nose. He groans while holding his nose before looking up and pale. He accidentally bumps into an angel statue playing a trumpet. Suddenly, weirdly beautiful music started to play from the trumpet as the knight slowed down. Izuku was confused as the knight still approached him but much slower than usual. He looks back at the angel statue where the music still plays. Thou shalt praise the god, Izuku mutters before looking at other statues holding different instruments like a harp or guitar, maybe? Violin, drum, and one who's singing. So, do I have to reach all of the statues? The friendly ones? Izuku panted in disbelief as the knight statues continued to reach him slowly. Izuku can't help but cry out of frustration at this stupidly impossible scenario. But why? Why am I in this situation? Izuku thought while continuously wiping his tears off his face. This is insane. I'm going to die here in a gruesome way and it ain't funny. You know, if you want to get a quirk so badly, why don't you just take a swan dive off a roof and hope that you'll get your quirk in your next life? Izuku halted as that particular memory played in my mind. Bakugo's voice mocked him at the back of his head. Bakugo, the BSTRD who won't leave him alone just because they share the same dream. The same BSTRD who always destroys his stuff to discourage him because he's quirkless. The same BSTRD who didn't think while telling him to take a swan dive off a roof. This fueled the rage Izuku didn't know he had inside him, gritting his teeth in anger before looking around the area. He notices that the knights start to get faster and his mind starts to move at faster speed. The knights seem to move slower when I reach the friendly statue, but judging from them starting to pick up the pace, there's a certain time I can slow them down. If I can go into another statue, can I slow them down again? Izuku thought as he wiped his tears off his face. He takes a deep breath and runs as fast as possible to the nearest statue. This causes the knight to rush towards Izuku at a high speed. But, thanks to his small stature and the experience of running away from bullies, he managed to reach the next statue, which holds the drum and beautiful music, which Izuku would enjoy if it were not for the current situation, and starts to play again, but this time it's louder. Izuku saw the night start to get slower again. I can keep slowing down the night by running towards the friendly statue. And to the next statue. Izuku looked at another statue and gulped. A shield-wielding knight statue was near to the statue with a guitar. Is it a guitar? Izuku thinks he's going to find out what instrument is if he ever gets out of this DMN place. Great time to go plus ultra, I guess. Izuku panted before taking a few deep breaths and started running again. The shield knight lifts its shield upward as Izuku narrows his eyes. As he saw the knight prepare to slam its shield down, Izuku immediately took a step back, narrowly avoiding a shield slamming onto the ground by a hair. Izuku snaps out of his shock and runs into the next statue. Izuku sighs in relief as the music plays louder. Next, Izuku feels his lungs burning and he shakes his head, ignoring the pain. He controls his breath before looking at the other statues. Izuku grits his teeth as he sees the knight statues are too close to comfort. Izuku admits that he might have underestimated the statue's speed, believing it'll be a lot slower. Because of its huge body. Izuku shakily gets up before running towards the violin player statue. Izuku ignores the pain in his legs as he continues to run. As he reaches the statue, the music starts to get louder. Wait, why is it too easy? Izuku thought before looking at the knight and pales. It seems that the statue knows what Izuku is doing and starts to approach the other friendly statue. It moves slowly, but Izuku can see their intentions. They have more intelligence than I thought. Izuku can't help but panic before he looks at the next statue, which isn't far, and starts running. I don't care if my physical body breaks because of this farce, I'm not going to die here. Izuku easily reaches the harp-playing statue before he rushes into another. As Izuku runs, he notices another weird thing. I'm leaving from one statue to another, but why are their speed remains as slow as before? They increased their paces whenever I left for another statue, so it doesn't make sense why they remained as slow as before. Something's wrong here. Izuku shakes off his thoughts and tries to reach the final statue, but his burning lungs cause him to slow down. Izuku saw the knights stop before facing him, and he realized that he had fallen to their trap. They managed to make him desperate to finish fulfilling the second commandment, so he'll get tired and they simply target him. Izuku's mind starts to panic again, but that particular memories start to play again. Out of anger, Izuku continues to run, ignoring the hellfire unleashed in his lungs and 1,000 needles stabbing his legs as he reaches the singing statue. Suddenly, the whole area turns dark as Izuku looks at his back. He pales as the knight with the shield is behind him and is about to slam down his shield. Izuku jumped from there as the shield struck down, but Izuku was too late as the shield made contact. Boom. Aragurg. A scream Izuku wasn't expected he could pull it off left his mouth as he crawled into the bottom of the statue. He ignores the sudden intense pain and continues to crawl desperately. As he crawls, he feels his fingernails chip away and even start breaking. With all of his determination, Izuku slams his palm into the bottom part of the statue and it starts to sing. Izuku pants tiredly as he grunts and adjusts himself. He looked down and could only blankly stare at it. Both of his feet are missing, he only saw a pair of stumps, blood, 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 and more blood. Izuku breathes heavily before looking at the altar, suddenly shakes and lowers itself. Izuku stares at the altar numbly before coughing out some blood. The cough slowly turns into a humorless chuckle. Thou shalt prove thy faith, so this is what you want in the first place, to sacrifice myself to that altar, Izuku said while looking at the grinning god statue. I can't believe this, to think I was dancing at the palm of your hand, this is a losing bet from the beginning. Izuku lowers the front part of his body and he starts to crawl again. Missing both of his legs and a hand made it much slower, and his fingernails felt like it's coming off his fingers as he continued to crawl. It took a few good minutes, but Izuku managed to get into the altar while lying on the growing pool of blood. To rub salts into injury, several fireballs appear around the altar as the door that locked Izuku inside suddenly opens. Izuku blankly stares at the door before he simply collapses into the altar. Then, Izuku mutters as he can't help but start crying. He wasn't expecting that he would truly die after being suicide baited. Izuku takes a few shaky breaths before. Tibi. Arkak. Izuku shouts in pain as the giant sword stabs him in his gut and into the altar. Blood starts to cover the whole altar. As this happens, life flashes before Izuku's eyes. I'm sorry, ma'am, but your son is quirkless. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. What? You want to be a hero? A quirkless Deku like you? Ha! There's no way he can be a hero. You know, if you want to get a quirk so badly, why don't you just take a swan dive off a roof and hope that you'll get your quirk in your next life? Izuku suddenly gains some of his strength as he grabs the sword, desperately trying to pull it off his body. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I can't leave my mom alone. That deadbeat of a father has caused too much suffering for her. I have so many things to say to her. I want my mom to be happy once more instead of worrying me over and over again. I don't want to end like this. If only one more chance, if I could get one more chance. Izuku's mind stopped screaming for a moment as he saw the other knight's weapons slowly descend toward him. I want to fulfill my dream and make my mom happy again. BZE. Notice. You have met all the requirement to complete the secret quest. Courage of the Weak. W. The time around Izuku stops as he sees a giant blue screen right in front of him. Then the screen flickers again. What is this? Am I hallucinating? What do you mean secret quest? You now qualify as a player. Do you accept? Yes, no. What? Izuku can't stop thinking as his vision starts to get blurry as another screen pops up. Izuku is barely able to look, but he managed to read the gist of the letter. If I don't accept, I'll die. Izuku closed his eyes. The last thing he thought of was, yes. In critical con. Ambulance. So many bloods. Happened to. This to. What? Izuku thought as he took a glimpse of what was going on, just to see a crowd of people surround him. He wanted to say something and ask for help, but at the same time, he thought it was just a dream and his body was just too tired to move. I live. Is the last thing he thought before everything went dark. Izuku floats in an empty void. Confused, he looks around him, wondering what is going on. Why am I here? Was that a vision? Izuku never felt so confused in his life. Just now, he saw a glimpse of the real world, where all the nightmares were not there. Now he's here, floating aimlessly in the black void. Those statues, Izuku thought as flashes of a grinning god shook him to the core. He holds both of his hands in fear and he continues to breathe heavily. Why do I have to go through all of that? The time has come. Izuku widened his eyes before looking around, but he still saw nothing. No, not yet, you still have to grow. Izuku mutters before frantically looking around. What do you mean by that? I still have to grow? Grow. Stronger, child, then we talk. As the voice said this, a pair of glowing purple orbs appeared in front of Izuku. Izuku starts to panic before suddenly he feels a chill through his spine and he turns around. Multiple glowing orbs start to appear one by one. Izuku grew more and more anxious as he suddenly felt something get a hold of him. He looked down and saw his body start to get covered by shadows. No. No. Izuku frantically tries but fails to get the shadow off his body. Do not be afraid, child. Izuku froze at the voice. It still spooked him, but for some reason he also felt reassured. The shadow is your friend. Izuku didn't know what it meant, but his fear subsided before the shadow covered his vision. Izuku got up out of panic as he started to breathe heavily. He then notices that he is holding his chest with his right hand, something that confuses Izuku. He looks at his body and notices that all his wounds are healed. He takes off the blanket that covers him and he can only stare in disbelief. His two legs have regrown without any explanation. How? Izuku mutters in disbelief before he looks at his right hand and does something that makes sense to him in his current state of mind. Bit it. As the teeth pierce his skin, an immense pain can be felt as he lets go of his teeth. He covers his mouth, struggling to stop himself from screaming at the top of his lungs out of pain, a few tears escaping his eyes. He then looked at both of his legs before he swung both of his fists down into them, and as predicted, he felt another immense pain and he whimpered in pain. Suddenly, someone opens the door. Izuku, out of panic, immediately tries to act normal, except that his red face and teary eyes don't exactly help to make him look normal. The person who enters the room is a scrawny and lanky middle-aged man with messy beige hair and black eyes, wearing an outfit reminiscent to an office worker. While at the back is a slim young man with feathery ash blonde hair. The one that made him stand out is the pair of a giant red feathery wings. He wears an outfit resembling an aviator uniform. Izuku knows who the winged man is, the current number 3 hero after Endeavor and All Might. This man was known to be the youngest Japan's top pro hero in record time. Izuku would have fanboyed over him if it wasn't for the fact that he has just experienced something that would traumatize him for the rest of his life. But one thing that took Izuku's attention the most is the man that come with hawks. He doesn't look like a hero, or maybe he's an underground hero in disguise. He was too lanky to even be seen as a pro hero, thou. Yes, I ain't a pro hero. You don't have to call me out for being lanky. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts as his face turns bright red at being called out. Ha, you gotta admit, Mara. The kid has a point. Hawks said with a large grin before he faced Izuku and gave a lazy wave. Hey kiddo. How are you feeling? Why are a hero and a stranger here? Izuku asked, unable to help himself to be on edge. Both men look at each other before looking at Izuku. I guess I should introduce ourselves. The men, who Hawks called Mara, pulls out a business card and give it to Izuku. My name is Yakumaru Mara, a worker for the Hero Public Safety Commission, or HPSC for short. We found you unconscious near the sewer and brought you to the Muzutafu Public Hospital. Izuku heard of HPSC, known as the biggest enforcement agency responsible for the interaction between heroes and society. Izuku also knows that HPSC isn't the most morally good group of people, especially when he encounters some of the heroes who work under him, brushing him off when he asks for help by simply looking at his shoes. To think that his shoes of all things would be his biggest enemy. And I hope you know about me. Izuku simply nodded. Hawks, the current third-ranked pro hero of Japan. Hawks grin widely, but Izuku can't help but notice how the grin looks forced. Like how he always did to reassure his mom, so, you never got to answer my question. Like missing 3 out of my 4 limbs. The duo blinked at the unusual responses. I thought my hand and legs were gone so much blood. Izuku looks back at them. How long have I stayed here? Both men looked at each other before their faces turned serious, which took Izuku off guard. I'm going to be honest, kid. You're very, very, very lucky to be alive. This caused Izuku to flinch before nodded glumly. Yeah, I know that very well, Izuku mutters. What you experienced just now was a gate. It's a mystery phenomenon that has caused a lot of trouble around the society. Mara said as he sat down. It was very rare to encounter gates, as they mostly appear near the less crowded areas. The sewers, Izuku said as Hawks nodded. Yeah, these gates have appeared for quite a while now. The Hero Public Safety Commissions have spread out the whole of Japan to keep it from endangering the citizens. This causes Izuku to look at Hawks. There were several pro-heroes hired by the HPSC to enter the dungeon and investigate, but they mostly end up killing all the monsters inside it. As Hawks said monsters, the image of giant statues trying to bash Izuku like he's a bug or burn him to nothing plays in his mind as he starts shaking. This causes both Mara and Hawks to look at Izuku. So, you encounter them, huh? Izuku simply nodded. I hope you don't mind to tell us more about it. It'll help greatly with the investigations. Izuku simply nodded and he started to explain the whole scenario he went through, the creepy, dark and long hallway, the giant door leading to an altar full of moving statues, and the one statue that scared Izuku to the bones. This made both men look at each other. A gate where you need to follow specific rules? We never encountered this before. Mara mutters before looking at Izuku. Thank you for your information, kid. This will help greatly. And for your unanswered question, it's been 2 days since you entered the gate and we found you lying on the ground, covered in blood. Izuku's eyes bulged out of his socket. 2 days? What about his mom? Oh, there's another thing we like to mention. Hawks gain Izuku's attention. You see, not many people were able to survive when they entered the gate. But when they did, the gate gave them some sort of reward. This made Izuku bristled. All of that pain and suffering, and that stupid gate, have the gall to compensate it with a reward? Screw those sheets. Holy kid, you got a loose tongue. There. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts and blushes. He curses himself for thinking out loud. Anyways, what I mean is, when people survive the gate, they go through something we like to call an awakening. Awakening? Then, he remembers the screen that appears right in front of his eyes. He looked around before noticing a small logo shaped like an envelope. Izuku then looks at them, who simply gives him a confused look. They can't see that? Is it only for my eyes? Izuku thought before he let them continue. Izuku has a weird feeling that he shouldn't trust them. Then again, they are total strangers to him, so he has every right to not be suspicious. Anyways, yes. The people who went through an awakening somehow unlock a power that's beyond quirk. Izuku widens his eyes in disbelief. A power beyond quirk? Mera demonstrates it by summoning a blue aura out of his palm. Izuku looks at it in awe as Mera guides the aura into Izuku's hand and the bite mark disappears. Your HP has recovered by 3. Izuku tries not to yelp at the sudden screen that appears in front of him. He looks back at them and they didn't react. So, it proves his theory. Is that your quirk? Mera looks amused but he shakes his head. No, it's something we call skills, Mera said as the blue glows disappeared. The skill I obtain is Healing Aura. It helps to heal injuries and fatigue of any target I desire. Holy shit, that's amazing. There's so many possibilities with it. Mera, for the first time in his life, was caught off guard by Izuku's enthusiasm. Izuku realizes this stops himself and gives him a sheepish look. Sorry, I was a huge fan of quirks. So, when I heard there's another type of power. I see. Mera can't help but give the kid a small smile. He misses some of the child's innocence in his life. So yeah, for some unknown reasons, people awaken some sort of power within them after surviving a dungeon. But the weird thing is, every awakened human always awakens their skills when they're on the brink of death. I see, Izuku mutters as Hawks pull out an orb with a machine attached to it. There's a screen that displays 0 in it like an old calculator. What's this? It's a measurement tool for the awakened. It is still a prototype, but it is good enough to find out if the person has awakened and give a rough estimation of their strength. Mera said as Izuku raised his eyebrow. Prototype? Izuku asked. Gates are still a huge mystery even to us, despite it already appears since 20 years ago. Izuku widened his eyes in shock. 20 years? How did no one notices it? It's the whole point of keeping it a secret, kid. So no one will notices it. I said it out loud again, did I? Izuku mutters as Hawks snort in amusement, but Mera lightly elbows him. Let's see if you're an awakened, kid. Mera said as Izuku looks at the orb. Just place your hands on it and we'll do the rest. Izuku nodded as he placed it. Mera and Hawks looks at the number before their eyes turn comically small, like a chibi art where all characters' eyes are just a pair of... what's wrong? Izuku looks at the screen and his eyes turn similar to them. Even the lowest rank awakener are at least 70. Both Mera and Hawks winced at the number before giving Izuku a look of sympathy. To think he pulled a worse draw after everything he went through, poor kid. I start to hate the look they gave me. Izuku didn't know how it worked, but given their faces, he had a feeling it was that bad. His eyes twitched from the look they gave him. Well, that's something. Izuku's veins popped at the words Hawks used. He gets it, it's bad. No need to rub salt in the wounds. They get up and walk out of the hospital room, causing Izuku to pop another vein. What the F was that? Izuku covers his mouth as he starts to panic. Why did he suddenly get angry so easily? His face turns red as steam comes out of his head. Izuku looks back at the message logo under his view. He reaches his hand to press it. Mailbox, 2 unread messages. Do you want to read it? Is this a hallucination? How did this turn into a video game? Izuku thought before looking at the screen. He sighs before pressing the Y. I start to question which is which. Messages. Congratulations, you have become a player unread. Daily quest. Train to be a formidable opponent unread. Izuku stares at the screen blankly before he presses the first message. As he did that, another screen appears. Congratulations, you have become a player. For becoming a player, you will be granted access to the system. It will help the player to develop. You will be given a quest to help you grow. If you succeed in completing the quest, you will be given a reward. If failed, you'll be penalized. I'm getting delusional over time. Izuku then looked at the bottom part of the screen. You have received a reward. Reward? Izuku looks around the screen and notices that there's no sign of rewards. Izuku was a bit confused before looking at the screen. Could the reward be the system itself? Izuku notices the next message he gets and presses it. Daily quest. Train to become a formidable combatant. Goals. Push-ups, 0-100. Sit-ups, 0-100. Squats, 0-100. Run, 0-10 kilometers. Caution, if the daily quest remains incomplete, penalties will be given accordingly. This is crazy, Izuku mutters before collapsing on the bed. As he looks at the ceiling, one particular sentence plays in his mind. You see, not many people were able to survive when they entered the gate. But when they did, the gate gave them some sort of reward. Izuku shivers at that particular word before he decided to do the daily quest. If what they said is true, then the penalty won't be pretty. And given how brutal it was in the gate, he didn't want to find out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku starts to get tired at his fifth push-up and collapses into the ground. He opens the screen again and blanched. Push UPS, 0-100. IT didn't count? Few hours later, Izuku stares at the screen blankly as he walks back into the patient room, fully soaked in sweat. His breathing feels heavy, his lungs feel like on fire, and both of his arms and legs feel like glass shards stuck inside and continue to tear his muscles. Push UPS, 100-100 completed. Sit UPS, 100-100 completed. Squats, 100-100 completed. Run, 11-10 kilometers completed. Quest rewards. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, 3 status points. Reward 3, random loot box. Izuku stares at the screen blankly before grinning like an idiot and collapsing onto the ground. Before he fell unconscious, he heard a familiar voice that he didn't know he had missed so much. Izuku? Muzutafu Private Hospital. Muzutafu, Japan. At the hospital, 2 nurses walk near the window, talking in a hushed tone. Hey, did you hear about the rumors? A nurse with short brown hair said. You mean about patient room 302? The quirkless kid that got beaten up so badly he was coated in blood. Her work friend, a young woman with tied long black hair, replied. What do you think exactly happens? I accidentally overheard him talking with his mom that he has to deal with a bully for 10 years. For that long? Could it be Dash? He said that it's because of another thing, confirmed by the HPSC and number 3 hero Hawks. Even the hero and HPSC involved? It must be a villain attack. Yeah. And speaking of that patient, he's been acting strange. How so? He's been doing exercises ever since he woke up 5 days ago. I know the doctor allows light exercises for him, but from how tired he is whenever he finishes, it seems that he ignores the doctor's order. You seem to worry for the patient. I'm a nurse, I have every right to be nervous. Like how you kick an injured patient's groin because he flirts with you. Shut it, I am. I think that should be it, Izuku mutters as he sits down on the hospital park's bench. He wipes off the sweat coming from his forehead and sighs. Daily quest completed. Rewards list. Reward 1, status recover. Reward 2, 3 stats points. Reward 3, random loot box. I get there's a daily quest in games, but these rewards are too generous, Izuku mutters before shrugging. Oh well, can't look a gift horse in the mouth. He presses the 3 stats points. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, job, init. Title, init. Fig 50. HP, 100. MB 80. Strength. Agility, 7. Sense, 11. Health, Math. Intelligence, available stats point, 15. My stats point distribution is atrocious, Izuku mutters before covering his face. I want to knock some sense to myself. All the talk of becoming a hero, yet I did nothing to improve. Izuku looks at the sky. Then again, I was so distraught about my lack of quirk that I didn't think of it. Izuku looks at his stats and his stats points before thinking of what should he invest. I already have a good amount of intelligence and my mana point is a lot. If I remember correctly, any player in level 1 always start with 10 mana points. My strength and agility are abysmal. Izuku looks at his stats before sigh and starts to add his stats point. Strength, 8 to 13. Agility, 7 to 12. Sense, 11 to 13. Health, 9 to 12. Intelligence, 15. This should be enough, Izuku mutters before pulling 5 random loot boxes out of his inventory. I wonder what does it contain. As he first opens his loot box, he can't help but deadpan at the loot. It's an eraser. I get that it says random loot box, but I don't expect to be this random. Izuku thought in disbelief before he opened 3 boxes at the same time. The second one is just a toothpick, which he throws it away out of anger. The third one is a pair of fingerless gloves and the last one is a short sword. Izuku picks both items while wondering if it has a stat like a certain game. Normal quality fingerless gloves. Increases strength by 2 when equipped. Ha, cool. Got a stat increasing item. Izuku can't help but feel giddy. It wasn't much, but it'll help a lot. Especially for the beginners. Izuku immediately wore it and saw his strength stats increase to he knows his stats are abysmal, but compared to before, this is much better. Now, let's see about this sword. Izuku checked his stats and blinked. Normal quality short sword. Strength plus AN. For some goddamn reason, the plus sign keeps disappearing when I try to upload it. Increases attack by 5 when dealing damage. Wait, how does attack and strength work in this system? Izuku was confused and decided to check for more information. At first, he was a bit frustrated at how lacking the information was. I guess I could only rely on the information I have about games. Strength increases the damage you dealt as 1 point of strength is equal to, Izuku mutters before looking at his short sword. I need more information to understand this. Izuku notices that there's a tiny question mark icon near the start of the sword and he can't help but deadpan. This is an obvious design flaw. You need to look into details just to pick that up. Izuku thought in annoyance and pressed the question marks. Attack. The damage dealt to the enemy. It is based on the player's strength. ATK. #STRX 2.25. Well, that explains so much. I guess I should focus more on maybe finding more items with strength stats. Izuku thought before he looked at the last random loot box and sweat drop. I just realized this is just a gacha draw, but I'm just glad that it's free. As Izuku opens the last box, he blinks at the item he got. It's a key. Izuku looks at the key, turning left and right just to see what's so special about the key. He decided to check the item stat and realize what it is. Dungeon key, difficulty rank E. This allows the user to enter an instant dungeon. It can only be accessed in the second alleyway near Airjet's hero agency. Okay, why does the location have to be so specific? Izuku thought with a sweat drop before he heard a familiar voice yelling from a distance. Izuku! Said boy flinched at the loud voice before he turned around just to see a middle-aged woman with a plump figure and long dark green hair running towards him while holding a bag. This is Izuku Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Izuku said in shock as Izuku stopped and started panting hard. What are you doing here, Mom? I thought you're off to work right now? I am. But, since I have to pass the hospital while on the way to the office, I decided to make a small visit. Izuku said before giving Izuku the bag, which he accepted. And I want you to have this. I know the hospital food isn't pleasant, so I made this for you. Izuku can't help but smile at his mother's kind-hearted nature. It's one of the reasons why Izuku didn't take Bakugo's advice. He is the only family his mom has since his father decided to be a deadbeat and his grandparents disowned her from marrying Hisashi. He doesn't have the heart to shatter his mother's spirit by committing suicide. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said as his mom smiled before sighing tiredly. And Mom, perhaps you don't need to run next time. You'll tire yourself more. I know, dear. His mother pulls Izuku into a hug. Now, please don't push yourself too much or you'll kiss the floor in your sleep again. Mom, it was one time, Izuku said in embarrassment as Inko laughed before placing her hand on Izuku's cheek. He remembered when his mom visited him in hospital a few days ago when he decided to reveal his new powers. Flashback 4 days ago. I'm sorry, you what? I got my quirk. Izuku lay down on the bed tiredly as Inko stared at him in disbelief. Dear, Inko said as Izuku looked at the screen. Use status recovery. As he said that, he suddenly glowed green and his fatigue disappeared. Inko saw this and could only gape in disbelief. Izuku looked at his mom and grinned while moving his arm. I'm no longer fatigued. And all the bruises on my chin due to constant falling into the ground while push-ups are also gone. Izuku said as he showed his now healed bruises. I'm a living video game character, Mom. I can increase my strength, agility, health, and so on by training and gaining status points. I got mission rewards, and dash. Izuku stops himself as he looks at his mother tearfully looks at him while covering her mouth. Izuku was a bit worried about the reaction. Mom, Izuku said as Inko wiped her tears off her eyes. I'm sorry, I should have supported you long ago, Inko said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Because of me, why you never truly happy until you unlock your quirk? Why you're so happy that you didn't even think about how you almost died? Izuku stares at his mom with wide eyes. She must have seen him on a stretcher. And despite the doctor saying that he was fully healed when he was brought to the hospital, his mom knows what happens due to her medical knowledge and laws despite her being an office worker. He saw his mom always read those books when he declared that he wanted to be a hero and wanted to help him in every way. When I saw you on the stretchers, clothes torn off and covered in blood, I can't. Inko said while wailing, confirming Izuku's thoughts. He hugged her to calm her down. I'm sorry to make you feel that way. Be truly happy when you unlock your quirk. No, Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you so much, Izuku mutters as Inko hugs back. You foolish son, it's a mother's job to worry about their child. I should have done more, Inko said as Izuku shakes his head. Don't blame yourself, Mom, it's me who chooses to not say anything. I thought it'd help to ease your burden, but all I did was lie and worry you. I acted like I couldn't trust you. I'm sorry, Izuku said as tears fell off his face. Both mother and son duo continues to cry their hearts out while on each other's embraces. After 10 minutes of emotional moment, they stop and both faces each other. I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea how scared I was, Izuku rubs his head while wincing. Yeah, I didn't want to get injured as well, Izuku said before looking at his mom. And there's another thing I need to say, Mom, something that I shouldn't lie about. What is it? Izuku takes a deep breath and starts telling everything Bakugo did from the start. He motherfucking what? Izuku never blushed so badly in his entire life as his mom spews out every curse word recorded in the International Dictionary, and she continued to unleash that intensity while calling her best friend, Mitsuki Bakugo, Bakugo's mom. If it wasn't for Izuku convincing his mom, she would stop considering Mitsuki as her best friend because she thinks that she might have spoiled Bakugo and let him do whatever he wants. Izuku had to explain that Aldra refuses to elaborate on what he does to Mitsuki, so she's a victim as well. You're thinking about my cursing spree, aren't you? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts as his mom's deadpan voice was heard. He sheepishly grins as she groans. Please, don't ever mention it. Like when Mom mentioned me? Izuku raised his eyebrow as Inko playfully shoved Izuku, causing them both to chuckle. Take care, son. I'm going to work. Izuku nodded as Inko walked away from the hospital. Izuku looked at his lunchbox before opening it and saw his favorite meal, katsudon. Izuku's smile widened before he took the chopstick and started enjoying his mother's home-cooked meal. I swear, Mom, I'll get stronger so you will be less worried about me. Izuku thought before looking back at the system screen. I'll use every advantages I have to catch up with the other quirk users. Starting with this, Izuku looks at the dungeon key stored in his inventory. End of Arc 1 Awakened. Start Arc 2? Buy Muzutafu Private Hospital. Muzutafu, Japan. When you hold your sword, make sure you grip it properly. Hold it tight, and never let go or else you'll be easily disarmed. An advice for newbies, don't attempt on reverse grip like an anime or you'll risk cutting your wrist. Sword technique isn't about looking cool or dealing huge damage in one swing, it's about technique and precision. Swinging your sword around like a madman doesn't make you a swordsman, but a fool. Izuku sweat drops at the instructor's choice of words while practicing using the short sword he has right now. Thanks to watching Yoroi Mush's sword technique and the instruction videos he made for newcomers, he managed to understand the basics, albeit a bit difficult. He saw how the hero swung his swords, and he noticed that despite the hero not having super strength, he could cut down most foes with defensive quirk. And when he looked closer, the swing always hit right at the weak spot of said foes. And he made it look so easy. I guess that's to be expected with a quirk like his. Izuku thought before swinging his sword to the side but grimaced at how uncomfortable it was, before changing its direction and his technique. He tried it again and he felt it move faster. Another note, if you feel uncomfortable while swinging your sword, it'll give an opening to my enemies as you instinctively try to get rid of said discomfort and they take the chance to disarm me. Gotta be careful. As Izuku practices, the suddenly familiar green screen appears in front of him and he blinked at what it wrote. Congratulations, you created a new skill. Basic Short Sword Technique, LVL1. Passive. If using a short sword, the damage inflicted on your enemy will increase by 15%. Izuku blinked before rubbing his eyes and looked back at the screen. He rubs it again to make sure he didn't see it wrong. Did I just create my own skill? Izuku thought in disbelief before looking at the short sword. He looks at it before grinning widely. I know withholding my dungeon raid is a good idea. I'm glad I found this feature before. Blindly entering the dungeon. Izuku decided to open his status window and blinked at the list of his skills. Passive. Unknown. Tenacity, LVL1. Mana Proficient, Locked. Basic Short Sword Technique, LVL1. Active. Observation, LVL1. Izuku looks at the screen in confusion and disbelief. How did he even obtain these skills? Izuku decided to check on the Tenacity, LVL1. Tenacity, LVL1. When HP is below 30%, all damage received will be reduced by 50%. Will not work if the fatigue is beyond 60. Izuku looks at the skill in awe. This will help a lot in his survivability. He then grimaces at the passive's penalty and takes notes to never let his fatigue go beyond. He can't help but think that despite how crazy the powers provided by the system, it still has limits. He thinks that it makes sense since it'll help to remind him that he isn't omnipotent. Izuku then checked at the second passive and blinked. Mana Proficiency, Locked. Allows user to increase his mana points and reduces the mana usage for any active skills. MP increases, 10%. MP consumptions, minus 10%. Requirement, Intelligence 25 or above. Wow, I'm so unlocking that one, Izuku mutters before looking at the other skills. Observe LVL1. User can do all the following. Detect weak spot, 0.3% x hashtag senses chance of succession. Gaining informations, 0.25% hashtag intelligent information completion. Cost, 20 MP. Cooldown. Holy sheet, Izuku mutter in disbelief. If he can level up his skills and 2 of his stats, this skill will be OP. Izuku looks at his stats before sighing. His stats were too low for it to succeed. Gotta increase my stats, Izuku mutters while rubbing his chin. I think I should be more careful at my stat spread. I don't want to end up being a glass cannon or no damage tank. He looks at himself before leaving the patient room and back to the park. He sighs before taking a sprint stance and starts running as fast as he can. He sprints for a short 50 meters but notices that he didn't gain notification from the system. This is harder than I thought. Izuku thought. A skill similar to Speed Boost will be nice, since not only does it give me an easier time to gain close distance, but I can dodge an incoming attack and an edge against a speed-focused opponent. Izuku continues to try again to gain a new skill, But no matter what he does, it never happens. Izuku slowly grew frustrated by the lack of progress and thought that maybe he was wasting his time. Wait, Izuku stops himself before rethinking himself. Speed boost is an active skill, and an active skill requires mana. I need to use mana to do it. Oh, Izuku, you fool. He slaps his forehead as he groans. But how am I going to access mana? Izuku thought before remembering his only active skill. If I use Observe, I must at least be able to feel how mana was used even if it's failed. Izuku looks at the doctor entering the hospital. How am I supposed to activate it again? Izuku asked before he groaned one more time and face-bombed. He sits back down while covering his face in frustration. I'm so glad I didn't rush into the dungeon or else I'll be dead by now. Izuku mused while rubbing his chin. How is the active skill used in real life? Because this system doesn't have any instruction manual and he has to deal with the fact that he is on his own. Should I just say, observe? Izuku said before suddenly, a green screen popped in front of his eyes, much to his shock. No available target for observe to work. Izuku blinked before he rechecked observe LVL1 and his veins started popping. You gave me an active skill, the explanation of what it can do, and stats, yet you didn't give me a simple instruction? Izuku yells in anger towards the holographic screen, but to others, he looks like he screams at empty air. Is that boy okay? I heard he got brought to the hospital after life-threatening injuries. Could it be that the injuries affect his mind? Poor boy. Izuku never felt so embarrassed in his life, covered his face and screamed internally. Never in his life has he ever hated something more than Bakugo. Wait. Izuku can't help but be a bit worried about himself. He just admits himself, albeit mentally, that he hates Bakugo. He never hated someone in his life before and he started to casually admit it to himself. Geez, that near-death scenario messed me up. Izuku never felt so conflicted before. On one hand, he believes that hating a certain someone to the point of having a payback is just too villainous. On the other hand, he can't stop himself from hating Bakugo. All he did was to be that boy's friend, and what did he do? Push him aside because he's a quirkless weakling. The constant verbal abuses and sometimes physical flashes in his mind, and he felt his blood starts to boil. Izuku shakes his head about it and forces himself to focus on the current situation. Okay, let's test this one more time. Izuku looks at a person passing by and utters, "Observe," under his breath. And then, Izuku can feel a strange energy, similar to Mera's healing aura, enter his brain and eyes as the familiar green screen pops up. Congratulations, Observe LVL1 successfully used. Due to knowing the person you observe, you'll gain full detail of the observed target instead. Name, Mitsuki Bakugo. Age 38. Quirk, Glycerin, allow the user to produce a liquid that smoothens the user's skin, giving a flawless skin quality and maintaining her youthful appearance. She is the mother of Katsuki Bakugo and the best friend of Izuku Midoriya. She has known Izuku for most of her life, starting from her high school life. A victim of a bully due to her quirk, either out of hate or jealousy, and was saved by Izuku, who threatens the bully to perform testicular torsion on them. She's a model for her husband, Masaru Bakugo, and has become quite a famous fashion idol. She loves Bakugo with all of her heart but doesn't know how to express it properly, leading to Bakugo's crude attitude and constant cursing. She is now conflicted about what Bakugo has become and his injuries. Izuku never felt so flabbergasted in his life. Why is his aunt doing here? And what's with the detailed information? Mom threatens to give a bully testicular torsion? His aunt was a bully victim as well? And what does the system mean by Bakugo's injury? Izuku snaps out of his thoughts as he looks back at the person he just used observe while wondering how did he not notice her appearance in the first place? She's a middle-aged woman with spiky ash blonde hair, wearing a white dress and purple blouse while holding a basket full of food. Hey, Auntie, Izuku greets nervously as Mitsuki hugs him. Oh, it is you. You scared me and your mother to death. Izuku winced before nodding nervously. I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to visit you. I was goddamn nervous after what my son has even done. but I realize that I shouldn't be a coward. No, it's not. I should have taught him better, Mitsuki said while scratching her cheek. I know I wasn't the best at being a mother, I should have done more. No wonder Mom and Auntie managed to get along easily. Izuku's sweat drops as he hears her words. It is similar to how his mom apologizes to him. Don't blame yourself, Auntie. It's not your fault, it's Aldris. They keep everything that Bakugo did in the dark and let him get away with everything. So, no more Kaken, huh? Mitsuki mused sadly as Izuku cringed and nodded. I don't blame you. If I was in your position, I would do the same thing. Mitsuki ruffled Izuku's hair. I'm glad that you're okay. You don't deserve all of that. Thanks, Andy. Both of them sit next to each other awkwardly before Mitsuki starts to clear her throat. Hey, anyways, here's the meal Masaru and I prepare for you. Get well soon, brat. Mitsuki said as she shoved the basket full of food to Izuku. Teach, this is unnecessary. Izuku said as he panicked from the amount of food his aunt gave to him. I insist, Mitsuki said as an intense aura emitted from her like a certain future pirate king. Izuku nervously nodded and accepted the food. They talked for a little longer before she left the hospital. Izuku looks at the basket for a while before placing his basket into his inventory. He got up and did some stretches before taking a running stance. He then recalls the memory of energy flowing into his head and eyes when he uses Observe and when Mera uses Healing Touch on his hand. He found the energy resides at the center of his body and pulled it, guiding it into his legs as he felt his legs grow stronger. Boost! Izuku shouted before he took off, creating an explosive shockwave as he ran. He felt the world turn into a blur as he stopped himself, and then a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations! Your actions earn you a new skill. Sprint, LVL1. Increases the user's speed by 30% for 5 seconds. MP consumption, 40. Izuku stares at the screen with wide eyes before he grins widely and jumps into the air. Yes. Muzutafu Private Hospital. Muzutafu, Japan. I'm sorry, what? I need permission to leave the hospital for a while. Izuku, now wearing a tracksuit and a white shirt underneath the jacket, standing in front of the counter while talking with the nurse. May I ask what you plan on doing? The nurse asked as Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. There's something I would like to do for Mom. She's been more tired as usual and the accident that happened to me didn't help at all. Izuku was half lying. He did this to ease his mother's worry, getting stronger so no one could hurt him anymore. That's sweet, but you're a patient kid. The nurse can't help but be in awe at the kid's kindness. It's rare these days to see a child helping their parents as they're too focused on being a hero and all, forgetting that helping others is another heroic thing. Please, I really need to do this, Izuku begged as he accidentally used a puppy dog eye, and to no one's surprise, it was so effective that the nurse felt her heart squeezed and blood started to spew out of her mouth. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. You're spewing blood, you're not fine, miss. I'm fine. You'll be allowed to leave but you need to return before 8 p.m. But Dash. I'm fine. That has to be the weirdest moment in my life, Izuku mutters as he sits on the back of the bus while adjusting his gloves. His current destination is Airjet's Hero Agency and looks for the second alleyway of the agency. Still can't believe that the location specifically asked me to go to the second alleyway, Izuku thought before noticing that he has arrived at the Airjet bus station. He can't help but sweat drop at the lack of creativity from whoever named the station. Sure, they did it to honor Airjet for saving the entire district, but at least give a better name. Izuku imagines the name will be Air Force or something, not this. Izuku steps out of the bus and looks at the building in front of him. It's a giant building painted in sky blue and reflecting glasses, with a giant signboard that says, Galewind, at the top of the sign. Galewind Agency where most air-based or flying quirk sidekicks joined, Izuku mutters before deciding to go for the second alleyway at the agency. He still can't believe how specific the location is. Why does it have to be the second alleyway again? As he arrived at the location, he saw it. A huge energy field blocking the alleyway and a tiny hole lit up by the field itself right on the center. Izuku pulls out the key from the inventory and sure enough, the key starts to glow and hummed. He stares at the field before approaching it and inserts the key right into the hole. And as he did it, the hum grows louder as the field shattered and a familiar-looking portal appears. Flashes of his first experience with the portal starts to hit him like a truck as he takes a step back. His breathing grows heavy and his eyes widen, panic and fear slowly took over him. I can't, not again, Izuku thought as his whole world went silent except his heartbeat and breathing. It happens for a moment as he can't stop remembering how the statue crushes him like an ant. He was about to run away from the portal before an image of Bakugo's mocking grin appeared in his mind. Izuku stops himself from moving as he stares at the portal. He continues to stare as he remembers the stats he saw when checking the key. This isn't like that, it wasn't like that demon dungeon, Izuku thought as he slowly takes a few deep breaths and his heartbeat slowed down. He steeled himself as he gripped his fist tightly. I need to grow stronger, but staying in the hospital while doing nothing but the daily quest won't help. Do this for yourself, do this for mom, don't make her worry any longer. Izuku sighs before staring at the portal, but the stare is no longer showing any hint of fear and panic. He is now determined and a little bit angry at the gate. He takes a deep breath once more before going into the portal by running towards it. As he did, he saw the whole area changed. It was now a normal-looking forest. Izuku blinks at the scene before he hears an energy crackling behind him. He turned around and saw the cracks were sealed by a translucent energy field. Right, the dungeon doesn't allow you to leave unless you complete it or you lose. Izuku thought as he knocked the barrier, and sure enough, a ripple appeared from where he hit the field. I guess I gotta clear this demon dungeon myself then again. I can't exactly ask someone to help, no one will accept my request anyways. Izuku hears a rustle and turns around. He pulled out the short sword in his hand and blinked when he saw a humanoid wolf wearing leather armor and a cape holding a shiny-looking sword walking out of the bush. Iron-clawed kobold. Izuku can't help but sweat drop at the name. If the kobold truly does have iron claws, then what's the point of the sword it holds? Never mind that I need to dash. He froze as he felt his legs were unable to move. What? Why can't dash? Izuku looks back at the kobold making a feral growl and gripping its sword. Then it legs. Move, you fool. You didn't come back from being decapitated just to freeze up. Move. The earlier questions were immediately answered as the kobold roared at him and swung its sword at Izuku, who gained above-average reflexes from his bullies and instinctively blocked the attack with his short sword while managing to regain the ability to move his legs. And to his surprise, the kobold was smart enough to follow up with a combo of claw attacks. Izuku is barely able to get his head away as the claw slices some of his hair. Izuku uses his strength to knock the sword away, and much to his surprise, thanks to his boosted strength, he manages to knock it away. Izuku took this chance to stab kobold right in its throat as blood spews out of its mouth and into Izuku's clothes. Congratulations, your actions result in getting a new skill, Critical Strike, LVL1. Critical Strike, LVL1. Your attack is now more proficient. You're now able to detect enemies' vital points and inflict critical damage. Mana consumption, 70 MP. Izuku said in disbelief as he saw his mana depleted to a measly 10 MP and the kobold started squealing in pain. Izuku shakes his head before replaying Yoroimusha's lesson in his head, using precision and technique to slice off kobold's head. It was at first stuck right in the middle, but Izuku pushed through and was able to slice it off. Notice, you have defeated an iron-clawed kobold. Leveled up. Izuku saw the stats and blinked. He wasn't expecting to level up so early. Then again, he was level 1 after all, so gaining a lot of experience to level up is not far-fetched. Izuku saw 3 lights coming out of the decapitated corpse. He approaches it, crouches down, and touches the light before another holographic screen appears. Congratulations, you obtained a leather chest plate. Congratulations, you obtained a fur cape. Congratulations, you obtained the Iron Claws X2. Izuku blinked before he went to check on the item drop status. Leather chest plate. Strength. Type, armor. Physical damage reduction, 1%. Fusion available, 1. Strength. Type, armor. Physical damage reduction, 1%. Fusion available, 1. Iron Claw. Sold at the store for golds. Worth 30 golds. Not bad for beginner items. Izuku mutters before raising his eyebrow at the fusion available. 1. He checks it and is surprised by the option. Fusion available. Caped leather armor rank. E. Physical reduction 1.5%. Material required, leather chest plate, X1. Fur cape, X1. Do you wish to fuse this armor? Buy it. So, armors can be fused, huh? Is it for every armor or is it just for some of them? Izuku mutters before pressing Y. He expects a weird glowing light that blinds every player whenever crafting an item, so he is taken aback when the fusion is merely 2 items attached like a magnet before it falls into Izuku's hand. I'm going to be honest, I was expecting it to be more flashy, Izuku said before he opened his character windows and equipped it. To his shock, the armor was immediately placed into his upper body and it slowly disappeared. Izuku looks back at the windows and sees that he still has the item and even has the physical damage reduction effect. So, I can hide my armor from everyone's sight? This is so practical, no one will question the armor. Izuku exclaimed excitedly before looking at the iron claws. Now how do I sell this? Izuku continues to stare at the claw for a while before deadpanned at a possible oversimplified command that never be mentioned. Open shop. Izuku said unsurely, and sure enough, a green holographic screen appeared. What would you like to do? Purchase sell. Izuku's deadpan face remains before he presses the sell option. Please insert the item into the screen. Izuku places both claws into it and another holographic screen appears. You have obtained 60 golds. Balance, 60. I wonder how much 60 golds is worth in yen. Izuku mutters out loud. It feels like it isn't worth much. Izuku tries to press the purchase option. Notice, you cannot make any purchases at your current level. Good to know you can't rely on pay-to-win method too much, Izuku said before exiting the shop. He got up and looked at his short sword, then back at the kobold. Where's my sword? Izuku continues to stare at the corpses, hoping that it's a glitch and a light will appear so he can pick up the dropped sword. After a full minute, his veins popped and started kicking the corpse and walked away with a huff. Scam, a total scam. Izuku muttered before he saw more and more kobolds appear, growling at him. Izuku felt nervous at the sudden increase of the crowd as he gripped his short sword properly, but at the same time, he felt excited. That's a lot of kobolds. Izuku's excitement overtook him as his face made a nervous grin. Time to level up. He takes his stance as the kobolds roar at him and charge toward him. To be continued. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, Job, Init. Title, Init. HP, 415. MB, 93. Strength, 16-2. Agility, 13. Senses, 14. Health, 3. Intelligence, 16. Available stats point, 0. Passives. Tenacity, LVL1. Basic short sword technique, LVL1. Mana proficiency, locked. Actives. Observe, LVL1. Sprint, LVL1. Critical strike, LVL1. Rank dungeon, Kobold Camp. Galewind Agency, Muzudafu, Japan. Remember your lesson, Izuku. It's all in technique and precision. Izuku thought as he blocked an incoming sword slash from a kobold before kicking it. But he was surprised at how much power he packed as it caused his footprint to cave in the kobold's gut. Another kobold tries to stab and Izuku is barely able to parry it away, and he stabs the monster's throat, causing the blood to spray on him. Izuku looks away as the blood almost touches his face before seeing another kobold already behind him. Izuku, in panic, tossed the one he stabbed at the kobold before he felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned to saw the kobold he kicked away had just hurt him. Notice, you received damage. 16 HP. Izuku gritted his teeth as the kobold went for a charging stab, but Izuku sidestepped to dodge the attack and pierced its muzzle before ripping the short sword off its jaws. Notice, you have defeated an iron-clawed kobold. You leveled up. The kobold that got hit by its pack's corpse swings its sword. Izuku instinctively tries to block it, but instead of using his sword, he uses his wrist. Notice, you receive damage. -9 HP. Notice, you have defeated an iron-clawed kobold. You leveled up. Izuku winced but felt that the wound wasn't as bad as earlier because of level up. Izuku takes the chance to kill the enemy by decapitating the enemy before it can do anything. Notice, you have defeated an iron-clawed kobold. You leveled up. Izuku grunts in pain as he looks at the slash wound on his wrist before cutting off the pieces of his jacket and wrapped around his wrists. I'm glad that I can save my status recovery once per 2 days. Izuku mutter before looking at his windows. Unclaimed reward, status recovery, X2. I need to save them in an emergency. These wounds are nothing, Izuku said before looking at the dead kobold. He saw the familiar glow once more and touched it. Congratulations, you obtained leather chest plate. Congratulations, you obtained leather wrist guard. Congratulations, you obtained fur cape. Congratulations, you obtained iron claws. X3. Izuku felt his veins pop as he looked at the notification. Where is the sword? Give this boy a new sword. Is the drop rate really that low? Izuku mutter before he looks at the wrist guard. Leather wrist guard. Strength. Physical damage reduction, 1%. Strength. Fusion available, 1. So, lower my strength but in exchange for physical damage reduction, Izuku mutters before looking at the available fusion. Fusion available. Barbarian Gauntlet, Rank D physical damage reduction, 2%, strength, 4, agility, 2. Material required, fingerless gloves, X1, leather wrist guard, 1, fur coat, 1. Fur coat? Not fur cape? Izuku looks like he has been bamboozled. The kobold has dropped fur capes but the fusion requires a fur coat. Where the F should I even get a fur coat? Izuku yelled out in anger before noticing more and more kobolds appearing. Oh yes, it's grindin' time. With that, Izuku tosses all of his rational thoughts and important lessons out of his head and charges towards the pack of kobolds. Bakugo household. Muzutafu, Japan. Demenit. Bakugo coughs violently as he slams the book into the wall. Demen that villain. Not only has he effing captured me, he ruins my throat as well. Stupid heroes. A bunch of pussies. He stomps on the floor as he drinks some water before accidentally spitting some of it out as he coughs violently once more. He curses and throws his bottle into the wall out of anger, spilling the water around the room. Demen them. Bakugo growls before he starts coughing again. What's going on? Bakugo stiffens before turning to see his mother glares at him. Nothing. Bakugo yelled before coughing again. Didn't I tell you to stop yelling or you only made it worse? Mitsuki expresses her disbelief as Bakugo growls. I don't have to listen to you, old hag. Bakugo growls. Oh sure. I'll just ignore your coughing till you can't say a word. Mitsuki sarcastically said as Bakugo growled but said nothing. Get some rest, brat. I'm going to train. Bakugo gets up but is stopped by Mitsuki placing her hands on Bakugo's chest. No. You will rest. Mitsuki said as Bakugo growls. And you're still grounded. Grounded? All because of Deku? Bakugo roared before he coughed again. Call him by his name or just call him Midoriya. I rather not hear you call him in that disgusting nickname. Bakugo disagreed and look away. Don't steal me. I mean it. Whatever. Mitsuki stares at her son with a sad expression, wondering how the two kids who wanted to be heroes together ended up like this. What happened to you two? You two used to be close. Bakugo stared at his mother for a while before scoffing and looking away. His next words made Mitsuki realize how big her mistake was for not making sure if Bakugo was surrounded by a positive influence. He's a quirkless loser. There's no way I'll ever befriend someone like that. Back with Izuku. Haha rewards window, Izuku can be seen sitting on a pile of corpses while muttering as he presses the button on the screen, specifically at status recovery. He felt his fatigue disappear and his wounds healed. Can't believe I leveled so much, Izuku said with a grin before he pulled something out of his inventory. I finally get it. Mana proficiency, unlocked. LVL1. Allow users to increases mana points and reduces the mana usages for any active skills. MP increases, 10%. MP consumptions, minus 10%. Required, intelligence 25 or above, requirement meet. Silver Fang Blade. Increases attack by 10 when attacking. This is a huge upgrade, Izuku said with a grin before he tried to swing his sword with a similar technique he did when watching the video. Izuku felt it was wrong due to the difference in length before he adjusted it. He made sure the sword moved swiftly but precise. Light but powerful. He practiced a bit to make sure the movement was steady. It took him a while, but he finally gained a notification. Congratulations! Your actions have earned you a new skill. Basic Sword Technique, LVL1. Passive. If using a sword, the damage inflicted on your enemy will increase by 15%. Notice, Basic Short Sword Technique is a branch skill of Basic Sword Technique. Would you like to fuse both skills into one? Buy it. Izuku blinked at the screen. He didn't expect the system count branch skills. He shrugged before pressing Y. Congratulations! Basic Sword Technique gains 10% extra EXP. Wow, Izuku deadpanned as he stared at the screen. He was expecting more, but alas, he can't complain. He then checks his equipment before noticing a exclamation point icon on the fur capes. He raises his eyebrow before pressing the icon. Notice, dismantling items are now possible. Would you like to dismantle fur cape? Buy it. Dismantle? No, don't tell me. Izuku pressed Y and the cape in his inventory glowed. Izuku pulled one out of the inventory and saw a tattered fur coat. He checked it and he felt his eyes twitch in annoyance. Fur coat. Material. Worth 10 golds. It was this sheet the whole time? Izuku growls and tightly grips the coat. He went to the fusion options and pressed yes as the coat disappeared and Izuku's wrist started to glow before a fur gauntlet replaced his gloves. It slowly disappears in thin air. Finally, Izuku grinned before he gained a notification. Set, Barbarian. Set bonus effect 1, 3-5 health increase B5. Set bonus effect 2, 5-5 physical damage reduction 5%. Cool, Izuku said excitedly before getting up. Alright, time to grind more. Izuku tosses his now broken short sword away and changes it with his newly acquired silver Fang blade. He continues to dive deeper into the dungeon before he notices several short humanoid monsters with green skin, pointy ears, long fangs, and ugly but mohawks, wearing nothing but leather loincloths. Ferocious goblin. Whoever named this truly lacks creativity. Izuku deadpanned before he saw one of the goblin charges at him. Izuku stabs its gut with precision before he swings his sword, tossing its body away. The goblins saw their ally get tossed casually and start to shake in fear. Izuku points his blade as he takes a stance. Let's see how far can I go. As Izuku said this, the goblins roared and started mindlessly charging at Izuku. Said boy simply cuts each one of their heads off, and thanks to increased senses and agility, he manages to dodge all of the goblins' attacks and kills them with ease. It's no longer a fair battle between humans and monsters. It's a massacre. Notice, you leveled up. Notice, you leveled up. Notice, you leveled up. Notice, you leveled up. Izuku saw the multiple screens popping in front of his eyes. To think killing a group of goblins would increase his level by he turned around and saw the glowing red eyes in the shadow. Izuku gets rid of the blood in his blade and faces the glowing eyes. Come at me, monsters. Cobalt Camp, Galewind Agency. Muzutafu, Japan. Notice, you leveled up. Nice. Izuku grinned as he collapsed onto the floor full of kobold, goblin, and spider corpses lying in a huge pool of blood. Izuku looks at his status before noticing there are some notifications he missed. Congratulations, you obtained an instant teleportation stone. Instant teleportation stone? Izuku mused before he checked his inventory. He looks confused at a flat rock with green runes glowing on it. Izuku pulls it out and checks its stats. Instant teleportation stone. Type, consumable. If you break this stone, it allows to teleport you out of the dungeon. Reminder, Once escaped, you can't enter the dungeon as it was destroyed when used. So, a coward's item? Yeah, no. Izuku scoffed before putting it back into his inventory. I've done with being a coward. Besides, I already die once. Izuku mused as he checked the notifications. But I still froze up and panicked. Another thing I need to change. Izuku checked his notices once more and blinked at a particular notification. Notice, you have earned the title Dual Race Slayer. Title, Monster Slayer. This title is bestowed to a slayer who excels at hunting monsters. Increases all of your abilities by 25% when fighting any monsters. Izuku looks back at the pile of corpses. With all the different monsters I slay, it's not weird to gain this title. Izuku rubs his chin while pondering. Still, I wasn't expecting spiders to join the fray, but then again, they seem to be in constant struggle. Izuku equips the title as he gets up from the pile of corpses before looking at his now broken sword. He tosses it aside and pulls out another one from his inventory. Whoever made the system knows how to create a dungeon. Struggle between three monsters, racing on who's get the prey. Izuku stops himself before looking around the area. Or is it a real alternate dimension, but whoever made the system was toying with the dimension to fit the game system? Izuku shivered as he held his arms. I can't imagine who held so much power in their disposals. They'll be the world's greatest threat if they become the villain. Izuku pales as chills are sent into the spine. Come on, Izuku. Stop thinking scary shit. It's worse than my muttering about heroes. Izuku pauses before looking at himself. When was the last time I fanboy over heroes in the news? Izuku mused as he moved his hand. There's a ton of news about heroes, especially All Might. So why do I feel less excited? Then, flashes of the statue crushing him like an ant play in his mind. He flinches before shaking his head. Those moments again, Izuku mutters before gripping his sword. I need to get better so I won't be scared like that again. Izuku walks off from the pile of corpses before venturing deeper into the forest. He finds more goblins and kills them off as they try to charge towards him. Izuku can't help but feel this grows too easy. No, don't get overconfident. If what that moment has taught me, when things get easier something bad is about to happen, Izuku thought before stopping himself before facepalming. I play games with these mechanics and yet I forgot to try this? Izuku said in disbelief before holding his sword tightly and letting mana pour into his blade. It was hard as he could feel the mana had a hard time flowing in the blade. What do I expect? This is a low-grade weapon and I have zero mana control. Izuku thought as he gritted his teeth, stopping the mana from overflowing. He felt his mind getting tired, but he kept his focus. Until the mana stops vibrating and is shaped into a sharp light blade emitting from his sword. Izuku looks at the new skill he unlocks in awe before grinning widely. Congratulations, your actions earned you a new skill. Mana Blade. Passive, flowing mana into your blade, increasing its strength and durability. Attack increases 0.5% x #intelligence. Durability increases 0.25% x #intelligence. Mana cost 13.5 MP per seconds. Passive. Mana proficiency. Izuku can't help but gape before grinning widely. I have the almighty magic lightsaber. Izuku waves his blade excitedly before he hears a crack. He looks at his blade as it starts to shatter into metal shards. Izuku could only watch in shock as a familiar green holographic screen popped up. Notice, due to the constantly pouring of raw mana into the weapon without active skills, the durability of the weapon ran out. Izuku stares at the screen with his eyes twitching crazily. He angrily slams his now shattered sword away and pulls out the final sword he obtains from the item drop. This sheet, Izuku mutters before activating his active skill Mana Blade. He grins as it works and the stats show the durability was increased. He deactivates it and continues to dwell deeper into the dungeon. As he arrives there, he can't help but widen his eyes in shock. Right in front of him is a bunch of leather tents where kobolds resides. Izuku stares in disbelief before he notices something that shocks him to the core. He saw a group of kobolds carrying a wooden cage. Inside the cage, a group of goblins rapidly clawing and biting the wooden bar, with red glowing eyes and all. As they carry the cage into the center, they start tossing piles and piles of wooden planks into the cage as the crowd cheers. Then, a taller kobold walks with a burning torch on its paw before tossing it into the pile of wooden planks. Izuku pales as the goblins let out an inhuman screech as the fire burns them alive and the kobold continues to cheer and dance around. Izuku gets that they're monsters, but to think they're this cruel. He didn't know how to feel about this. On one hand, he feels those monsters just being barbaric. On the other hand, he can't help but see those goblins as victims who need to be saved before he kills those thoughts, remembering all goblins he encounters go wild at him. Izuku looks around and turns pale, not out of horror, but out of disgust. There they are, tossing a wild party, eating raw spider legs, some goofing around, some straight out inserting their pee-pee into others' assholes as they start to F each other like a pack of wild wolves in heat. Timai. Izuku screams as he looks away. I so do not need a pair of humanoid wolf monsters go crazy and effed it. God, I can't unsee them. I need bleach. I need a brain bleach. Notice. Izuku stare at the system in disbelief. Did the system just deadpan at him with a measly dot message? Izuku shakes his head before slapping both of his cheeks. Okay, I got to ignore that, Izuku mutters before he decides to kill them, but he knows a camp full of kobold is not an ideal situation he wants to deal with. He notices that there's a pile of wooden cages, filled with rabid goblins. Maybe a distraction and kills them while they fight each other? Izuku mutters before looking back at the sword he has. Great, now I regret tossing that broken sword away. Izuku then saw a rock. Let's test that strength stats. Izuku grabs the rock and with enhanced senses, he manages to pinpoint the weak spot of the cage, which is a chipped wood they didn't properly patch up. Izuku grits his teeth as he clenches the muscles in his arm and yells out his lungs before he tosses the stone. It managed to land on the target as the wooden cages collapsed. Congratulations, your actions earned you a new skill. Power throw. Passive. With pinpoint accuracy, you use all your might to throw items at the enemy. Increased damage when the thrown item hits enemies. Increases damage, 30%. MP uses, 72, passive, mana proficiency. Izuku watched as the goblins started escaping the cage and charged at the partying kobolds, who didn't get a chance to grab any weapons to fight back as the goblins went crazy. Izuku watches this for a while before he realizes one crucial thing. I didn't get any EXP from both sides fighting. Izuku panicked before rushing towards the crowd and sliced each one of them down like a hot knife through a butter. Tossing all of his rational thoughts out of the window, he continues to kill the monster like there's no tomorrow. Notice, you leveled up. I won't let you BS TRDS took away my EXP. Rark. Izuku pants heavily as he looks at the pile of corpses lying around the camp. In the end, he only manages to gain 3 more levels thanks to his plan. Izuku sighs before weeping internally. To add insults to injury, I got piles of junk, Izuku mutters before looking back at his inventory. He saw the chest plates with huge X20 at the bottom left, 36 for the fur capes, and 15 for the gauntlet. Not even boots or helmet. Izuku then notices some chest plates and fur capes separated from the stacks. He decided to check it and blanched. Marked chest plate. A normal leather chest plate covered in. Soaked cape. A normal fur cape covered in. Izuku stares at the screen before approaching the burning flames and lets those junks out of his inventory. He blankly stares at the flame and burns it to ashes. This shall never be known by anyone, Izuku muttered before he went to check his inventory once more. He notices there's a belt and pulls it out. Leather belt. Increases agility by 2. Fusion available, 1. Izuku immediately checks the fusion option. Fusion available. Barbarian fur skirt, rank, D increases health and agility by material required. Leather belt, X1. Fur coat, X1. Do you wish to fuse the armor? Buy it. Yes. Izuku said as he pressed Y. The belt and the fur coat start to float towards each other as the fur shapes into some sort of skirt and the belt wraps around the skirt. Notice, caped chestplate and barbarian fur skirt are available as fusion. Do you wish to fusion both items? It can fuse even further? Izuku asked in disbelief and checked the stats. Available fusion. Barbarian armor, rank D increases physical damage reduction by 2%, health and agility by material required. Caped chestplate, X1. Barbarian fur skirt, 1. Do you wish to fuse the armor? Well duh. Izuku pressed Y and his armor started to glow. As the light died down, he saw his armor and the skirt fused into one set of middle armor and it slowly disappeared. Izuku saw his status window and grinned at the buff. Then, Izuku's senses amped up to 11 as he felt chills run up his spine. He turns around before looking at one of the tents in the camp, the largest and neat-looking one. From there, a huge furred claw comes out of the tent's door as a hulking wolf wearing leather shoulder pads, fur coat, leather helmet, fur skirt, leather fur knee guard and gauntlet, and a huge broadsword on its back. Alpha Kobold Warrior. Izuku can't help but shake as the creature stares at the pile of corpses and growls in anger. Izuku gulped before grabbing his sword and activating mana. Muzutafu Police Force Department. Muzutafu, Japan. In front of a police department, a tall but skinny messy blonde-haired man can be seen standing in front of him, coughing some blood as he enters the building. When he entered, the police saw him and greeted him. Ah, Yagi-san. The man, Yagi, turns to see a man with the head of a cat, wearing a police uniform, greet him. Hello, Tamakawa-san. Yagi greeted back as Tamakawa grinned. Seeing Tsukachi again, huh? Yagi chuckled and nodded. I'll never understand how you guys even become friends. We share a few things we are interested in, Yagi said. But, I'm here for business. All Might has asked me to talk about a few incidents that he might have missed. Ah, I see, Tamakawa said before looking at Yagi from above to the bottom. Why didn't you retire? I think your conditions are not a right fit for any office work. I love my job, Tamakawa-san. Yagi half lied. He does love his job, but he just wished there's less paperwork. And I'm still able to help All Might despite not being his sidekick. I think it's not something I can't give up. Although, he has told me many times to retire and stop straining myself. Ah, that makes sense. But I think you should listen to All Might. Helping people is good, but not at the cost of your health. You'll only end up saving fewer people. Tamakawa said as Yagi internally winced. He simply nodded. Tsukachi is still in his office. I guess you don't need me to guide you there, right? Yes. Yagi nodded as he walked away. He sighs before coughing, spitting out more blood. He takes a handkerchief from his pocket and wipes the blood off. He found an office with Neo Mesa Tsukachi written on the door. Yagi took a deep breath before opening the door. As he opened, he saw a black-haired man in a white dress shirt, black trousers, and a black tie holding a folder while sipping his coffee. The man turns around and brightens up, placing the folder on his table. Tashinori, didn't expect you to visit today. Yagi chuckles as he closes the door. Sorry for not announcing my visit, Neo Mesa, Yagi said. A lot of things have happened these few days. This causes Neo Mesa to frown. Yeah, and it gets worrying, Neo Mesa said as he gave Yagi a folder. Yagi held it and opened it, saw a lot of contents in there. A lot of police evidence pictures are shown in the file. Most of them are corpses. Each was caused by different things. Frostburn? Clawed by beast-type quirk? Decapitated? Neo Mesa, what is this? Yagi asked as Neo Mesa sighed. A lot of things happen underground, Yagi. Things that limelights were unable to see. Neo Mesa said as he sighed. We were still unable to figure out who was behind this, and we were desperate enough to ask HPSC to help with this situation. It manages to work, no more victims, and the cases have remained dead 15 years ago. Did you know what they did to handle this? Yagi asked as Neo Mesa shook his head. Don't you think it's suspicious? I did. And the recent cases didn't help at all. Neo Mesa said as he pulled out another file and gave it to Yagi. He did and opened it, seeing a familiar photo of the green-haired boy. As Yagi reads, he froze when he saw where the incident happened. It was right at the sewer under the bridge, where the sludge villain was captured. This happens there? Yagi asked in horror as he shook violently. Yagi! Naomasa asked as Yagi held his head in shame. I caught the sludge villain 5 days ago in the same place where this happens, Yagi said as Naomasa widened his eyes. I didn't notice there was another victim there. I see, but there's something weird about this case that I can't ignore, Naomasa said, catching Yagi's attention. Try to read the next page. What? Yagi was confused before he turned the page, and he grew confused. The pictures say that the boy was covered by his blood, and his clothes were tattered, but other than that, he seemed fine. It seems that the boy got beaten badly by a villain, yet he was completely healed. What's more confusing is that he is quirkless. Yagi froze and turned towards Naomasa. Don't tell me, Yagi mutters in horror. No, we check his condition again, still no sign of quirk. Yagi sighs in relief. But the weird thing is that the police guarding the boy when he's unconscious told me they saw 2 HPSC members visiting him and then left in disappointment. What made them interested in young Midoriya? Yagi asked while raising his eyebrow. With how he recovered from whatever injuries he might have got, I wasn't surprised if they're interested, probably hoping the boy saw who was responsible for healing the boy. Naomasa answered unsurely. Should we keep an eye on him? Making sure whoever did this to him won't come back to finish the job. Yagi asked. I would love to, but it's not a decision I made. And the police force has stretched thin to patrol around the area, making sure the villains didn't claim another victim. Naomasa said. Should we get some heroes to participate in this? Yagi asked. I know what you're suggesting, and my answer is no, Naomasa said, causing Yagi to wince. It's not that we didn't appreciate it, it's that heroes are the biggest topic discussed in media. If a group of heroes starts to patrol in different areas, you know how crazy the media will get. Especially you, All Might. Yagi, or as his hero name called All Might, sighs in defeat. Naomasa was right. If limelight heroes start to change the patrol route, it'll attract too much attention as the medias are too nosy to not understand the word privacy. Is there nothing I can do to help? Yagi asked, sounding so helpless. Is this because you want to help, or is it because of guilt? Yagi's flinch is enough to tell Naomasa everything. Don't beat yourself too much. No matter how much of a hero you are, you're still human. Not to mention what happens, Naomasa looks at Yagi's left stomach as he winced. Sigh, I guess. Yagi was unable to get rid of the thought. He knows the boy is okay now, but after what he learns earlier he can't stop thinking about it. Cobalt Camp, Galewind Agency. Muzutafu, Japan. Clang. Izuku grits his teeth as he feels the gravity pull him downward. He is blocking a huge greatsword from the Kobold boss using Mana Blade, but he keeps getting pressed by the sheer strength of the dungeon boss. What strength? Izuku thought as he struggled to push the sword away before he saw a fire appear from the huge kobold's paws. He widens his eyes in horror as the flame makes contact, sending Izuku flying and burning his shirt and his jacket. Notice, you receive damage. Minus 271 HP. That much? Izuku caught himself as he landed on the ground roughly, using his sword to stop himself. He barely ducks as the giant wolf monster appears in front of him and launches a huge burst of flame. As the smoke cleared, Izuku saw the boss was about to swing its greatsword down. Thanks to increased senses, agility, and years of analysis, he manages to roll away. The greatsword made a huge crater on the ground as Izuku rushed towards the opponent and used Mana Blade to slice the boss. It only manages to graze the monster as it growls and swings its sword towards Izuku, who jumps and lands on the sword before trying to stab his head. The Kobold chief saw this and used its fang to bite the sword. Izuku widened his eyes in shock as the boss swung its head to the side, sending Izuku flying. The Kobold roared and launched a powerful fireball at Izuku. Izuku was unable to do anything but cover his head as the fireball hit him and exploded, launching him into the tree. Notice, you receive damage. Minus 619 HP. No sheet. Izuku growls as he gets up quickly before he has to duck from the boss's powerful sword swing, cutting several trees behind Izuku. Izuku takes this chance to get out of here using sprint and keeping his distance from the boss. In it, the boss was more than just a hulking barbarian. Izuku panted as he winced at the burn marks on his arms and chest. Izuku looks back at the window and winces, noticing the health bar on his armor is yellow. Because it's a mere D rank, I know it won't last forever, but to think a dungeon boss will be enough. Izuku watches the humanoid wolf warily as it turns around and rushes towards Izuku. Izuku tries to block an incoming sword swing, but he is once more sent flying towards another tree. Izuku gritted his teeth and shakily stood up before he saw the boss rushing towards him again. He rushes away from the monster and uses the bushes and tree to his advantage, hiding from the monster. Izuku hissed as he looked back at his status window. He winced at the fatigue meter reaching 60 as he slid into the ground. He's too powerful. He looks back at the kobold looking around. How much stronger should I get for it to be enough? Izuku mutters as he slowly doubts himself. No matter what he did, the kobold simply shrugged it off and hit him tenfold. He can't help but feel like he's a Deku again. Deku, the name given by his bully, how much he hated that DMN name. Come on Izuku, get a grip. Izuku mutters as he shakily gets up from the ground. You promised yourself not to be weak again. For my dream, for my mom. Izuku whacks his head hard as he takes a few deep breaths. Think, Izuku, use your goddamn brain. Power struggles are a no-go because you're still weaker than that where in terms of raw strength. His head is well protected and so is his stomach. Izuku then remembers something and face-bombed. My skills, I got dash. Before he could finish his sentence, he got slammed by a giant sword from his left. Izuku bit his lips to stop himself from screaming, blocking the impact using both of his arms. It results in broken arms and his body being sent flying into another tree. Notice, you received a critical injury. Minus 1742 HP. Tenacity, LVL1 activated. As for the kobold boss, it seems to be proud of what it has done. It places its sword on his shoulder, admiring the damage it has caused to that puny human. It was about to walk away before. Status recovery. The kobold snaps out of its thought and turns around to see the same puny human standing confidently. His body glows green as his injuries heal like it wasn't there. The kobold roared in disbelief, wondering what was going on. And why do the human's eyes suddenly glow green? Observe. After muttering that single word, Izuku made a huge maniacal grin as he gripped his sword, coat it with mana blade. Sprint. He rushes towards the boss at great speed as the boss swings down its great sword hastily. And said target is the monster's crotch. The wolf howls in pain as blood starts to explode from where Izuku stabs it, causing it to drop its great sword. He grins as his eyes glow. Name, Alpha Kobold Warrior. Rank, Dungeon Boss. Backstory. A proud leader of a pack filled with prideful but idiotic beings. It starts the tradition of catching goblins and burning them alive while partying despite not knowing what they're celebrating. It's constantly in heat and always goes around to mate with his fellow kinds, be it male or female, or even a little pup. You're very proud of your genus, aren't you, you sick freak? Izuku roared as he swung his sword upwards, creating a huge tear from its genitalia into its guts. The kobold roared and choked Izuku, who retaliated by headbutting it away, which he did successfully due to the boss constantly losing strength. Rarg! Izuku pulls the sword away and takes a stance. Critical strike. Izuku said before letting a powerful jab right at the monster's heart, creating a large hole in its chest before it collapsed into the ground and died. Notice, congratulations. You defeated the Alpha Kobold Warrior. You received a reward. To think your desire to constantly have EC with anyone will be your downfall, Izuku mutters before shivering. And what the F is with the information? How much of a sicko this fucker is? Izuku gagged before looking at the now cracked sword. Sigh, it was good while it lasted. Izuku heard cracks as he looked down to see his invisible armors crumbled apart. Same to you, incomplete barbarian set. He then opens his windows to check the rewards. Item, Kobold's Elixir of Life. Type, Elixir. A pouch containing a fermented elixir made by the ancient races of kobold passed down for generations. The longer it is kept, the higher the quality. Every kobold chief drinks this to gain overwhelming strength in exchange for losing control of their lusts. Effect: increases strength by 20 and reduce physical damage taken by 15%. Debuff: uncontrollable lust. Reduce intelligence by, the con outweighs the pro. Izuku deadpanned before putting it into his inventory. He then checked his second reward and he couldn't help but grin. Greatsword. 30. A beautiful sword created in ancient times. It was created by the dwarf and was stolen by the kobold chief in the past. Over the years, the sword never lost its durability and its quality never dropped. The blade is made out of mana-conducting metal, allowing the user to imbue magic into it with better proficiency. Effect: when imbued with mana, strength, and durability increased by 15%. If using skill mana blade, it'll increase by 30% instead. Effect: if used fire magic with it, increases chances to burn enemies by 50% and burn damage by 50%. Holy shit! Izuku widens his eyes in shock before grinning widely. He has just hit the jackpot and he was over the moon. Izuku then notices something on the ground next to the corpse. He picks it up and gape. Runestones, fireball. Type: consumable. A runestone with the magic spell imbued in it. If you break the stone, you'll get a skill fireball. Yes. Izuku said excitedly before breaking the runestone. A bright glow emits from his body as a familiar green screen popped up. Fireball, LVL1. Shots a fireball at your target. Has a chance to burn the target. Burning chance, 25%. MP cost, 90 MP, passive, mana proficiency. Fireball. Izuku grinned as the flame appeared from his palm. His grin wavered as he stared at his flame. To think I got the element similar to the two people I despise. Izuku turns off the spell. But I'll make sure I won't fall the same hole they did. Izuku looked at the corpse before he finally got another notification. You have defeated the boss. The dungeon will be restored to its original state. Izuku saw the world glitch before his eyes as it turned into a completely normal-looking alleyway. He gets up and puts all the items into the inventory so he won't catch more attention given his clothes conditions are now. I'm so beat, Izuku sighs as he walks out of the alleyway before noticing a lot of people crowded the street. Izuku looked confused at what they were doing before he saw something that turned him as pale as snow. Right in front of everyone is a huge glowing blue crack, similar to the first dungeon he ever visited, and almost died from it. Earlier, few hours ago. Muzutafu, Japan. A bulky man with blonde hair wearing a skin-tight blue, red, and yellow suit watches as the polices drag the unconscious man in a stretcher. This is All Might, the #1 hero in Japan and in the world. He has just fight a villain with a shock absorption and he has carried the battle longer than he expected. I never expect a villain with a quirk that counters mine, All Might mutters as he jumps away from the incoming crowd using his insane strength. All Might can't help but chuckle at the frustration from the crowd, yelling, "Oh, come on. Just one question." He still has jobs to do and he knows that once reporters ask one question, they will not stop until they're satisfied, which will take a very long time. I don't have that much time, not when I have a time limit. All Might coughs before he felt a taste of iron in his mouth. He wiped his mouth off and saw blood on his hand. He lands on the roof as steam comes out of his body and he shrinks down. In a minute it gets worse. As the steams disappear, the once bulky man is reduced to a skinny man with messy hair, Toshinori Yagi. He cursed as he wiped the blood off. I really need to find a successor. Should I hear Mirai out? Yagi mutters before he walks down the roof. As he walks down, the thought on the boy being a victim of a villain that he missed can't stop haunting his mind. In it, Yagi mutters in frustration while gripping his fists tightly. As he walks out of the building and on the street, he notices that crowds start to form on the street. He can't help but be curious about what's gathering all these crowds in one place, and he starts to see it for himself. He saw a blue tiny crack in the space, not on the ground, not on the wall, on the space itself. Wadash! He felt a sharp pain stab in his head as the cracks grew larger and larger before they shattered like glass and a huge blue hole with cracked edges appeared. Swirls could be seen at the center of the crack. Yagi felt chills running down his spine and he buffed up into All Might. "Everyone, get away from it!" All Might yells, catching everyone's attention. This backfires as all the civilians start to crowd All Might instead of listening to his words, much to his dismay. "Everyone!" All Might yelped as the crowd started to get touchy. He turns to see a bunch of creatures made out of rocks walking out of the crack. A warp quirk? He pales when the creature curls up and spins on the ground like a wheel before launching itself towards him and the crowd. All Might pushes the crowd gently before pinging his fist backward. Texas Smash. He punches the rock monster, destroys it, and launches the pieces toward the other monsters. It managed to stun them as All Might stood tall. They're not humans, no traces of blood or even human body underneath. Could it be that someone created them? All Might thought before noticing them throwing rocks at All Might. Carolina Smash. He pulls a cross chop as a double wind blade cuts the flying rocks into pieces as it fall to the ground harmlessly. "How dare you try to attack the civilians?" All Might then look back at the civilians. "Stay back, or you'll get hurt by them." They all complied, but not what All Might was hoping for. Instead of running away like rational people, they simply backed away enough to be barely safe from getting caught in the crossfire. All Might curses silently for the civilians' lack of danger awareness, but he has bigger things to worry about. Several rock golems start to roll toward All Might, who rushes toward them and punches them to the ground. He then pulls the fallen golem and uses it to bash another one like a baseball. He lets go of the golem he holds before punching it and launching it into another golem, destroying both. All Might hears the crowd cheering for him and decides to ignore it so he can focus on the crowd of golems starting to get bigger and bigger. When did they start to multiply? All Might's sweat drops before he hears a yell from above. He turns to see a young woman with a skin-tight cream, orange, and purple bodysuit perform a drop kick on a group of golems. All Might rushes towards the civilians and blocks the incoming wind pressure and shockwaves caused by the heroine. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wood groaning as several tendrils of wood started to hit more and more golems, destroying them. All Might-san. All Might turned to see a man with a wooden mask and dark blue bodysuit waving at him. Several wood tendrils come from his hands. "The backups are here." "Ah, thank you, Kamui Wood." All Might laugh before he smiles. And PP his fist. Detroit Smash. He punches and destroys a group of golems that somehow gets away from the young lady's dropkick. Where are these things come from? All Might turns to see a man dressed up like a street road punching a rock golem and destroying it. "I have no idea, Death Arms." A portal appears out of nowhere and golems start walking out of the portal. All Might said as he crushed a golem with his bare hand and dropped the pebbles. He saw golems washed away by a powerful stream of pressurized water, and turned around to see a man dressed like a firefighter and a pair of water hoses as his hand waved at All Might. All Might simply nodded before he felt another sharp pain in his head. He turns around and pales to see a bigger golem walk out of the portal. Each of its steps shakes the ground itself. All Might was sure that the golem was far bigger than the lady. He checks and sure enough, the young lady can barely reach his shoulder. "Hold it down." Kamui would send out tons and tons of tendrils to try and bind the giant golem. The golem roared as it broke the woods easily before the lady tried to launch the golem, only to hear a loud crack and her pained scream as she held her bloodied right arm. Death Arms tries to punch its leg, but it only causes his wrist to bend in a wrong way as blood sprouts out of his arms. Texas Smash. All Might try to hit the monster with a pressurized wind, but to his shock, it doesn't cause it to even flinch. He decided to try again by getting close as he reeled his arm backward. Detroit Smash. As he punches, a huge shockwave shatters the glasses of the building around the area and the golem staggered, but to everyone's horror, the golem catches itself and starts to stare at All Might, who falls slowly while staring at the golem in shock. As the golem tries to swing its arm, something unexpected happens. Out of nowhere, something hits the chest of the golem before a blue aura appears around the golem and is shattered. Then, a huge gaping hole appears on its chest. This shocked everyone before cheering as the golem fell to the ground with a loud thud. All Might never saw something like this. He knows someone else was responsible for this and tries to see who's the culprit that causes such huge damage on the enemy. He turns around but he can't see anyone who's responsible for this. There's too many people in the crowd and he can't find anything unusual in there. As he lands on the ground, the heroes start to cheer and act like a group of kohai admiring their senpais. All Might sheepishly tries to tell them to stop while wincing internally. He can't stop wondering who did it, especially when his quirk didn't do a thing. Notice, you leveled up. Notice, you leveled up. Ooh. I'm so glad that no one saw that. Izuku mutters as he stares at the crowd from a distance. To think a broken sword ad with power throw could cause that much damage, Izuku said in surprise. He pulls out his phone he saved in his inventory, the one his mother bought for him after the dungeon incident destroys his bag. He cringed at the time before he runs off. I have a feeling this will be in the news, Izuku mutters, hoping no one saw and recorded him. Unknowingly, he never got to see someone flying above him as powders started to fall into the ground, away from Izuku's. Guys! Look! All Might be heard from the crowd and wondered what they were talking about. He turns towards where the man is pointing and he looks surprised when the cracks start to disappear. All Might never felt so confused before as suddenly, some sort of powder fell into the ground. All Might was confused as suddenly, the crowd became silent. He was confused as everyone's eyes turned blank. Hey! All Might shake one of the heroes, Kamui Woods, who snaps out of his thoughts. Wadash! All Might, great job on handling the villains. All Might was visibly confused at how the hero acted. I don't think it's a mere villain attack, Kamui Wood. All Might said as Kamui Wood looks confused. What are you talking about? Didn't you apprehend a villain with a rock manipulation quirk? All Might looks more concerned. That wasn't exactly what happened. He grew even more concerned when the other heroes snapped out of their thoughts. What? Right? We just stopped the villain together. The young lady said excitedly. Ha! I'm so gonna be in the news, especially fighting with the villains. Ouch! She winced while holding her broken hands. That villain's quirk hard, we're lucky to have All Might with us to take him down. Death Arm said as the hero dressed like a firefighter nodded. What's going on? Why can't they remember anything? All Might never felt so confused, worried, and scared before. What did affect them to act like that? And why is he the only hero who remembers the incident correctly? Muzutafu Public Hospital. Muzutafu, Japan. The same nurse blinked in disbelief at the condition of Izuku's clothes as Izuku tiredly gave her a blank stare. May I ask what happens? I don't want to talk about it, Izuku mutters as he remembers what has happened earlier. He shivers in disgust. The nurse simply nodded with a sweat drop and let Izuku go back to his patient room. Galewind Agency. Muzutafu, Japan. A lone figure wearing a three-piece suit stood at the top of Galewind Agency's rooftop while watching the crowd of people, civilians, and heroes, affected by the powder snow they had just dropped onto them. BZ- did you manage to do it? A voice comes out of the figure's earpiece as they press a button on it. Yes, my skill hazy snow has taken effect on the civilians and heroes. The figure said before frowning at All Might, seemingly confused. But it seems that my skill didn't affect a single hero. Who is it? The voice asked. All Might. The figure replied as the voice went silent for a moment. There's nothing we can do. Leave him alone. The figure frowns deeper. Is it wise? Don't you think we should silence him? The figure asked with a sadistic gleam. Don't even try, Hale. The figure, fisted. Our job is to maintain the peace created by All Might. Silencing him will cause massive panic. And I even doubt you could even do it. That's you and your SLV's job, not mine. I simply did it because of the contract. And you're underestimating me. Hale said. You're overestimating yourself. The voice said sternly. That man didn't just create peace with his charisma and cheesy speech alone. His strength also helps keep villains at bay. Yeah, Hale said while gripping their fist. But what would you do if the man told the truth behind the incident? All might desire peace as much as we do. And he's smart enough not to cause massive panic by telling what happened. The voice said, "So, trust me when I said he'll remain silent." What about the media? Hale asked. I bet there's tons of people who record the whole thing on their phones or any cameras. I mean, that's how people these days are. And let's not forget the camera around the city. You know, there's nothing to worry about such things. Mastermind has it under control. Hale snorted. And you call me arrogant? That guy calls himself Mastermind when he's not that smart and super lucky with their skill jackpot. Hale said mockingly. He's at least smart enough not to try or suggest to silence All Might. Hale felt their vein was about to burst at the retort but remained silent. They didn't want to risk their contract by biting back. The amount of money lost isn't worth doing it. Retreat, Hale. Don't be rash. Yeah. The figure said before turning off the communications and grinning mockingly. Idiots, they want to create peace, yet they refuse to let these simpletons grow. Hale's eyes glowed blue. I figure out these dungeons help humans to learn how to survive, adapt, and evolve, yet they refuse, keeping them weak so they can control it. I wonder how the society will do if a bigger threat comes. And he's gone in a blink of an eye. If he bothers to look even closer, he would know another person is out of the skill range and remembers the whole thing. Muzutafu Private Hospital. Muzutafu, Japan. What? Izuku stops his jog as he looks at the headline of yesterday's incident. He stares at the screen in disbelief when he reads the title. Breaking news, All Might has done it again. He successfully captures a villain with an incredible earth manipulation quirk, creating chaos near Galewind Agency. Where's Airjet and their sidekicks when all of this happens? Okay, this doesn't make any senses. Izuku decided to check the social media to search the topics about Galewind incident. To his disbelief, the incident were similar to the news. Hell, they managed to create a very convincing video of villains rampaging in the middle of the town if it isn't for the fact that Izuku and another person saw the whole thing. Wow, to think they managed to cover the whole sheet up. I don't know whether to be impressed or scared, Izuku mutters before grabbing the towel from his pocket and wiping off his sweaty hair. But is it the right thing to keep it a secret? Because I think they should at least know so they can avoid it. As Izuku returns to the patient's room, he opens his windows and claims his rewards once more. He felt the rush of energy removing any fatigue in his body. He holds out the random loot box and opens it. His expression turned deadpan when he saw the loot. It's a pen. It's just a shitty gacha. Izuku yelled as he tossed the pen into the bed out of frustration. Izuku sighs before taking off his clothes because of the daily quest. Then out of nowhere, the nurse opened the door and froze. Because of the daily quests and the constant stat increases, Izuku has grown so much. He was 5 feet 4 inches when he first arrived at the hospital, and now, he's 5 feet 10 inches. He was a skinny boy, but now he can be mistaken for a professional swimmer. Izuku's face turns scarlet as he just unintentionally flashes in front of the nurse. And to make him panicked, blood comes out of the nurse's nose. "Eh, your nose is bleeding." Izuku panicked as his heroic instinct took over. "We gotta need to get you to see a doctor." Because Izuku was too close to the nurse, she had a detailed view of his matured body, and it made the situation worsen as blood came out of her nose full force, like a firefighter's water hose. Doctor. Haha. Izuku blankly stares at the space as his mother laughs while walking beside him. Why were you pfft? Inko tries and fails miserably to hold her laughter as Izuku simply groans and covers his face. Mom, please, Izuku groans as Inko calms down, still giggling a little. Honey, you got to admit that it's funny, Inko said as Izuku groans again. It's not when they lose a lot of blood. Izuku said, remembering how much blood coming out of that nurse and how pale she was. He was so worried that the doctor had to calm him down and told him that he'd be contacted if the nurse was okay. Trust me on this, Izuku. That nurse will be okay. Inko said, baffled Izuku. How can you be so sure, Mom? Izuku asked as Inko rolled her eyes. This isn't the only time such incidents happen, especially when a lot of heroes accidentally flash in front of public television. Mitsuki was once a victim. Izuku gaped. Mitsuki? Aunt Mitsuki? And in just a few seconds, they're all fine. Izuku didn't want to question the weirdness of this world, so he remains silent. They finally arrive at the apartment building and walks on the stairs. Inko unlocks the door with her key and opens it. Izuku notices several envelopes on the ground and picks it up. What's written on the envelope made Izuku's blood froze. Debt due, May 17th to XXX. Mom? Izuku mutters, getting Inko's attention. Inko saw Izuku and froze when she saw the envelope Izuku held. What's this? Inko's face fell before looking down. Mom, why did you not tell me? Izuku asked. You already have to deal with a villain's attack and you almost died and you just start getting happier. I don't want to worry you anymore, Inko said as Izuku stared at his mother in shock. Mom, just like I worried you by not saying a thing, you also worried me by not telling the truth. Inko flinched before looking away. I'm your son. I worried about my parents, about their burden. But you shouldn't, Inko said, catching Izuku off guard. It's not a child's job to worry about their parents. They should be focusing more on their future. Mom, what kind of son am I if I didn't care about my parents? I'm worried because I care. It's the reason why I never said anything about Bakugo. But I realize it only worries you more because when I'm sad you're also sad. I don't want that anymore. This made Inko burst into tears and hug Izuku while muttering, I'm sorry, over and over again. Let me help with this, Mom. It's time I pay your kindness back, Izuku mutters quietly as he returns the hug. Yakiniku Restaurant. Mizudafu, Japan. Yagi can be seen sitting on a table while drinking a glass of water. He can't stop thinking about what happened yesterday. The portal, the golems, the giant that wasn't affected by one of his smash, the person responsible for creating a huge hole on the giant, and that powder caused everyone to think it was a villain attack. It didn't help that this morning, he checked the news and saw the whole edited video. Yagi sighs, wishing he still has a stomach so he can at least drink some wine or beer. He then notices a familiar black-haired man arrives and sits in front of Yagi. Sorry, I got another case I have to deal with, Naomasa said while rubbing his head sheepishly. It's okay, old friend. Yagi smiled as Naomasa saw the table only consisted of a glass of water. You didn't order anything? Yagi sighs and shakes his head. You need to eat something. I know. I just have a lot in mind. Yagi said as he looked at the news talking about yesterday's incident. Naomasa saw the news and groaned. Oh right. It's that incident makes me lose some sleep. Naomasa grumbles. Why can't the villains at least give us a break instead of crazily attacking the city? It's not a villain attack. This comment causes Naomasa to freeze before looking at Yagi. I was there when it happened. And I can say it's no villain attack. What do you mean? Yagi looks at Naomasa before he decides to tell him everything that happened. Naomasa silently listens to the whole thing. To make it weirder, my punches did nothing. This causes Naomasa to widen his eyes. Then, someone I don't know kills the monster in one hit, creating a huge hole in its chest. After that happens, the portal is closed and some sort of powder hits everyone in the area, and they start thinking that a villain has just attacked, even the heroes. You think someone tries to hide it with a quirk? Naomasa asked as Yagi nodded. And I am somehow unaffected by it, Yagi said as Naomasa hummed. Is it because of your quirk? Yagi shrugged. I'm not sure. But if it does, I'm grateful. Yagi commented as Naomasa was deep in thought. Yagi saw the look of his friend's face. You want to investigate the truth, do you? Someone wants to hide such a massive incident from the public. It's a crime to spread false information. Naomasa said as he looked at Yagi. We might need help with this investigation. Perhaps I could help. This caused both men to turn to see a tall humanoid orca with a large scar on his left eye, wearing a white office uniform and red tie with his jacket hanging on his shoulder like a cape. Gang Orca? Yagi said in surprise as the figure, Gang Orca, raised his hand. It's been a while, All Might. Yagi tensed. You're not very good at hiding from people when transformed. I'm amazed at how everyone missed that. What are you doing so far away from your agency? Naomasa asked. I'm trying to investigate the sudden appearance of the gate. This caused both men to blink. It's what I and some other heroes called that giant portal where monsters popped out. What? The men utter in shock. Perhaps a formal introduction would suffice. Gang Orca said as he pulls out a business card and offers it to Naomasa. I'm the director of the secret organization in the underground, the Unnatural Event Investigation Squad. Use? Naomasa asked with a raised eyebrow as Gang Orca coughed. It's the only name we can at least agree on, we prefer simplicity. This caused the two men to sweat drop. Anyways, I'm here to investigate the gate, but it seems that you heroes managed to take care of it. And the cost is quite heavy, Gang Orca said as he looks at the news. What is your intention? Naomasa said as his eyes glowed blue. I want to find out the causes of gates. And find a way to permanently stop it. Gang Orca said as Naomasa's eyes turn green before it turns back to black. He looks at Yagi and nodded. I see Yagi mused. And I would like to find a certain someone. Gang Orca admits, getting them to blinked. A kid who's survived the gate and managed to not get influenced by the HPSC. HPSC? They're the ones responsible for this. Gang Orca nodded. And who's this kid? Izuku Midoriya. This causes both men to tense. We believe he might help us with this situation, especially when he plans to go to UA. Why him? Naomasa asked. People who survive the gate always end up unlocking the power that's beyond quirk. Gang Orca admits, causing both men to widen their eyes in shock. Have you noticed that none of the people here reacted to our conversation? What? Naomasa turns and sure enough, people ignore them. He notices the barrier around them and tries to touch it. I recommend you not to touch it. That's a barrier made out of controlled sound wave. I rather to not find out what happened to human when they made contact with it. Naomasa pulls his hand back as his eyes glowed blue. We call it magic. Each people awaken this through surviving dungeons, unlocking the energy we call mana. With it, we can do something more, like this sound dampening barrier for instance. Yagi looks at Naomasa, his eyes turn green, before looking back at Gang Orca. This is one hell of an info dump. Gang Orca chuckles softly. Oh, trust me, I have the same reaction. Gang Orca said. But why Midoriya? Naomasa asked. I believe he might be the one who can shake the entire world. As he said that, Gang Orca's eyes glowed bright gold. Well, this is gonna be a problem. Izuku scrolls down every available website he could think of that offers part-time jobs while wiping off the sweat on his head. It's been 2 days since he got discharged from the hospital and he has been busy. He continues to finish his daily quest every morning while even visiting Dagoba Beach to clean up the piles of mess. Izuku never bothers to think about the piles of trash because people rarely talk about it. It took him to look at it himself and knows how much of a mess it was. Izuku was disgusted at the people in society and himself. How did everyone think that this is okay to leave it alone? And why didn't he notice it sooner? So, he decided to clean up the mess, whether he did it himself or random strangers decided to help. But from his experiences, it is unlikely. He was also uncomfortable about his current situation. Because the system forcefully gave him a growth spurt, his mom decided that she would buy him new clothes. Izuku refuses and decides to wear Hisashi's old clothes, much to his dismay. He hates the man as much as he hates Bakugo. But if it's for his mom, he'll at least endure it until their finance becomes stable. Izuku also helps the neighbors with the odd jobs, and for some reason, they seem to welcome him more than usual and even pay money for every odd job he finishes. Izuku was conflicted between paying his mom's debt and the neighbor overpaid him, so he simply asked for less money from them. He wants to refuse, but they won't stop insisting that he should take it. It was a struggle between his current priorities and his kind heart. I need money to pay the debt, but there's no way I'll take advantage of anyone. Unlike those BSTers, Inko told him that the guy lets her borrow money from them to pay the hospital bills, using all the sweet words and fake sympathy to emotionally break her and make her desperate. To make it worse, it was all for naught as the HPSC has covered the hospital bills before Inko could even pay for it. Well, it's Mara and Hawks who did, not the HPSC. So, Inko lent the money for nothing. And to Izuku's frustration, when his mom tries to return the money, the man charges her 3 times the amount. And the contract Inko signed made it legal, so she has no choice but to agree. DMN that BS'd her. Izuku grits his teeth in frustration. They know that we can't pay the money at that such short amount of time, so we'll remain in debt and the interest rate. Izuku slams his fist on the table before he got a message on his phone. Foreshadow 0102. That's a lot of All Might limited edition merch you display on the online auction. Are you truly sure wanting to sell them? Izuku winced before sighing in annoyance. If the situation isn't desperate, he wouldn't even dare to sell it. But desperate time comes for desperate measures. Then again, he also thinks that the amount of All Might merch he has is just plain unhealthy. He never realizes how obsessed he is with All Might until Bakugo shatters his rose-tinted glasses. He wanted to be a hero because of All Might's kindness, but he never saw the unintentional effect his influences had on society. One of them is creating people like Bakugo, who thinks a hero is all about beating villains and winning. He still likes All Might and other heroes, just that he no longer views everything unrealistically. Small Might 09. Izuku cringed as he looked at his username. Yeah, his obsession is super unhealthy. What's? Izuku sells his All Might merch because he hates all tropes. Never heard of it. Foresight 0102. I'm buying all of them. Izuku blinked. He never expects there's someone else who's obsessed with All Might's merch like him and Bakugo. Small Might 09. You sure? It's a lot. Foresight 0102. Welp, money successfully earned. Osaka, Japan. Izuku grunts as he walks out of the train while carrying 5 large carton boxes. It took him quite a time just to get into the train station while carrying large boxes. I'm so glad that I invest my stats in balance or else I might be in trouble, Izuku grunts as he sidesteps away from an incoming person walking by. Izuku also notices a lot of people staring at Izuku weirdly, causing him to flush lightly. Gimme a break, people. Stop staring and mind your business. I have no means of transportation besides that crowded train. Izuku thought as he placed the boxes on a bench gently and looked at the location shared by the buyer. It was a few blocks away from the train station, something that put Izuku at ease. Come on, let's just get this pile of stuff to the buyer. Izuku lifts the box again and walks away. It took a few minutes, but Izuku arrived at the location. As he looks at the building, he gapes. Wait, is this even the right place? Izuku said as he lifts the box with one arm and opens his phone with another arm comically, causing everyone to gape at him. Yeah, this is correct, but why did the buyer ask Dash? Izuku widened his eyes before face-palming. Foresight 0102. Who are you? Izuku turns to see a man with dark green-yellow hair and yellow eyes wearing a gray 3-piece suit, a red tie, a pair of glasses, and leather shoes. Foresight 0102? The one who buys all the All Might merch? Izuku asked as the man raised his eyebrow. Izuku knows who the man is, as he's a famous person. Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick. I wasn't expecting Sir Night Eye to remain as an All Might fan, given that they split up and refused to talk about each other in an interview. Izuku sweat drops. You're Small Might 09? Izuku cringed as his cheeks turned light pink. I tried to change the name but with 0 success. Izuku's face turned brighter red as Sir Night Eye snorted. Come on, we'll continue in my agency. Izuku nodded as they both entered the building. Izuku can't help but be a bit excited to see 2 sidekicks he is familiar with, a blue-haired and skinned girl named Bubble Girl, and a human with a centipede head named Centipider. Sir Night Eye lets Izuku enter the office and Izuku can't help but sweat drop. He expects a professional office room, not an All Might-themed office. He gently placed down the boxes as Sir Night Eye started to check the items. I'm surprised at how well maintained they are. Sir Night Eye said, impressed at the items. Yeah, I never had the ball to ruin it, given how much obsessed I was back then. Izuku said sheepishly. You're no longer a fan of All Might? Sir Night Eye asked. I'm still a fan, just not as obsessed as my early days. Izuku said before frowning. And I no longer see him in rose-tinted glasses. May I ask what you mean by that? Sir Night Eye was on edge at Izuku's answers. All Might did a lot of good things, but it's a double-edged sword. People only see All Might for his feats and strengths, which creates people who believe strong quirks are everything. Izuku said as Sir Night Eye frowned. Don't you think it's a bit much? Sir Night Eye said, those sound a bit harsh. All Might has done a lot of good. You're right that he did. But I can't fully agree with you, Sir Night Eye. You see, I was quirkless. I was one such victim in a society filled with people who think quirks are everything. You can try to investigate Aldra if you like to know more. Izuku replied as Sir Night Eye widened his eyes in shock before his face softened. I see, Sir said before looking at all the merchandise. This might take a while. Izuku chuckles sheepishly while rubbing his head. Later. This much money, Izuku mutters as he looks at the suitcase full of yens. It wasn't enough to pay the whole debt, but now he just needs less than half the amount to fully pay the debt. You keep them in good condition, with zero scratches or dents and little to no dust. I have to pay as much as how much you put effort to maintain their quality. Night Eye said as Izuku gapes. I am thanks. Izuku said as Night Eye nodded. May I ask, what do you plan to do next? Izuku rubs his chin. Well, a lot of things. But my final goal is something I've been dreaming of since I was a kid, a hero. Izuku admits. I still have a few personal things I have to do, but my end goal is always the same. Then I wish you luck, Small Might. Izuku blushes as he groans. Please just call me Izuku or Midoriya. Izuku begged as Sir gave him an amused smile. Nope. Izuku deadpanned before they shook hands and left. If Izuku stayed for a while, he would see Sir Night Eye collapse into the ground while holding his head in pain. Sir Night Eye never saw something like this. He's in a room filled with nothing but eternal darkness. Suddenly, a pair of purple orbs appear, causing Sir Night Eye to turn pale and snap out of his vision, panting heavily as his eyes keep flickering between purple and yellow. As this happens, he utters one word. A monarch. Izuku continues to walk on the street, frowning as he places the suitcase into his inventory. He needs to find a way to earn more money. That debt collector is crazily irrational, but with that legal contract, he can't do much. As he walks, he notices a guy posting a poster on the wall before walking away. As the guy passes him, his enhanced senses allow him to see a tattoo on his neck, a red lizard with a sliced tail. Izuku frowns before looking at the poster. Required. A guy with enough raw power to clear an abandoned building. Contact. XXXXXXXXXXX. Meet. XXXX. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Chiba Prefecture. Payment amount. 1.5 million yen. Time. April 19th to XXX. Izuku frowns at how suspicious the poster is. Anyone who saw this is either desperate, a scam, or they found a jackpot that allow them to get so much money to the point that 1.5 million yen is not much for them. Izuku wanted to call out that farce, but that mark on the figure's shoulder made Izuku wary. He doesn't know why, but something bad will happen if he didn't come tomorrow. And the amount of money is tempting since it'll be enough to pay off the debt. I'ma regret this, Izuku mutters before typing down the number and contacted the number. Hello. Chiba, Japan. Ah. A boy with black hair falls to the ground as two figures laugh at him. And you think you have a chance to go to UA? You're so weak that I feel sorry for you. The boy remains silent as the two figures walk away while continuing to laugh mockingly. The boy frustratedly grits his teeth before punching the wall with his skin turns jagged, cracking the wall upon impact. The boy sighs before walking away, holding a familiar poster. Hang in there, buddy. Your big brother will save you. The boy mutters before pulling another paper from his pocket, a bill for medical treatment. I promise, so hang in there, buddy. Train station. Izuku grunts as he squeezes himself between the crowd of people, trying and failing to get away from the crowd. Why there's so many people here? Izuku asked in disbelief. It was supposed to be Saturday when most people didn't go to work, yet the train remained as full as usual. After a few minutes have passed, Izuku finally manages to get out of the crowd and sighs internally before he checks the map again, But it seems that the map is a bit inaccurate since the location mark keeps flickering on and off. I start to hate my past self, Izuku mutters in annoyance before opening his stats window. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, 27. Job, Title, Monster Hunter. HP, 3285. MP, 514. Strength, 38. Agility, 38. Health, 39. Sense, 38. Intelligence, 41. Available stat points, 12. Passives 4. Active 6. So glad that I finished my daily quest before getting here, Izuku mutters before he decides to get all his stats too. Still got 5 stats left. I'll go for this, maybe this. No, I need to think this through. I think this will be nice. Strength, 41. Agility, 42. Health, 40. Sense, 40. Intelligence, 43. Yeah, gotta need to increase more of my level. Izuku mutters before closing his status window. He can't help but start to remember his conversation with his mom yesterday. Flashback begins. Honey, where did you get this much money? Inko asked as she was baffled at how much money there was in the suitcase. Izuku felt a bit nervous, didn't know how to tell her without causing any incidents. This ends up making Inko narrow her eyes. You didn't do anything illegal, right? Inko said as Izuku shook his head and waved his hand. No. I simply sold away most of my All Might merch. Izuku replied as Inko stared blankly at Izuku. Izuku knows what is about to happen and groans before pulling out an umbrella. Suddenly, a powerful stream of water shot towards Izuku's umbrella. Izuku was shocked at how much power it carried as even with his enhanced strength, the water managed to send him flying. My baby has to sold his stuff to help me. I'm a terrible mother. Please stop. Wah! The apartment will be flooded. Flashback ended. Izuku's sweat drops before shaking the thoughts off his head. Suddenly, he felt someone bumps into him and was surprised as the guy fell into the ground with a loud groan. Did I crash into a concrete wall? The guy mutters before looking at Izuku, causing his eyes to widen in shock before getting up and bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going. It's okay, Izuku sweat drops, thinking this scene is super familiar. I wasn't paying attention either. I'm so sorry. Izuku waves it off before noticing the familiar poster. You're going to that place as well? Izuku said while pointing at the poster. The boy flinched before giving Izuku a confused look. As well? The boy asked as Izuku pulled out the poster he had taken yesterday. I was going there as well. What a coincidence. Izuku said as the guy nodded. The guy simply nodded. It's a personal matter. Same here. No need to talk about it if you don't want to. The boy nodded in gratitude. Thanks. I'm Izuku Kirishima. The guy, Izuku, introduced himself. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced back. This is the first time I'm in Chiba, so I was a bit lost. The maps weren't exactly helping. Oh, I know where's the location. I can help to take you there. Izuku said as Izuku stared at him before smiling back. That will be appreciated. They start to walk together as Izuku leads the path. So, Sir Dash. Izuku choked before coughing as Izuku looked confused. Sir? Please just call me Midoriya. I'm only 14. Izuku widens his eyes in shock. Wait, seriously? But you look much older. Izuku rubs his cheeks sheepishly. Growth spurts. My mom said that I got it from my dad. Izuku was hesitant to call the man his dad, which Izuku noticed it. Oh, Izuku mutters sheepishly. Sorry for thinking you're older. Am I look that old? Izuku knows he looks much older thanks to the system trying to forcefully make his body more mature enough to handle all of the power, but hearing others saying it made him self-conscious. Especially when his mom says that he'll look like his old man. Izuku winced at how self-conscious Izuku sounded when he asked the question and remained silent. Why are you being quiet? Izuku starts to speed walking as Izuku also keeps up the speed. Why aren't you answering? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't need apologies. I need an answer. Later. Are you two Deku and Riot? A tall and bulky man with a shaved head asked with a confused look. Izuku side-eyed Ijiro as said boy sweated nervously. Yeah, I'm Deku. Izuku internally cringed. He rather not use the name, but given how uncreative he is with names, cough small mic cough, he just wings it. It doesn't mean he tolerates the name, no. And I'm Riot. Ijiro nervously replies as the man looks at Ijiro. Ijiro really try not to curls himself up. The name he came up with was an improvised alias he came up with before he contacted the man through the phone, which isn't the most creative one since it was simply the shortened name of favorite hero, Crimson Riot. He constantly mentally cries for forgiveness to the hero while trying not to make himself suspicious. You sure you want to join? This job isn't for kids. The man implies while looking at Ijiro. Izuku's vein throbbed from the man's words. Deku here looks very fit for the job. Are you still sure you want to take it? Calm down, Izuku. This will be a good advantage for remaining anonymous. Izuku thought, calming him down. But dash. Izuku held Ijiro's shoulder and squeezed with a bit of his strength. Trust me, sir. I can vouch for him. He's a great partner of mine. Izuku said with a fake smile, causing the man to get nervous. He simply nods and walks away. Whoa, look at that guy. He looks intimidating. I think we hit a jackpot. I wonder what powers he has. Izuku notices this. Powers, not a quirk. This specific word made Izuku even more suspicious. People this day always refer to their powers as quirk. For some fanatics, they call it meta abilities or in some psychopaths' cases, a disease. So, hearing people say power instead of those three is weird. You seem dash. Izuku heard Ijiro and squeezed his shoulder harder as Ijiro yelped in pain. Shut it. Those people are suspicious as F dash. If I had to deal with suspicious people mistaking my age, then I'll gladly endure it. Izuku said as Ijiro winced at the pain on his shoulder. Gosh, what kind of strength quirk do you even have? My quirk was rendered ineffective. Ijiro mutters as Izuku stares at Ijiro in surprise. I don't even use my quirk. This struck a chord. This guy rendered his quirk useless without any quirk, just a squeeze on his shoulder? The inner part of Ijiro, his insecurity slowly envelopes his heart. Izuku noticed Ijiro's lack of reply after those words and saw his despondent expression. Izuku winced, knowing that it struck his ego, but he didn't know how to deal with this kind of problem. He has zero skills in socializing and he thinks he'll F it up when he says something. If you're wondering, I work out a lot. People can destroy rocks or metal if they work hard enough. So, I suggest don't be too reliant on your quirk when you could grow more powerful. Izuku said as he awkwardly pats Ijiro, who gave Izuku a confused but grateful look before looking away. Both boys stood awkwardly next to each other as Izuku looked at the crowd. It seems they're all in their mid-30s, wearing equipment and outfits straight out of a fantasy world. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on all of his senses as he saw the familiar lizard tattoo on each of them. Izuku widens his eyes when his senses pick up a familiar feeling seeping through their body and into the air around them. Izuku can't sense the same feeling from Ijiro, so he's just a random kid who got caught by them. He then narrows his eyes, starting to get a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the same man approaches them and gives them a contract and a pen. Contract? Izuku thought while reading it. He narrows his eyes at the contract, noticing the seemingly small letter that is impossible to see unless you have a quirk that enhances your sense of vision. I accept that I will not blame anyone for any injuries I took. I accept the reward money to be split evenly. Izuku narrows his eyes as he looks around and analyzes more about his situation. His eyes glowed green and he thought one familiar command in his head. Observe. Izuku's eyes widen at what he saw before he silently looks back at the contract. He takes a peek at Ijiro and he has given the contract to others. Izuku sighed as he gave the contract to the others. Alright, come on. Let's get into it. The man from earlier said as they all cheered and entered the building. Izuku's suspicions grew as they walked deep into the building. When they reach a huge room, Izuku's eyes widen in horror. In front of them is a gate, a stable gate similar to the dungeon he enters in the alley near Galewind's agency. What? Ijiro mutters in awe. Come on boys. We're gonna get rich with this. Izuku just realized just how problematic the whole situation has become. The money, the specific words on the contract, the vagueness, the gears. He and Ijiro unintentionally joined an illegal dungeon raid. Abandoned building dungeon gate. Chiba, Japan. How? Izuku thought nervously as he grips his fist tightly. I thought HPSC hid these from the public. How did they manage to find one? Did they miss one while patrolling? Izuku then remembers the feeling ooze from every member of the group, and the words come from the HPSC member, Mara. You see, not many people were able to survive when they entered the gate. But when they did, the gate gave them some sort of reward. The people who went through an awakening somehow unlock a power that's beyond quirk. For some unknown reasons, people awakened some sort of powers within them after surviving a dungeon. But the weird thing is, every awakened human always awakens their skills when they're on the brink of death. So, besides Kirishima, every people here are awakeners, like me. Izuku thought. The mana leaks from them indicate they have quite a good amount of mana in them. If I rank them like how I mostly play games, they have 9 low-level mana and 3 medium-level ones. Izuku looks at Kirishima, who looks nervous and awed at the scene of the gate. He can't help but feel bad about Kirishima for getting tricked by these people. Hey, Izuku whispers, getting Kirishima's attention. Don't let your guard down. They're too fishy. Don't you think you overreacting? Kirishima whispers back. You got dragged into an unknown territory. And not to mention, those people have enough manpower to do it themselves. Don't you think it's weird for them to hire more? Izuku whispers back, trying to get some sense into Kirishima's head. I think they're just being cautious. Izuku can't blame him for thinking like that. Everyone will be cautious to deal with the unknown, even the stupidest people out there. Just be careful, Izuku said as Kirishima simply nodded before they all entered the gate. Muzutafu Police Department. Muzutafu, Japan. This is getting more and more complicated, Naomasa mutters as he puts down the signed paperwork on the table and sighs. He can't stop thinking about the day he and Tashinori meet Gang Orca. It has been the biggest, my life is a lie, moment in his life. He has never been able to see the police department in the same way as before, especially after learning a lot of things from Gang Orca. He sometimes wishes that he never had his quirk and remains ignorant of the real world. Flashback begins few days ago. Yakiniku Restaurant. Muzutafu, Japan. What do you mean shake the entire world? Naomasa said as he narrowed his eyes. I assure you he won't be against humanity. He has a very strong desire to be a hero. I believe he'll be participating in UA's entrance exam in 10 months. Gang Orca said while rubbing his head. This made both men at ease, but still wary about the information. Let's sit down first so we can talk properly. Gang Orca said as they complied and sat together. Now talk, Naomasa said as Gang Orca chuckled. Impatient, are you? Naomasa simply stares at him with an unimpressed look. You can say that this child has obtained powers beyond even the awakened. Even beyond the awakened? Just how strong is he? Yagi asked in dread. Very, but he requires time and hard work to grow. And like I said, he's not our enemy. Or rather, we don't want to make him our enemy. Gang Orca comments. Just how dangerous he is that you refuse to make an enemy out of him? Naomasa comment. I think you both should stop that process of thoughts. I know how much you two were affected by a man with so much power and an unending hunger. This caused both men to tense. Did the hero know something? But when I said that he's not a threat to humanity, you can assure that I speak the truth. How can you be so sure? Naomasa asked as Gang Orca sighed. With my own life. This causes both men to look at him in shock. So, if I'm wrong, you can sentence me to death. Why do you trust him so much? Yagi asked as Gang Orca was silent for a moment before giving them a sad smile. My former comrade. That's all I can answer. This made the men even more confused, and unnoticed by them, Gang Orca's eyes had a hint of golden light in them and a single tear escaped his left eye. Anyways, let me give more brief details about the gates. I see, Yagi says with hesitation. And also, I would like if you keep the details of the entire thing secret, including the dungeon break. Gang Orca says, making both men widen their eyes. What, why? Yagi asks in protest. The citizens need to know. Yes, that is true, but HPSC will do anything to keep it silent. Gang Orca explains. HPSC will unable to do anything about you, but Naomesa is a completely different matter. In just a day, your friend will be framed as the man who provides false information to number one hero. They wouldn't do that, do they? Yagi mutters. Trust me, they will. All to keep the entire thing secret. Flashback ended. I wish everything was just my drunk self hallucinating, Naomesa mutters as he rubs his forehead in annoyance. He pulls out the folder given by Gang Orca and looks into it. He was surprised at how much trust Gang Orca gave to them despite they had suspected him of having a hidden motive. There's so much information given here, Naomesa mutters before seeing the members of IS. He can't help but sweat drop at the fact that the group approved such an acronym. Before he could fully look into the details, he heard a nun ram the door. Come in. Naomesa puts away the file as the door opens. It reveals to be a man with long black messy hair, bags under his eyes, an unshaven beard, and an "I'm so done" expression, wearing a black long-sleeved shirt and trousers with a bandage-like scarf around his neck. Naomesa squint in disgust. You should clean yourself up, Eraserhead. You smell terrible. I will, but I decided to visit here on my way home. The man, Eraserhead, said as Naomesa sighed. Are you still tracking down that group? Naomesa asked as Eraserhead nodded. You know why I'm looking for them, Eraserhead said as Naomesa sighed. Aizawa, we haven't seen any sign of Lizard Tail since you took down the whole operations, Naomesa said. And I said what I saw, they've escaped. There were 1,300 members back then, and we only managed to catch 981 of them. Aizawa said. There's no sign of bodies there. Their tracks disappear at the center of the room like someone uses a warp quirk. But there's no member there has warp quirk, Naomesa mutters before he is deep in thought. You know something? Aizawa asked as Naomesa looked back at him before shaking. Nothing, I just find it weird. Naomesa said as Aizawa was too tired to notice the detective's eyes glow red and nodded. I hope you could help me track them down. There's no way they're all dead. Aizawa said before leaving the room. As he leaves, Naomesa's face turns worried and starts to read the files again. There's a very low chance to survive the gate. But if anyone manages to survive while on the brink of death, they will go through an awakening, unlocking their magic. This is too bizarre, but I can't rule out the possibilities, Naomesa mutters before he pulls out the business card and contacts the phone number written on it. Dungeon. Chiba, Japan. Frisch. Die, you vile beast! The man yells before, slicing down a goblin holding an axe with a sword, while another shoots down a goblin tossing a rock with a blue orb, creating a huge hole on its head. Ha! This is so easy! Another man said before shooting down a goblin trying to jump on his allies. Izuku and Kirishima stood there, blinking owlishly at the group pulling out a genocide on the poor group of goblins. The duo stare at each other. Do they even need our help in the first place? Idra asked as Izuku shrugged. I rather not ask, Izuku said before silently kicking a pebble at a group of goblins, creating a hole in their head, and killing them. He hears a screech behind him before reaching his hand out and catches a goblin trying to sneak on Kirishima. Like I said, be careful. Right. Kirishima nodded shakily before looking down in sadness. Izuku becomes more worried about him as he snaps the goblin's neck. This is so awkward. Izuku grabs another pebble and flicks it, killing a goblin with a large hole in its head. Notice, you leveled up. This is such an inefficient way to level up, Izuku deadpanned as the group finally finished slaughtering the poor monsters. So much for leveling up. Alright guys. Time for a break. Everyone cheered as Izuku walked away. Payment. Get some rest as well. I didn't get a chance to do anything back there. I'll watch the area so no monster will ambush us. Izuku said as the man looked surprised before nodding. Okay. You know, you should join our team. You seem to know what you're doing. The same man commented. Thanks for the offer. I'll think about it. Izuku said as Kirishima looked back and forth before joining Izuku. I'll go with him, Kirishima said as the man nodded. As the boy turns around and follows Izuku, he doesn't notice the dark aura coming from the group. Izuku leans on the wall of the cave while using his enhanced senses to its full potential. He can see goblins walking from more than 20 feet away, his ears catch the sound of goblins cackling maniacally, and his nose smells a stench of goblins' body odor. The last one causes Izuku to squint his face in disgust, covering his nose to stop himself from smelling those terrible smells again. Kirishima saw this and he couldn't help but start to sniff the air, before looking at Izuku with a confused look. Why are you covering your nose? I don't smell anything terrible. Izuku looks at Kirishima in confusion before he remembers that he's the only one here with an enhanced sense. I got sensitive senses, caught a goblin stench. And let me tell you, it doesn't smell good. Izuku said as Kirishima winced. Oof, that's esigus, Kirishima said as Izuku chuckled. Oh, you have no idea. I still remember how terrible it was when I passed through a beach near my home that got turned into a junkyard. It feels like a million needles stab my nose at the same time. Izuku cringes as he remembers the day he passed by Dagoba Beach after getting discharged. Another reason why he decided to clean it up. Just imagining it horrifies me, Kirishima said with a shudder as Izuku barked in laughter. Yeah. It's bad enough to imagine it, it's even worse to experience it firsthand. Izuku said as Kirishima chuckled before his expression turned crestfallen. You okay, buddy? I'm a bit jealous of you guys, you know? Izuku was taken aback by Kirishima's words. Now, that's a first. You guys are so confident and strong, even with powerful quirks at a booth. And look at me, a silly kid with a weak but quirk trying to be a hero. Don't downplay yourself like that. Izuku hates it. He hates when people look down on themselves just because they have a weak quirk. He can't help but feel like they were mocking the quirkless, despite knowing that it isn't. Izuku knows he's not the only guy who experiences such discrimination for something he can't control, but at the same time, Izuku thinks they should be grateful to even have a quirk in the first place. He can't help but think of a certain trio who has a weak quirk but leeches on the strong because they didn't feel satisfied with what they got and wanted more, acting like they're strong to hide their insecurity. Then again, I can't fully blame them, especially when your quirk is just extending fingers or pulling eyeballs out of their socket. But they have zero rights to put down those with no powers. Izuku thought. Sorry, I can't help it, Kirishima sheepishly apologizes. I think you should stay out of the rest of the raid, Izuku said, causing Kirishima to widen his eyes in shock. This place is dangerous. Trust me on that, I once entered such places. At the final section of the dungeon, there will be a powerful monster that not even heroes that have years of experience could handle alone. I know that because All Might somehow didn't cause any dent in that golem. If my speculations are correct, some monsters might have been immune to quirks, but not magic. Kirishima might have bit more than he can chew. Izuku thought before he heard someone talking. They're finished. As Izuku walks away, he stops when Kirishima grabs his shirt tightly. Izuku turned, but he was surprised when he saw Kirishima's expression. Back then he only displayed insecurities and nervousness, but now, it's become desperation. Please, I need to do this. Izuku didn't know why, but he felt unnerved by his expression. He can't help but feel familiar before he realizes why. He saw it multiple times, but he always ignored it in favor of something else. It's like Bakugu's eyes, full of desperation. He never understood why Bakugu was so desperate, but it made him unreasonable to the point that trying to convince him would only lead to more desperation. Izuku stood there for a while before he sighed. Do what you want. Just remain cautious. He'd rather not deal with another situation similar to Bakugu's, so he just let it be. He knows if he stops him, it'll only make him grow desperate and do something stupid. He has dealt with those for 10 years and he did nothing but intensify that emotion. He'd rather not deal with it again. Later. The group continues to kill more and more dungeon monsters as they all casually talk and laugh, acting like it's no big deal. Izuku frowns at the group's carelessness. This place isn't a game, and one mistake could lead them to death. No respawn, no try again button, only death. This made it clear as they start to panic when a giant bat starts to fly towards them and caught them off guard. Kirishima panicked and hugs Izuku's arm in fear as Izuku stood there with an "I'm so done" expression. He was about to reveal his secret before the similar guy who he didn't bother to remember comes in and slices the bat in half. "You okay, man?" Izuku raised his eyebrow at the friendly attitude, but he simply nodded. He saw the man grin, but he knew that it was not genuine. It feels like a guy who is happy to gain someone's trust, not a guy who is glad that their ally is safe. "Okay, everyone. Remain vigilant. This isn't a game." Izuku deadpanned at the man. He couldn't warn those muscleheads earlier? Did this guy even care? As the man walks away, Izuku tries so hard not to react when the man looks at his back with a hint of malice. Izuku was confused until he noticed that the man wasn't looking at both of them, he just staring at Kirishima. They've outed him. Kirishima hasn't done anything to show he's useful to them and dash. Izuku held himself from flinching as he saw the others do the same thing to Kirishima. "I didn't want to do this, but dash. Is something wrong, gentlemen?" Izuku asked as they all flinched and internally panicked. Izuku pretends to look at his back. "Is there an enemy behind?" "Oh no. We're simply being cautious," the same man exclaimed as Izuku looked at him before giving a fake cheerful smile. "Oh, I see. Thanks for looking out for us," Izuku said cheerfully while he was gagging mentally. "We're very new at this, so we might have been careless. So, again, thanks." Kirishima stares at Izuku in pure confusion while the group looks surprised before giving a smile at Izuku. "Geez, can't you make any more obvious?" Izuku mentally rolled his eyes at their expressions. "Alright kids. We're here," the man said as they stopped. In front of them is the mouth of the cave, decorated with a pair of torches hanging on each side of the mouth. Izuku didn't know if they could feel it, but there was a sinister energy emitting from inside the cave. It made him feel uneasy. They all enter the cave and Izuku squints his nose in disgust as the pungent smell of decaying corpses can be smelled in every direction. Izuku covers his nose in disgust as they continue to walk. As they arrived at the end of the cave, everyone, including Izuku and Kirishima, gasped. In front of them is a pile of treasures, gold, diamonds, colorful gems, even weapons, and so much more. "Alright folks. We just hit a massive jackpot." They all cheer as Izuku and Kirishima stare at the whole area in disbelief. From their reactions, they didn't seem to expect this. But, given how many things there are in here, I think they didn't care to pay that much money too. Kirishima suddenly raises his hand, getting everyone's attention. "Excuse me, but I want to ask," Kirishima said, causing Izuku to widen his eyes in shock. "This wasn't mentioned either in the contract or the poster, but how are we going to split the loots?" "It. I forgot to warn him not to speak out of line." Izuku turns and slightly sweats as the face of every member of the group darkens. Then they show their fake smiles to all of us. "Of course. We all will split up the loots evenly." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "But we all need to do something first." The man smiles before pointing behind Izuku. Izuku turns to see a huge hobgoblin wearing a crown, a shoulder pad, and a leather skirt sitting on a wooden throne while asleep. Next to it is a giant black lance stabs on the ground next to it. All dungeons like this always have a boss we need to beat before anything. But this might be a special case, the man said as everyone nodded while Izuku frowned mentally. "Since the dungeon will be closed if we beat the monster, we might need to transport all of these safely first before we can do anything against the hobgoblin. Thankfully, it seems that it's asleep, so this might be our best chance. Hey, Takeshi, did you bring the equipment?" Izuku's senses started to go overdrive as he saw the man called Takeshi grin sheepishly. "Sorry boss. I didn't expect a huge load of treasures to be found in the dungeon. I thought it'd be a normal cleaning up." Izuku didn't like this so much. "I might have left it in our truck." "Idiot, didn't I tell you not to leave important things in the car in case of emergency?" the man asked. "This is gonna make our cleanup longer than usual." I'm sorry, boss. Takashi apologized. Hey kids. I hope you don't mind to hooard this place for a while. We're going back to bring our equipment. The boss said as Kirishima was alarmed. Wait, are you truly asking us to stay here ourselves alone with that monster? Kirishima asks as the man waves it off. It'll be fine. As long as you don't wake it up, you're gonna be okay. Kirishima remains hesitant. Trust me, you'll be okay. Izuku gripped his fists tightly as they all left them. Izuku took a deep breath before glaring at the retreating men. Took them long enough to reveal their true colors, Izuku said, confusing Kirishima. What? Kirishima asked. Did you think those people with enough power to clear this dungeon would ask for more help? No, Kirishima. Izuku said as his eyes glowed green. We're merely Lizard's tail, a mere bait. With the group, I feel bad for that guy, staying with that walking for most of the time, Takashi said with a laugh. Yeah, he looks strong, but then again, he didn't exactly do much as he keeps babysitting that coward. The others laugh. He is a good addition, but sadly, it seems that he's very loyal to his partner. The boss said before looking at Takashi with a malicious grin. Block the entrance. Takashi replicates his boss grin before summoning a light orb. Goblin Cave, abandoned building. Chiba, Japan. Kirishima looks horrified as Izuku turns around to see the hobgoblin who was asleep is now awake. It growls before noticing Izuku and Kirishima. It then starts to roar as Izuku impassively stares at the monster while Kirishima collapses to the ground in fear. Observe. Izuku mutters before the familiar screen appears in front of his eyes, but when he looks at it he can't help but frown. Observation failed. Great, of all times I need it, Izuku mutters before he summons inventory and pulls Bamang out. Kirishima saw this and gaped. In his point of view, Izuku pulls the giant sword out of thin air. What? Kirishima mutters in shock and awe. Izuku turns to face him and simply grins. You've been wondering what my quirk is. I'll tell you, this ain't a quirk. It's something more. Izuku said as he can't help but let himself be a bit cocky. Izuku turns back toward the hobgoblin and both the monster and player stare at each other. The hobgoblin roars as dark miasma comes out of it and spreads around the room. Izuku was surprised as he covered his face before he felt his body start to get a bit heavy and a familiar screen appeared in front of his eyes. Notice, you have been inflicted by debuff pressure of a false king. Your stats are lowered by 15%. Sheet, Izuku mutters in annoyance. He can feel his body get heavier and his senses grow dull. The hobgoblin then charges at him with a surprising speed with its lance coming down on him. Both of them swing their swords, clashing upon impact as mana bursts from said impact and starts to cause collateral damage to the environment. Diamin, its attack are very heavy. Is this because of his higher stats or because of my debuff? Izuku thought as he applied more strength to knock the sword away from him. Izuku winced when the fatigue meter immediately reached 10 from that swing. So it's both. Good to know. Izuku sidesteps when the monster goes for a down slash before Izuku uses Fireball and lets the sword absorb the element to coat its blade. Izuku swung his sword upwards and created a huge gash on the monster's chest. Notice, burn successfully applied. Could observe. Izuku said as a green screen popped up before he frowned again. Observe failed. Right? Lower stats, Izuku mutters before he jumps back when the hobgoblin chooses to stab the ground with its lance. Izuku was a bit scared when the ground shattered upon impact and he was shocked when the boss ditched the lance and started to grab the rocks flying around it. It then starts to toss the rocks like a madman. Izuku uses Balmug to destroy every one of the rocks while he turns to Kirishima. He saw Kirishima activates his quirk and causes his skin to harden. Each rock's shattered upon impact and Kirishima is barely hurt, causing Izuku to sigh in relief. He turns around and he widens his eyes when the boss grabs his head, lifts him up and slams him into the ground. Notice, you receive damage. Minus 921 HP. Izuku coughed up some blood as he saw the notices. One thing in his mind is how much damage he receives just from getting caught off guard and slamming into the ground. Izuku saw an incoming foot and blocked it, only for the monster to send him flying and into the other side of the wall. Midoriya! Kirishima shouted in shock and horror as Izuku was sent flying and crashed into a wall. He looked back and saw the hobgoblin slowly approaching Izuku while dragging its lance. No, 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 Kirishima tries to move but his legs are frozen out of fear. He tries and tries but he can't move no matter what. Yes, I was frightened when I fought a villain, knowing that it could end with my death. But there's something I fear more, the look on someone's face as they die. That's far worse. It's the fear of looking at those faces again that drives me. It's not about having confidence or not knowing fear. I'm a hero and that's why I protect people. Once I've decided that in my heart, then it's something I'd die for. Just living a life with no regrets. That's what chivalry means to me. Kirishima stops himself as he takes a few deep breaths, remembering those inspiring words from his idol, the hero Crimson Riot. He curses himself for forgetting those words his idol has said. He grits his teeth as he gets up and grabs a piece of rock before throwing it on the boss' head, getting its attention. Hey, jackass! Kirishima shouts as he activates his quirk. The boss turned around and glared at Kirishima, who flinched in fear before shaking his head and raising both of his arms. Notice, you receive damage. Minus 817 HP. Tenacity LVL1, activated. Erg. Izuku groans in pain as he looks at his HP has dropped more than half. He grimaces at this situation and grabs his sword before he sees something that haunts him for the rest of his life. The boss held his lance up with a victory grin, but that wasn't what made Izuku horrified. It's something on the sword, or rather someone. Kirishima, with his quirk fully activated, got stabbed through his gut with no difficulties. His blood dropped into the hobgoblin's mouth as the monster drank it like it was a fine wine. You bastard! Izuku roars as he mentally activates Observe one more time, and he receives a screen. False Emperor Hobgoblin. The literal definition of, fake it till you make it. This hobgoblin is no king or emperor. It's a lazy slob who forces the goblins to steal all the treasures from all over the kingdom and takes it all for itself. Its lazy attitude made most of its muscles weak, causing it to be unable to cause severe damage, hence it uses its weapon to do its job. Izuku immediately charges and slices off the boss' arm, causing it to scream in pain as Izuku gently grabs Kirishima and pulls out the lance on his stomach. Panic takes over him. Sheet, 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 Izuku mutters in fear as Kirishima coughs more blood. You're gonna be okay, you're gonna be okay. I'm sorry, Kirishima mutters weakly. Don't apologize, save your strength. Izuku said in worry as his mind ran in 100 miles per hour, thinking what can he do? I should have listened but my little brother, Kirishima mutters weakly as Izuku stares at him in shock. I need the money to pay for his medical fee. Just save your strength. Izuku then looked back at his status window and saw the shop option was now available. He presses it and sees the item he needs. Item, Red Potion. Restores the user's health upon usage. Cost, 100 gold. Balance, 960. Izuku didn't hesitate to buy it and the vial appeared in his hand. Izuku looks at Kirishima who chuckles weakly, blood won't stop coming out of his mouth. Please tell my little brother I'm sorry, Kirishima said as he closes his eyes. Tell it yourself because you're not gonna die on me, Izuku said as he opened the vial and poured it into Kirishima's mouth. Izuku puts down Kirishima and waits for a moment. Worry takes over him. He lets out a sigh of relief when the vial works and Kirishima's wounds start to close. Izuku puts his finger on Kirishima's neck and he lets out another sigh of relief when he senses a pulse. Then suddenly a shadow covers the area and Izuku turns before he realizes that he forgets the boss monster, grabs Kirishima, and dodges from a lance swing. Izuku puts down Kirishima on the ground gently and resummons Balmug into his hand, igniting it with fire as his eyes glowed green. I made a mistake for being cocky. I thought I could handle this with no issues and forgot that an innocent guy was in danger but no more status recovery. A green aura took over his body as he felt his injuries recover and the fatigue meter turned. This made the boss reel in shock, not expecting the opponent to know how to heal. Dash. Izuku mutters before taking a stance. Critical strike. The boss didn't get a chance to do anything as it saw his remaining arm fly off his body. Izuku grits his teeth and tightens his grip on his sword while his other hand grabs the lance. But before he could do anything, the boss shot an orb of darkness from its mouth. Izuku ducks from the attack and slices off its leg, causing the boss to fall to the ground face first. The boss starts to panic as it tries and fails to crawl away from Izuku. Izuku coldly stares at the pathetic monster squirming like a worm and walks towards it before cutting off its leg, removing its only limbs available. "Don't you dare try to run, you BSC," Izuku said as he stabs the head and the gut of the monster with both weapons. "Burn Beach." Izuku roars as powerful flames coming out of Balmug consume the monster. It tries to flail but is unable to do so as it slowly disintegrates into ashes. Izuku pulls out his sword away, looking down at the pile of ashes. "Notice, you leveled up. Notice, you leveled up. Notice." Izuku watches the screen blankly before putting away both of the weapons, feeling hollow about the victory. He looks at the glow on the ground and picks it up. Item, Goblin Tribe's earrings. Increases agility by 4 and increases MP by 20. Sets, 1-3. Item, Goblin Tribe's necklace. Increases intelligence by 2 and reduces MP costs of all skills by 3. Sets, 2-3. Item, Goblin Tribe's bracelets. Increases strength and health by 3. Sets, 3-3. Sets complete, Goblin Chief. Set, 3-3, increases all stats by 2. Izuku didn't bother to look for details as he went to check Kirishima. Izuku sighs as Kirishima remains fine but worried when he sees the boy remains unconscious. Debuff, pressure of False King removed. Izuku's enhanced senses return to normal and he felt the mana flow around Kirishima. Izuku widens his eyes upon discovering it. This is, before he could finish the sentence, he heard a loud boom and turned to see the smoke coming out of the exit. "You think they're dead yet?" Izuku felt his rage start to escape from his chest. He almost forgot about those sick bastards who left them to die by that monster. He will not forgive them. "Chiba, Japan. You've survived," the man said in surprise as Izuku stared at him with a blank expression. Izuku got up and faced him. "To think you're capable of killing the boss all alone," the man said before looking at Izuku's back, noticing Kirishima's unconscious and bloodied body. "And it seems that you did what's necessary, dispose of the weak." If the man wasn't focused on monologuing or the group laughed at their boss words, they would see Izuku's vein pop out of his face, ready to explode. Izuku calms himself down and decides that he is going to squeeze every information he can get from them. "Who are you guys?" Izuku asked in a serious tone. "It's very much clear that you all aren't just a normal group. You're too organized, you seem to know what you're doing." Izuku can't help but laugh mentally at how easy it was, given their expressions brighten up as he talks. "We are the group called the Lizard's Tail. We are a weapon and drag dealer who ruled over the underground several years ago." Izuku mentally scoffed. To think that their arrogance knows no bounds, believe that they rule the underground when a boogeyman with an ability to steal quirks existed. "I heard about you guys. You seem to sell so many triggers, a quirk-enhancing drag in the underground that you attract too much attention," Izuku said as he narrowed his eyes. "It was to the point Eraserhead had to raid you all. This causes every member of the Lizard Tails to bristle in anger as Izuku smirks internally. He has hit right where it hurts." "That's true," the boss said monotonously. "How did you all escape?" Izuku asked as the man sighed. "You see, this dungeon isn't just a normal dungeon." Izuku raised his eyebrow at this. "This is the dungeon that appeared 3 years ago back when we first escaped Aizawa." Izuku narrows his eyes. "Well, not the same dungeon. A perfect replica. It's like someone copy-pasted the program of a game and changed it a bit to make it look different." The man added, "It still has a few things that remind us of what we went through here for a week. You all desperately try to escape only to get into something worse, the dungeon." Izuku now realizes how they were all awakened. But that doesn't explain anything. The HPSC knows the existence of the dungeons and they must have tried to check that dungeon. "Oh, they did?" Izuku hid his surprise when he heard that. The dungeon break happens, and the HPSC manages to take care of it with their puppet, Hawks. We were captured by their agents, but it was at that moment we unlocked our power. We broke free. Izuku remains silent. We choose to hide in the shadow, try to gather all the powers we once had back then, and with all the treasures in here, I can bring back our empire. The man said with a large crazed grin. I want you to join me, Deku. You're a perfect new candidate for us. Izuku remains silent before he looks at them with glowing green eyes. Inventory. Everyone's eyes widen when all the treasures around them start to glitch out of existence. They start to panic as the leader stares at Izuku in a frozen shock. What? The man mutters. I'll probably leave you BSTRDS alone if you decided to keep the end of our deal, but you decided to target my friend here. Izuku said as he extends his hand, pulling out a huge lance made out of black iron and gold decoration. Name, Black Crusader. 35. A beautiful black blade forged for the noblest king of the era as a proof of strength and virtue of the noble family. It has the beauty that attracts everyone with greed, and it was stolen by the goblins in the past. The blade is made out of the meteor falls into the kingdom long time ago, which was believed to be a gift to humanity by the gods. Effects. Allows the user to ignore 30% of the enemy's durability and increases critical chance by 20%. Condition, strength 50 or above. A weapon? The boss mutters in shock. Wait, that lance, it belongs to the boss. You can loot the boss besides their mana cores. Izuku didn't know what they meant by that, but he didn't care right now. Then, a notification appears in front of his view and his eyes widen. Mission, kill all the members of Lizard Tails. Progress, 012. If failed, your heart will stop beating. The system wants me to kill people, Izuku thought as he gripped the lance. I intend to scare them off or merely beat them up. Why do you need to appear and give me such a mission? Am I gonna die if I fail? What do you mean? They will kill me or you will? Progress, 012. Hey boss. Let's not do anything. I'll try to convince him. Takeshi decided to take things in his hand as he approached Izuku, wrapping his hand around Izuku's arm. Come on, don't be stingy. This is for the benefit of our group. How about this? We'll pay for your friend's medical bills and what we promised? They didn't care if Kirishima died, they didn't know if he's even alive, they mocking him just for being weak. How are there exist people as cruel as Bakugo? Izuku thought as he finally snapped. How can people be this cruel? Memories of his life flash before his eyes. Bakugo's cruel treatment, the teacher's neglect, the dismissal of the heroes, and the blatant bigotry from the police. Izuku slowly starts to remember how each of those people treated him and how he ignored it. It's always been this cruel, I just refuse to see it, Izuku thought in realization. Thank you, Izuku mutters as the man grins. See, no need dash. Takeshi froze as he felt something pierced his gut and blood started coming out of his mouth. Thank you for making my choice easier, Izuku mutters as his face is shadowed by his hair, his eyes glowed menacingly. Izuku looks up and stares at them coldly. You should know the moment you choose to sacrifice us as bait, you should have seen this coming. Progress, 112. Get him. Izuku rushes towards them with the combinations of rush, mana blade and critical strike in one go, causing 3 of the members to miss their upper bodies as blood explodes and starts falling like rain. The lower body fell to the ground as their intestines, kidneys, and other things were exposed. Pieces of brains and some eyeballs can be seen falling to the ground with a splat. Progress, 412. Notice, you leveled up. What? Izuku swings his lance to his side to get rid of the blood from the lance before staring at the boss. Ignore the guilt, Izuku thought as people started to rush at him. He merely moved his lance, stabbing one of them before slamming another with the corpse. Izuku grips his lance and brutally stabs the guy into the ground. Before pulling it out, some of the intestines get pulled out of the hole. Progress, 612. No, the boss mutters as the others starts shooting chunks of earth at Izuku. Izuku merely swings his lance and shatters the rock in a mere impact. Izuku's enhanced strength from his stats made it like a mere child's play. Fireball. Izuku extends his hand as a fireball appears on his arm and launches into the man like a missile. Upon impact, the man explodes in flame as he screams in agony, trying to get rid of the flames. Another guy summons water from his palms and tries to extinguish the flame. Fireball. The man receives the same fate as he also rolls on the ground in pain and panic. Their screams of terror slowly died out as Izuku approaches the rest of the group. Progress. 812. Notice, you leveled up. Skill. Fireball, leveled up. WW8. The boss said as Izuku stops. Why are you doing this? We offer you a place on our group. I don't have the energy to deal with you idiots, Izuku said before he moved his head away from an incoming arrow and ducked to dodge a lightning bolt. Then the boss roared and tried to bash Izuku with his mallet. Clang. The boss' eyes widen as Izuku casually grabs the weapon and crushes it with his bare hand before he follows it up with a backhand, sending the man flying. Before the archer and the lightning mage could react, Izuku grabbed the mage's head and slammed him into the ground before he stored Black Crusader. Then he followed up by pulling out Ball Mug and stabbing the man in his chest. Blood explodes from the man's body as Izuku activates Fireball, causing the blade to ignite and burn the man. The rest could hear the choked scream filled with pain and agony. Skill. Fireball, leveled up. Progress. 912. They stare at the scene with silent horror as Izuku approaches them. He heard a footstep and a scream from the back. DMNUBSTRD. Izuku turns and summons Black Crusader once more to use it to stab the man right in his mouth. Izuku swings the lance with the corpse remains on the tip, sending it flying. Progress. 1012. Get back. The archer cries as he shoots several arrows, but Izuku merely deflects them with the lance and throws it into the archer with power throw and critical strike, causing the upper part of the archer to disappear as blood splashes onto the boss face. Progress. 1112. Skill. Critical strike, leveled up. D-minute. The leader of the group hastily gets up and tries to pull the lance off the ground, but to his shock and horror, the lance won't budge. What dash? Izuku grabs the man's hand and clenches it tightly, causing the man to scream in pain. Izuku reels back his fist and slams it right on the man's face, sending him flying. The man crashes into the ground and screams in pain before he notices something's off. His arm is missing, blood continues to pour out of the wound. Ironic, isn't it? Izuku said, getting the man's attention. I heard you always left your subordinates to distract and misled every authority figure, then gain new members to replace the one you abandoned. Like a lizard's tail. Izuku coldly stares at the man. Well, replace this. The man was unable to say a word as his head got knocked off his neck with the detached arm, sending it flying and falling to the ground next to other corpses. Progress. 1212. Notice, you leveled up. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Rewards obtained. Izuku looks at the pile of corpses before he drops the detached arm and starts emptying his stomach. Izuku pants as he breathes heavily and his body starts shaking. What is that? How did I casually did that remain conscious and refuse to stop? Izuku thought as he started to puke again. God, I kill them, but why am I not feeling guilty? Why? Izuku looked around the surroundings and saw Kirishima remain unconscious. Izuku shakily walks towards Kirishima and picks him up as he carries the unconscious boy out of the dungeon. Abandoned building. Chiba, Japan. Izuku blankly walks out of the dungeon gate with Kirishima carried on his back as the gate starts to fizzle away. Izuku sighed tiredly before he turned and saw a familiar humanoid orca standing in front of him. Izuku froze before he looked to see the orca staring at Izuku. It's confusing since the man didn't look at him with disgust, just fondness and nostalgia. Izuku Midoriya, you are one hard kid to find. Izuku tensed as the man spoke. Gang orca, Izuku mutters as the man stares at him before pulling out a phone and calls someone. Izuku tensed up and prepares to summon his weapon. Chiba Medical Center? An emergency at XXXX. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Please, send an ambulance here. Thank you. Izuku never felt so confused in his life as he watched one of the heroes he admires once call his name and call the ambulance. Gang Orca hung up the call before looking back at Izuku. While we wait, how about we talk, child? We have much to discuss. Izuku was hesitant, but he could feel that Gang Orca wasn't a threat, so he simply nodded. Abandoned building. Chiba, Japan. Use. Izuku mutters as he reads the business card. That's an interesting acronym. We prefer simplicity, Gang Orca said with a sigh. He was tired of how people kept pointing it out. There's a lot of acronym choices. Like GATE, Group of Advanced and Talented Enforcers. No wait, that's atrocious and sounds too arrogant. How about TAILS, Team of Advanced Individuals - wait no. That's also bad and I have no idea how to fill the I, L, and S. How about SHIELDS? Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Izuku mutters as Gang Orca sweat drops. Let's not think too much about it. The man said as Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He then looks at Kirishima being brought into the ambulance with a stretcher. Will he be okay? Izuku asked as Gang Orca's face softened. Yes, whatever you did to him heals the majority of his wounds. He will have that scar on his stomach, but most of his wounds are recovered. He might need some blood transfusion, he loses a lot of blood. Izuku sighs as he places his hand on his head. I should have been more careful, Izuku mutters. You did a lot of things you shouldn't do, kid. You know how suspicious it is for someone who offers a lot of money just for clearing, yet instead of contacting the authority, you decided to join. Gang Orca scolded as Izuku looked down silently and didn't refute his statement. You saw an innocent person got mixed in this trouble, yet instead of doing anything, you merely warned him. Izuku shakily tightens his fist. And you killed those bastards. I don't say they didn't deserve it, but you now have blood on your hand. Izuku tried not to flinch at the accusation but failed. I know you killed them. The blood may be mixed with whatever monster's in there, but I can still smell human blood. Izuku looks down on his hand, his eyes now focused on the blood stains, and he starts to hallucinate a pile of corpses lying around the street. Izuku's eyes widen as he starts to breathe heavily. Izuku's eyes widen in fear as cold sweat starts to fall from his head. Kid. Izuku flinched and turned around to see Gang Orca. Breathe. Izuku turned and saw him gripping Gang Orca's wrist very tightly. He lets go hastily as he shakily breathes. Are you gonna arrest me? Izuku asked, and before Gang Orca replied, Izuku continued. Because if you do so I won't resist. I would if you're not an awakener. This made Izuku turn around and look at Gang Orca in disbelief. Why? I did all of those bad things? Izuku asked. The world isn't black and white, young Midoriya. Gang Orca said. Even if you give them to the authority, they will also sentence them to death, but in a much worse situation. Every day, they will think of how they are doomed and there's nothing they could do, slowly breaking mentally and spiritually. This made Izuku wince before looking down. I'm not trying to justify what you did, but I want you to know the world isn't as simple as killing is bad and saving is good. Gang Orca said as Izuku nodded slightly. I know. Izuku remembers Bakugo, a douchebag who was obsessed with winning, wanting to be a hero, and heroes who choose to ignore people in need. I meet some people that disappointed me till no end. Gang Orca places his scaly hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku at first flinched, but he loosened up after knowing it was safe. Izuku's eyes start to tear up and he continues to weep silently as he is overwhelmed by the whole situation, while Gang Orca could only look at Izuku in sympathy. After a minute, Izuku finally calms down before looking at Gang Orca. I'm sorry, Izuku mutters as Gang Orca pets Izuku's head. No need. I did the same thing when I first took a life. Gang Orca said. Izuku was a bit surprised but remembers what he said and he thinks it does make sense. Does it get easier? Izuku asked. No, but it's a good thing. Gang Orca said, confusing Izuku. If you remain uneasy to take a life, it shows that you're no cold-hearted killer. I am more scared of how I don't feel a thing when killing those people, Izuku said. It's the same thing. If you self-aware and feel guilty, it shows you still have your humanity. I will never say it gets easier, because that's just a bold fat lie. People say this to get rid of the guilt, but it's not something you can get rid of with a mere, it gets easier. That's just a lie people tell others and themselves, and it's cruel. Gang Orca said as Izuku looked at him before nodding. I see, Izuku mutters. People will always live with their guilts and regrets, but instead of pushing and shoving it away, accept it, so you won't have to repeat those mistakes. Gang Orca said as Izuku nodded. Thanks, sir, Izuku said as Gang Orca nodded. Do you still remember that day? Images of a figure in white knight armor lying on a pool of blood and a hand with a blood-coated weapon play in Gang Orca's mind. He shakes off his thought before nodding at Izuku's question. I still do, and I regret it every single day, Gang Orca said with a sad tone. Izuku didn't know, but he couldn't help to feel sad towards him. But the strange thing is, instead of a normal sympathy, it's a sadness towards an old friend. Wait, what? Before Izuku could question it, a roar suddenly heard from the ambulance. Izuku and Gang Orca got up as they both rushed towards the source of the roar. They froze when a red-maned, humanoid lion with a pair of red eyes thrashed around as the medics got back from him. Izuku tensed, but when he saw a large scar on the lion's stomach, Izuku froze before realizing who it was. Kirishima? Izuku mutters in disbelief. Gang Orca saw and heard it before frowning. To think he would be awakened at a time like this and lose control. Gang Orca said before a golden light appeared from him and he extended his hand. Ruler's authority. As he said this, Kirishima suddenly got crushed by a golden light as cracks appeared underneath the ground. Izuku gapes in disbelief at the display of power before he snaps out of his thoughts. Sir, don't kill him. Izuku said as Gang Orca grunts. That's the plan, kid. Gang Orca said as he pointed down using his index finger, causing Kirishima's head to bash into the ground with such force it knocked Kirishima out. The light around Gang Orca disappears as he walks toward the doctor. Change of plans, boys. We're going to HQ. Izuku was surprised when all the doctors changed their demeanor and nodded seriously before pulling the transformed Kirishima into the ambulance. He then realizes who they are. You brought your sidekicks to disguises as doctors? Izuku asked in disbelief. It's a gate-related problem, of course I would bring them with me. Gang Orca said with an amused smile. Izuku could only stare at him with a deadpan expression. You do this every time you're on the field, do you? Gang Orca looks away as Izuku snorts. It's kind of refreshing to see how human the heroes are, given how society worships them like gods, and Izuku didn't mind it. I'll probably do the same thing if I become a pro hero. Izuku jokes as Gang Orca snorts. I can see that. Izuku's eyes twitch, but he just stays silent because it's not worth it. Not because of what he did to Kirishima, no, not at all. I never got to ask, kid. Why did you even join the clearing in the first place? Izuku rubs his head nervously before he tells what happened. Getting hospitalized, his mom scared the life out of his condition. A man caused her to be desperate enough to lend money and demanded to pay 3 times the amount. Hang on, Gang Orca grabs his phone out and Izuku can see a vein popping out of the man's face. He has no sympathy for them because he would do something much worse towards them. Later. Midoriya apartment. Muzutafu, Japan. Izuku can be seen in front of his apartment with a piece of paper in his hand. Izuku opened the door and saw his mom waiting in the living room. I'm back. Izuku said as Inko turned and gasped to see Izuku's clothes covered in blood. What happened? Inko asked as Izuku sheepishly rubbed his head. I fall on a pile of junkyards. Someone stupid enough to place a bag filled with pig blood in there. Inko deadpanned as she looked at the ripped clothes. I also wasn't careful with the sharp objects, thankfully I'm unharmed. Izuku hates to lie to his mom, but given how massive the situation he got into, he wants his mom to not get involved in this situation. Please be careful, Inko said softly as Izuku nodded. Now, go clean yourself up. Before that, Izuku gives the paper to Inko, who looks confused and rolls it open. She widened her eyes and gasped before looking at Izuku with teary eyes. Izuku merely grins as Inko pulls him into a big hug. The paper is a contract with a huge letter paid stamped on it. 2 days later. HQ. Japan. Ugh. Kirishima wakes up to see Izuku sitting next to him. He widens his eyes as he got up before a tiny hand stops him. Nichan, don't move. You just woke up. Kirishima froze before he turns around and saw a young boy with spiky red hair and black eyes, around 5 years old, holding his hand with a frown. Kei Kusuk. Ijuru mutters shakily before he pulls the boy into a tight hug. Nii. Let go. You know I don't like hugs. Kirishima didn't care as he laughs while sobbing and hugging the boy. He turns to see Izuku. How? Izuku grins before someone enters the room. Ijuru's eyes widen when they saw Gang Orca enters the patient room. How are you, child? Gang Orca asked as Ijuru nodded dumbly before giving Izuku a disbelief stare. After knowing what we did and why, he decided to take things into his own hand. Izuku said as Ijuru's eyes widened before looking at Gang Orca in fear. I'm not gonna arrest you, child. You got caught in the trap made by the notorious criminal group, Lizard's Tail. Gang Orca said as Ijuru's eyes widened further. Thankfully, young Midoriya has dealt with it. Ijuru looks at Izuku. I kill them all, Izuku admits, surprising Ijuru and even Gang Orca. It's not the prettiest thing, and I rather not lie to you. I still owe you a lot. You use your own life to give me a chance, so, Izuku looks at Kusuk before looking back at him. He pulls out a bank book with a bank card in it and puts it on the table. I sold most of the gold and put the money in a bank account, especially after hearing what you two have gone through. Izuku said before he turned around. Both parents died in a villain attack, taking care of yourself and your little brother, losing houses. It's clear that you need it more, so I give it to you. I should take my leave now. As Izuku walks away, Ijuru grabs Izuku's wrist. Wait. Izuku turns to see Ijuru. Why are you leaving? I thought you didn't want to associate with a murderer, Izuku mutters as Ijuru pulls him into a hug, surprising the guy. How can you say that when you did so much for me? Ijuru said as Izuku's eyes widened. I'm sorry for you to end up having no choice but to kill. Izuku winced as Kirishima's words hit home. Then, he felt someone hug his leg and turned to see that Kusuk was the culprit. Thank you for helping me and Ni-san. Izuku can't help but tear up before returning the hug. It was gone for a few minutes before they let go and Gang Orca cleared his throat, getting their attention. I'm glad you guys could clear things up. Gang Orca said in amusement, causing the older ones to blush while Kusuk simply smiled brightly. Thanks for the help as well, Mr. Orca, Kusuk said as Gang Orca chuckled. No problem, kid. Now, on to the matters I would like to talk about. Gang Orca said while looking at both boys. Are you two interested in being my interns? Huh? Both boys said in shock. I would like you two to join the organization. We're looking for any signs of gates, which is what we call the giant portal you all enter. Gang Orca as both boys nodded. You two manage to enter the gate and survive, which leads to gaining a power we call magic through a process called awakening. I don't get it. Both Kirishima siblings said as Izuku snorted, trying to hold his laughter. Look at your back. Ijuru turns and saw a lion's tail sticking out of his butt, causing him to panic. What? Izuku snorts as Ijuru hold the tail in panic. Now Izuku manages to take a closer look. There's a hint of gold circling Ijuru's iris, and a hint of red on the root of his hair. It's like Ijuru is naturally redhead and he paints his hair black, and there's a tuft of hair growing on his cheeks, like a lion's mane. This is what happens when you survive the dungeon while barely alive. Ijuru choked before he held the stomach, remembering the lance stabbed into his gut. When that happens, a human unintentionally taps into its mana and tries to absorb the surrounding mana flowing in the dungeon, using it to heal themselves. Usually, it requires someone with strong willpower and the desire to not die. Izuku remembers when he desperately clawed the blade stuck on his guts as another statue tries to kill him. But what does it have to do with your invitation? Ijuru asked. Tell me, what do you know about gates before I told you about it? Ijuru shakes his head but Izuku's eyes widen. No one besides those who experience it knows about the gates. Izuku mutters. Is this group plans to clear the gates before any innocent people enters and get killed? Yes. Gang Orca nodded as Izuku widened his eyes. Finally understand. And since you two knows about it, we might need your help. You see, besides clearing the dungeons, we want to investigate the source. You believe someone is responsible for creating the gate? Izuku asked as Gang Orca nodded. Fine, count me in. Midoriya? Izuku asked in shock. I want my mom to live a peaceful life and innocent people not to get killed because random BS. Did you think creating a portal full of monster in random places is funny? Izuku said with a gritted teeth. If there's a way to stop this madness, I will find it. I'll join as well. Izuku said with determined expression as Gang Orca grins. But now boys, welcome to Gang Orca exclaimed as Izuku tries not to snort. Use. Please don't ask. Izuku couldn't hold it anymore as he burst out laughing. A day before Izuku fully recovered. Abandoned building. Chiba, Japan. Aizawa can be seen investigating an empty building with a frown. He looked down at the ground and saw signs of blood on the ground. He narrows his eyes, thinking about the current condition. Not long ago, Aizawa has heard rumors flying around in the underground, mentioning Lizard's tail. Of course, the moment he heard that, he pulled the BE and started to interrogate them, with a healthy dose of encouragement, via hanging them upside down above several stories building. When the man started talking, Aizawa couldn't believe what they had just said. It's something that not even Aizawa could have predicted. He even made sure to interrogate other men who gave him the same reply. Lizard's tail has been hiding underground for a long time, ever since the raid on their base, and they said they have somehow gained a quirk evolution, ruling the small part of the underground in a matter of days. They somehow gained tons of rare materials and sold them at high prices. It explains why over the years, the crime rates rose slightly. They grow too bold after managing to get powerful weapons from the black market. Aizawa thought in disdain, annoyed at how a group of scums could rise in power under his nose after he severely crippled the group. But I'm more worried about the second rumor. The second rumor that spreads like wildfire is that the lizard's tail got massacred by a monster. Aizawa would have scoffed at the idea if not for one of his quotes, "Quirks are bullshit." Aizawa always believed in logical thinking, but the existence of quirks always made him question what was logical and what was not. He didn't even fully understand the science behind his quirk. Aizawa concludes that whoever kills the lizard's tail must be a guy with a mutant or transformation quirk but is unable to get a clear view on their appearance. But the termed monster could be used for something else. He looks around before noticing something. He wears a glove and picks it up. It looks like a piece of flesh, but he doesn't know who it belongs to. He puts it in a plastic evidence bag, before grabbing a bundle of paper for the blood sample and placing it on a biohazard bag. There's not much evidence, but I suppose I have no right to be picky, Aizawa muses before he notices a footprint made out of blood. Whoever is responsible for this, they sure are sloppy. Aizawa takes a picture of the footprint before he walks out with all the evidence he can find. He gave the evidence to the police before he went back for more investigation. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Aizawa thought as he walked around the building, noticing an unsuspecting car near the building. He would have dismissed it, thinking it belonged to the neighbor. But for some reason, the car looks too suspicious. He decided to take a peek and sure enough, he found there were weapons inside the car. There are also suspicious-looking boxes inside the car. Aizawa frowns before he calls one of the police. Try to investigate this car, we might find more clues in it. The police looks a bit hesitant before noticing the items in it and agrees. I'll take my leave now, there are more villains to capture. Aizawa left without waiting for the police to reply. Muzutafu, Japan. Yagi mused as he walked on the street while holding a business card. He thought he knew a lot of things in life, but apparently he merely scratched the surface of the world. A mysterious phenomenon where a portal appears out of nowhere and whoever enters will go to a place full of monsters and said monsters will appear if they didn't conquer the area? That sounds like something straight out of video games. But what he saw that night is enough proof that all of that is real. Then, there's the fact that HPSC is involved in this matter. Yagi didn't know much about HPSC, but he knew they had a hidden agenda despite all of the things they did for society. Yagi feels something off whenever HPSC is involved, especially with one of the heroes, Hawks. Whenever he was near the young man, he felt something tingling in his spine and keeps him on edge. It's like the man was preparing to kill him whenever he made a wrong move, like an assassin stalking their target. It unnerved him to no end. And how could he forget what Gang Orca told him and Naomasa that day? A secret organization full of people knowing the secrets, including a few pro-heroes. The files Gang Orca gave to them provide information, but at the same time, it also keeps a few things from them. He also remembers the offer made by Gang Orca. I want you two to join us, to figure out who's behind this madness, and we can't let HPSC continue to sweep all of it under the rug. Your publicity and your investigation skills will be a huge help to us. Yagi can't help but be disappointed by Gang Orca. He wants him to use his publicity? No matter how selfless their goal is, it's still wrong to use him like that. But on the other hand, he can't help but think about the civilians. From what he and Naomasa saw in the file, HPSC had done all of these for years now. He wonders, how many families have not found out the truth? How many villains got wrongly accused of something like this? Never in his life had he felt so conflicted. He was always sure of his choices. He was sure to be Japan's symbol of peace to reassure the civilians. He was sure he'd fight the world's greatest villain alone without help. He was sure that he would continue to be a hero despite his injuries. He was sure to cut ties with Sir Night Eye for breaking his trust by using his quirk on him, despite he told him not to do so. But now, he is unsure. On one hand, Gang Orca admits that he's asking for all might because he needs his publicity. On the other hand, the civilians will remain oblivious to the world and the danger it brings. I need some advice, Yagi mutters before chuckling. Look at me, I'm a 54-year-old man, yet I still need advice from the elderly. Yagi pulls out his phone and starts to scroll through his contact lists. He paused when he looked at the contact he was looking for. He bit his lips as he started shaking like a leaf. He felt his legs losing their strength to stand up, cold sweats dropping from his head, and his skin turned pale. He gulps before he presses the call button and places his phone on his right ear. Master? I need dash. Tashinori, you fool. Yagi did not squeal like a girl. Muzutafu Police Department. Muzutafu, Japan. Sigh great, more paperwork, Naomasa mutters while holding a bunch of papers. Seriously, how does a detective like me have to deal with so much paperwork? It doesn't make any sense. Naomasa grabs his cup of coffee and drinks the whole thing in one gulp, leaving no traces of black liquid. He then rubs his forehead in annoyance while dealing with all the paperwork. This is bullshit. Naomasa angrily tosses the papers into the wall. He sighs before looking at the business card given to him. Naomasa didn't want to admit it, but he hated his job as a detective in the police department. Out of all the people in the department, only he and Sansa did their job seriously. He always saw the police didn't bother to do their jobs seriously, thinking what's the point of them doing it when the heroes deal with all of it? Naomasa wanted to scream at them so badly. Did they think this is a comic book world? Where heroes simply catch the bad guys, police drag the bad guys to jail, and done. Reality is more disappointing than those idiots expect. They have to deal with casualty reports, collateral damages, the investigations, keeping civilians from getting too close to dangers, and paperwork. Naomasa shudders at this one. There's so much work that those idiots pretend it didn't exist. He also couldn't forget what the files say about the police department, especially the one involving the gates. Ah, sorry, Naomasa. Said man snaps out of his thoughts before looking at a fat man in a police uniform. He didn't remember who this man was, but he didn't like the look that the man gave to him. I was hoping that you could help me out with this section of the work. I'll tell the chief to increase your monthly salary, so don't dash. No. Naomasa was done. He gets up and walks towards the man before politely pushing the man back and slams the door. He sighs tiredly before his mind starts to remember who that fat man was and groans. He'll get fired for this. Naomasa's apartment. I wait, Japan. Wow, you look like hell. Naomasa sighs when he hears the familiar voice as he walks out of the bathroom. His detective outfits are now replaced with casual shirts and shorts. Works. He was too tired to give a proper reply as the voice scoffed. Didn't I tell you to just quit? I know those BSTRDS will work you to the bones due to how earnest you are towards your job. And with how popular heroes are, it's only a matter of time. The voice said as Naomasa sighed before putting a towel on his head. I know, Naomasa replies before grabbing a frozen pizza, putting it in the microwave as he turns it on. He usually cooks food for himself, but he's just too tired today. I know dash. Wait, did you just agree? The female voice asked in disbelief. Who are you and what have you done with my brother? Just because I agree doesn't mean I'm an imposter. Naomasa deadpans as he looks at the young woman with long black hair and a pair of black eyes, wearing a loose shirt and shorts typing something on her laptop. You always dismiss me for calling out how the police will take advantage of you. Naomasa sighs. Yeah, and I'm sorry for that, Naomasa mutters as Makoto's expression turns worried. Did something happen, Masanai? Makoto asked in worry. How do you feel if your life is full of lies? Naomasa asked as Makoto was caught off guard by his question. Well, I simply investigate the truth. Makoto said before looking at Naomasa. Did something happen? A lot. Naomasa sighs before pulling out the pizza from the microwave and bringing it to the table next to his sister. Want to talk about it? Makoto asks before grabbing one of the slices and eating it. Naomasa sighed before he did the same. HPSC is hiding something from the society. Makoto choked when she heard this and Naomasa tried but failed to hide his amused smile. You did this on purpose, did you? Naomasa shrugs. No, but it's something I would love to see again. It's not every day I get to surprise my rebellious little sister. Makoto grumbles before eating her slice of pizza. So, what did the HPSC even hide? Makoto asked. Remember the Gale Wind Agency incident? That whole thing is a lie fabricated by HPSC itself, even the whole video of heroes defeating the villain. Naomasa said as Makoto's eyes widened in shock. How are you so sure? Makoto asked. My friend was there, he saw the whole thing. Naomasa said as Makoto frowns. And you trust him? Makoto asked. He told his biggest secret, of course I would. Naomasa said as Makoto sighs. So, let's say what he said is true dash. He is. I rather have a proof instead of a witness. What did he even tell you? Naomasa sighs and start to repeat what Yagi has told him. Did he consumes any drags? Naomasa deadpants at his sister. I would think so if he's not my friend and the strange events occurring around Japan similar to that several years ago. This piqued Makoto's interest. Remember all the strange attacks on civilians I tried to investigate but the chief decided to close the investigations without finding the real culprit? Yeah. Makoto replies in confusion. Then, the case with Midoriya Izuku? Naomasa asked. You mean the quirkless boy who got brutalized by a villain and somehow remain intact? Yeah, it's been a hot topic, saying he unlocks his quirk after almost die, and whatnot. Makoto said. All of them are actually from an incident similar to my friend's. Naomasa admits as Makoto looks at him like he grew a second head before saw his serious look. You're serious? Makoto asked as Naomasa nods. Very. Suddenly, Naomasa receives a message. He opens his phone and saw Aizawa sent him a private file. What's that? Dunno. Naomasa mutters before he opens the file and looks disturbed by what Aizawa has sent. He sent a message to Aizawa. Naomasa, have you seen it? Aizawa. No. Dealing with villains RN. Naomasa. Read it, it's something you would like to know. Seriously, what is it? Makoto asked. You know that this is a classified information, right? Naomasa asked. I can just look into it. Makoto grins teasingly. Fine. It's a murder case. No idea who's the killer is, and there's no bodies on the crime scene. Naomasa mutters. But they somehow managed to take a sample of the body, a piece of a human's brain. Makoto places down the half-eaten slice of pizza. Thanks to you, I lose my appetite. Naomasa chuckles. It belongs to one of the members of Lizard's Tail, a group of villains that has been hunted down years ago, Naomasa said. They have managed to get themselves in the majority of heroes' target lists. Especially when we found out that all the supplies for Trigger were from them. Just how dangerous those groups are? Makoto asked. In strength-wise, not so much. Any skilled hero could beat them with ease. But they make up for their cruelty. When we catch them, they will abandon one of their teammates and escape. The next time we meet them, they have a new member to replace the old ones. Naomasa said. Geez, I hate those kind of people. Makoto mused. But it all ends when a hero raids their base and crippled their forces, or so we thought. Naomasa sighs. Some member manages to survive and escape from custody. We found out more from one of the boss journals. What does it say? Makoto asked. After they escape, they face another crippling attack that leaves them only with 13 members, Naomasa mutters. And said 13 members were all there in that building, all of them got killed. Oh God! Makoto mutters in shock. With Eraserhead. He grips his phone tightly as he reads the files. All of the information about the investigation has been compiled into PDF files, and he went to the police station to request special permission to get one. He didn't bother to read it since he always did it later. But when Naomasa told him to read it, he didn't know why, but he complied. He finally understood why. The Lizard's Tail has died out. This is a bigger problem than I thought, Eraserhead mused before looking at the files once more. It shows a bloody footprint, but that's not all. Aizawa knows that particular model of shoes, as it was custom-made for quirkless people due to their extra toe joints. And given how rare quirkless people are, he might need to take a long time to figure out who's the culprit. Aizawa puts back his phone. He didn't want to admit it, but he was somewhat glad that someone managed to stop Lizard's Tail. He just wishes whoever did it shouldn't resort to killing. I'll find whoever did this, Aizawa mutters before he starts swinging away from building to building. I still can't get used to this. Izuku looks at Idru holding his new tail with a look of disbelief. He's now putting on the formal clothes Gang Orca gave him, consisting of a white dress shirt, red necktie, maroon suit jacket with matching trousers, and a pair of leather shoes. Trust me, it's not that weird, Izuku said as he adjusted his tie. He's also switched his clothes to a formal attire provided by Gang Orca, a black dress shirt, red necktie, emerald forest dress shirt with matching trousers, and a pair of leather shoes. How Gang Orca manages to give us attire that matches our color and size is beyond me. Bro, I grow a tail. And if what Sir Orca said is true, I can turn into a were-lion. Idru said in disbelief as Izuku deadpanned on him. How about if your entire point of view turns into an RPG character? Izuku asked as Idru blue-screened. Huh? Izuku simply walks away, refusing to elaborate further. What do you mean by that, bro? Come on, don't leave me out in the dark here, man. Come on, we're late, Izuku said as Idru groaned. Why do you have to act so mysterious? Izuku smiles in amusement as they all walk towards the meeting location Gang Orca has set up. After the whole fiasco, Idru seems to no longer be nervous around him and much more relaxed than before. The sign of desperation in his eyes has disappeared and he's much brighter than usual. Izuku didn't know why, but every time Idru smiled or was happy, the entire room lit up, like there was a huge star in the room. Izuku had to cover his eyes every time he did so. So, what are your plans now? Izuku asked as Idru huffed before smiling. Well, I always wanted to be a hero like my idol, Crimson Riot. This took Izuku by surprise. Crimson Riot is not a low-ranked hero and he's quite popular, but compared to the top 10 heroes, he's no match for them. To hear someone idolize them is quite surprising. And why do you idolize him? Izuku asked as Idru grinned. He's the manliest hero ever. He isn't ashamed to admit his fear, but he refuses to let it take over him. I want to be a hero like him. A man who protects others and overcomes their fears in any situation. Izuku smiles, glad to see heroes were idolized for the right reason. You're a good guy, Kirishima. Never change. Izuku said as Idru pouted. Come on, you gotta stop acting like that, Izuku said as Izuku gave him an amused smile. Act like what? Izuku asked as Izuku deadpanned. You did it on purpose, did you? Izuku simply smiled. Demon it, Midori bro. Midori bro. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Yeah, my nickname for you. Midori bro. Izuku sweat drops at his choice. Call me Izuku instead. Izuku said as Izuku grins. Then call me Izuku bro. Izuku shakes his head while smiling. After a while, they finally arrive at the office. Izuku reaches the door and knocks it. The boys heard a muffled, "Come in," and they open the door. They both blinked when they saw who was in the meeting room. At the center is Gang Orca himself. On his left side is a white-haired, dark-skinned woman with a pair of red eyes, rabbit ears, and legs. She wears a sleeveless white leotard with a yellow crescent moon at the chest area. On his right side is a man with gray hair and a pair of gray eyes. He wore a blue mask with red shinobi shizoku, a blue robe, red straps attached to his belt, a red scarf with a white patch attached on its front, a pair of blue socks, and yellow Zora sandals. Izuku can't help but question his hairstyle, wondering if it's even comfortable. Then, there's a man with black and white hair. He wore a black mask over his eyes, a green hooded cape, and a black shirt. He has a layer of crust at the back of his hand. Then, the biggest surprise is a large figure resembling a lizard with dark gray scales, a pair of red eyes, white light gray dorsal fins on his back, a long and thick tail, sharp claws and toes. He wore a high-collared white coat and a pair of white baggy pants, each consisting of red flame patterns, specifically on the collar and the lower portion of the pants. Izuku can see the band of spikes on his toes and silver-plated knee pads. Mirko, Edge Shot, Crust, Godzilla? Izuku mutters in surprise, calling their name in respective orders. Said heroes all looking at Izuku and Izuku. Both boys try so hard not to fanboy as Mirko raises her eyebrow. Oi, who brought kids here? Mirko asked as Izuku frowned. He forgets how Mirko reminds him so much of Bakugo and he doesn't like it a bit. Everyone, I would like to introduce you to our interns. Gang Orca said, surprising the fellow heroes. You didn't tell them, sir? Izuku asks with a raised eyebrow. I want them to see it themselves. Gang Orca said as Crust frowns. Gang Orca, why did you bring the kids here? This isn't a problem they should get involved in. Crust said as Izuku felt annoyed. He knows Crust said those words out of worry, but he didn't like his choice of words. What made you decide to bring them here? Godzilla asked. Gang Orca looked at Izuku and nodded. Because Izuku and I have survived the dungeon, Izuku said as they looked at them in surprise. Yeah, right? Mirko mutters as Izuku glares at the rabbit hero. The more she talks, the more he hates her. Got a problem, little sheet? Izuku looks at Gang Orca in confused rage. Who brought their pet bunny here? Izuku asked while pointing at her. Silence took over the office as the heroes widened their eyes in horror. Mirko's eyes are covered by her hair before she raises her head, showing her glowing red eyes. Izuku's senses and reflexes force Izuku to move, raising his hand to block an incoming kick as he got launched backward, crashing through a wall. Izuku turns and widens his eyes as he slowly falls into a huge arena below. He uses everything he has to land safely, creating a huge cloud of dust. You're quite cocky, brat. Time to teach you a lesson. Mirko, yellow lightning covering her body, landed gracefully as Izuku felt his rage bubbling up. Those words remind him too much of Bakugo and she's already on his hate list. How a beach like you can be a hero is beyond me, Izuku said as he pulls out Bamung and uses fireball in it, igniting the blade as Mirko whistled. Cute trick. Izuku rushes towards her as he prepares to swing down his sword. She manages to dodge the incoming sword and to her surprise, the ground shatters upon impact. Izuku manages to surprise her as he quickly changes his stance and swings his sword to her side, but she still easily ducks before kicking him, knocking him back a few feet. Huh, you're sturdier than I thought. A good punching bag. Izuku glares at her as she disappears in a flash. Izuku raises his blade to block an incoming kick, which causes him to stumble. She didn't let him recover as she continued to unleash an onslaught. kicking him over and over again. Izuku grunts as he barely blocks her kicks. Each one of them causes notifications to pop up non-stop. Notice, your speed lowers by 2. Notice. Notice. Sir, you gotta stop them. Izuku yelled while holding Gang Orca by his shirt. He was about to do so but Godzilla stops him. Wait, Godzilla said. I don't think it's a good idea. Why? Gang Orca doesn't understand. Godzilla is always there to stop Mirko from unnecessary fights, so why is he not doing it and even stopping others from doing so? Let that boy release his anger. He refuses to elaborate as he watches Izuku continue to barely block Mirko's kick. Izuku is slowly getting annoyed as Mirko tauntingly grins at him while unleashing a flurry of kicks non-stop. Izuku flinches when the lightning shocks him and temporarily paralyzes the nerves of his left hand. This allows Mirko to land a blow on him, knocking him back. Is that all you can do, brat? I expect more. Then again, I shouldn't get my hopes up against a brat. Izuku had enough of her taunts. As she went for another kick, Izuku used his enhanced strength to parry an incoming kick while ignoring the shocks from her electricity. It was a mistake as she managed to recover quickly and slammed her heel into Izuku's head, crushing him into the ground. Izuku felt the pressure on his back, unable to get up. You brat should know your FNG place. Izuku snaps at that word, ignoring the pain on his body and grabs her leg. Ha! Izuku didn't care anymore. He squeezed the leg with all his might, causing a crunching noise, then pulled the leg, turned around, and punched her in a place people never expect a man to ever do. Right at her vulva. She howls in pain and falls to the ground as everyone winces at the scene. Izuku, in the state of his rage, grabs Bamung and is about to kill her if not for Godzilla grabbing his hand. Izuku widened his eyes. Before he snapped out of his rage, he looks horrified and drops Bamung out of shock and horror. That's enough. Izuku didn't protest as he nodded. I almost killed her. I almost kill again, Izuku mutters as Izuku runs towards him. He looks worried for his new friend. Bro. Izuku was surprised when a tear escaped his eyes, so he decided to pull him into a hug. Everyone watches the scene, either worried, confused, or wondering what caused him to go for a kill. Gang Orca frowns, not expecting the first meeting to go so badly. He never expects Izuku to act like that. Sure, Mirko was rude, but he acts like she reminds him of someone. He needs to figure this out to help him or he'll end up getting others and himself killed. Izuku can be seen sitting down on a bench as Izuku sits next to him, holding his shoulder gently. After what happened during the fight with Mirko, Izuku was horrified that he attempted to take a life again. To make it worse, Izuku did it without any hesitation, just pure instinct. He can't help but be scared at how he reacts to Mirko's taunts. He is even more horrified to imagine if he reacts the same way as when he finally meets Bakugo. He hates that BSRD, but his parents are the nicest people in the world. No matter how terrible Bakugo has turned into, Bakugo is still their son. They will be devastated if Izuku ends up killing his former friend. Another thing that makes Izuku scared even more is his current state of mind. No matter how he thinks he feels guilty of almost ending Mirko's life. In reality, he doesn't feel anything at all. He's horrified at his mental health, wondering what's happening to him. Is this the work of the system? Izuku thought in horror. Is the system getting rid of my guilt in an attempt to help? Why can't I feel it? Why am I not feeling any guilt? Hey, Izuku. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts before looking at Kirishima, giving him a worried look. You don't look so good. Tell me about it, Izuku mutters while rubbing his forehead. I am scared about what happens. Mirko's taunt. I react by almost going for a kill. I'm scared of myself. I guess you're still affected by what happened in Lizard's Tail incident. Izuku flinches when Kirishima mentions the incident. Guess I was right. It's more than that, Izuku mutters. I don't feel any guilt for attempting to murder Mirko. I tried to convince myself about it, but the truth keeps slapping on my face like a splash of cold water. Izuku covers his face in fear. Izuku, Kirishima mutters in worry. Suddenly, Gang Orca walks towards them. Hey, kid, Gang Orca said, getting their attention. You're okay? No, Izuku mutters as he looks back at Gang Orca, who grows even more worried when he sees Izuku's puffy eyes. I fed up. No, I should have done more homework before I decided to introduce you to my coworkers. Gang Orca said as he kneeled. If I know you'll react badly towards Mirko's attitude and your pent-up anger, I would not let you two meet. I didn't tell much about my past, so it's my fault, Izuku mutters. Kid, you don't need to tell us dash. Gang Orca said as Izuku cut him off. I have to. Besides, I need to get it off my chest, Izuku said as both guys listened. I have a bad history with bullies, who love to taunt and mock me for 10 years because I never get my quirk. That long? Izuku gawked. Both of our parents are close friends, especially our mother. We live near each other. Izuku explained. You see, the boy, Katsuki Bakugu, has an ego, one that is so big that it can cover the entire Japan. He believes that his quirk allows him to be the #1 hero. It didn't help that our teachers and classmates never stop inflating his ego. He sounds like a piece of work. Gang Orca commented. You have no idea. Izuku chuckles humorlessly. I was his prime target because he thinks that a quirkless freak becoming a hero is something impossible. And I don't know what sick, twisted logic he has in his mind, but he keeps saying that I look down on him. So, inferiority complex as well? Gang Orca mutters. Bullies and logic, those two never mix well, Kirishima mutters as Izuku snorts. It didn't help that I was too naive. I saw him as my symbol of victory because he was obsessed with winning any battle and never wanting to lose. He hates losing. Izuku mutters. Now that I think about it, I think I was a victim of Stockholm Syndrome. I never saw any Stockholm Syndrome victims in my life, so I can't say. Gang Orca admits. But what made you stop admiring him? The moment he told me to jump off the roof and kill myself to get a quirk in the next life, Izuku said as Izuku gasped and Gang Orca widened his eyes in horror. And he said he wanted to be a hero? Izuku never felt so furious in his life. What kind of BSRD that says such a thing? I think he misunderstood the term heroes, Izuku said, getting their attention. He has always been obsessed with being like All Might, but when I look back he only saw All Might winning any battle, not how he inspires hopes. He thinks being a hero is to win any battle. Gang Orca finished. But that's not what heroes are all about. Kirishima exclaimed. I know, but Bakuga didn't know better. The school isn't exactly helping reinforce his mindsets. Izuku muttered. Because of this, Bakuga becomes an insufferable person who always tries to protect his fragile ego with aggressions and taunts. And all of his taunts, it's almost exactly what Mirko said earlier, it's just hit too close to home. Izuku rubs his shoulder. That explains so much. Gang Orca mutters. Midoriya, I'm sorry. Don't, Izuku said. This happens because I didn't bother to tell about myself and I almost killed her. No, as an employer, I should at least do more background searches to hire my employee or intern. So it was my fault. Gang Orca said. And given her tendency, I should have not brought you two together, given how you have faced a traumatic experience. I didn't feel any guilt, Gang Orca, Izuku mutters, causing said person to blink in surprise. I didn't feel any guilt for almost killing her and I'm scared of myself. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Midoriya, but you need help. Gang Orca said, causing Izuku to flinch. And I'm not the best person to help you. But there will be a therapy session for our employees each week. I would like you to attend and get help. Okay. Izuku nodded. That applies to you too, Kirishima. If everything happens at that incident, you need it. Izuku nodded. So, sir, how did you know Mirko? You made it sound like you know her for a while. Izuku points out as Gang Orca snorts. Oh, I do. In fact, both of us knows each other since she was 9. Gang Orca replied. Wait, what? Izuku asked in shock. She wasn't always been like that. Back then, she was just a timid girl teased for being a bunny girl. Izuku was in complete disbelief. Timid? Her? Then again, given how her quirk is just being a human rabbit, it's a high chance for her to be a victim of a bully. When I first meet her, She accuses me of being a yakuza. Both boys blinked, looking at Gang Orca from up and down before biting their lips while shaking. They can't blame her, as Gang Orca did look like a member of the yakuza. Gang Orca seems to notice this and deadpanned. Yeah, laugh it up, boys. I'm sorry, sir, both boys choked as Gang Orca sighed. Anyways, we met when she fought back her bullies. I offered her help, but she stubbornly said she didn't need help. I dismiss her words and help her, something that she never let go, claiming she owes me a favor. Gang Orca said. I was at my second-year internship, so I brushed it off. Turns out, she was serious, always finding a way to meet me and help me. Both boys never felt so confused before. Is Gang Orca even talking about the same person? And it was a bad thing, you see. I had a lot of aggression back when I was around your age. She saw me as a role model, so she may or may not pick up my Gang Orca coughs while blushing. So you corrupted her? Izuku was in complete disbelief. Mirko's nasty attitude was from Gang Orca of all people? Then again, Gang Orca does display aggression toward the villains in the news. But he never expected Mirko to learn it from Gang Orca. It didn't help that I encouraged her. I told her to stand up against her bully by growing stronger and fighting back. She took it by heart literally. Gang Orca mutters in embarrassment. Wow, just wow. Izuku nodded at Kirishima's reply. I realize my mistakes and help her to control those urges. I managed to do so, but she has tendencies to go wild, especially during Pibu. Gang Orca rubs his forehead. In some way, she was like you. I didn't give her proper help, so she ended up like this. Becoming something she despises, bullies. Izuku didn't say a word, but he did grip his fist. He didn't want to admit it, but Gang Orca was right. If what Gang Orca said was true, then Mirko was like him. A bullied kid who snaps and grows angry towards their bullies, slowly but surely becoming the exact person they hate. That's why I keep apologizing. My actions in the past caused her to grow into such a person. Gang Orca said. I don't think I could forgive her, Izuku mutters. I didn't ask you to, but I want to at least understand how she became such a person. Izuku nodded. Thanks for everything, sir. Gang Orca nodded before Izuku's and Kirishima's stomachs started to growl, causing them to flush in embarrassment as Gang Orca let out a belly laugh. I'm sorry. I guess we spent a long time with our talk. Gang Orca said as the boys lowered their heads in embarrassment. Gang Orca pets their head. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. Yes, sir, both boys mutter before the three of them walk away. Unknown to them, Mirko stands near the pillar and hears everything. She didn't say a word before she walked away. Mirko groans as she turns to her left, still in pain from the devastating blow delivered by Izuku. I ain't surprised you'll get the chance of getting beaten up in such a way, Godzilla said as he watched the medics do their jobs. But I was surprised that you got it this early. Screw you, you big dumb lizard. Mirko screeched before she howls in pain. What the F is that kid? He hits like a effing truck. Orca brought the kids for a reason, Mirko, Godzilla stated. I want to know more, but it appears that fate decided to show it to me instead. Oh, screw your fate bullshit, Mirko said before she started wincing in pain. Make this pain stop. You know this will go faster if you would stop moving away from the recovery's area of effect. Godzilla deadpanned as Mirko flipped him off. So, why attack the kid? You're better than that, you know. That kid had to call me a pet bunny. Mirko growls in annoyance as Godzilla crosses his arms. That's not a good reason, Mirko, Godzilla said as Mirko huffed. You've changed a lot, Mirko. People change, Sarazawa, Mirko said. Yet you change for the worse. Godzilla sighs. I still remember how you acted when Gang Orca brought you to meet me for the first time. My past self was nothing but a crybaby. A kid who's willingly let people push me around like a wimp. Mirko growls. Yet, you let the morales of people you hate change you into something worse. Godzilla retorts, causing Mirko to flinch before glaring at Godzilla. Glare all you want, but what you did is too much. If that kid didn't know a thing about battle, you would kill him. Kugo wouldn't bring a weakling to our HQ. Mirko retorted as Godzilla glared at her. Did you even hear yourself? You make it sound like you didn't give a shit if you did kill a FNG minor. Godzilla roared, causing Mirko to widen her eyes. That's not what I meant. Mirko stammers. Did you forget every awakener has gained powers that could kill others with ease? Magic follows different rules. It's a complete out-of-context power in a world of quirks. You casually activate your magic on a minor, a preteen, for God's sake. Your normal kick is enough to take off someone's head. But you have to add magic to the mix. Godzilla berates Mirko as she shrinks down. You should go find the kid and apologize to him. Mirko stares at Godzilla in disbelief. I know he's also at fault for falling for that taunt, but unlike you, he's a child and has tendency to lose control of their emotions. Godzilla sighs. Besides, his reaction alone is enough punishment for him. What does that mean? Mirko asked, not in anger, frustration, or annoyance. It was pure curiosity. Why don't you find out by yourself? Godzilla stated. Of course, do it after you got healed. And it's already done since 3 minutes ago. Mirko yelps when the healer, a humanoid lizard with smooth white skin and a pair of red eyes wearing doctor's uniform, stated. You two were too engrossed with your talk that you didn't even notice that I'm already done with you. Apologies, Lewison, Godzilla said sheepishly as the healer, huffed. Whatever. Mirko, I need you to take it easy. That boy's punch caused more internal damage than I thought. Most of the damaged part is healed, but I recommend you to let it heal naturally, let it rest for a few days. Lulu stated as Mirko winced before nodding. To think his punch could deal so much damage, Mirko mutters. Wait, then how's my ankle? You didn't give me a chance to finish my statement. Mirko has the decency to blush in embarrassment. When I said take it easy, I mean it. It will help your ankle to fully recover. My healing magic recovery isn't a powerful one as it only removes any chance of fatality of one's injury. If you reopen the wounds, the chance will be double and it'll take longer time to heal. I get it. Lulu smacks Mirko's head with her tail. Ouch. I'm serious, you idiot. Lulu said in annoyance. Magic doesn't solve death. No known mortals have access to such powers. So, take my words seriously. I know, Mirko mutters. Okay, take it easy, Lulu, Godzilla said as Lulu sighed tiredly. How do you all deal with her? Lulu mutters as Godzilla pats her shoulder sympathetically, not noticing Mirko's ear twitch. Also, if you plan to meet the boy, tell him to come here. Being hit by Mirko's static charge isn't a pleasant experience. But he looks just fine. Lulu's eyes twitched at Mirko's words, and a visible vein popped on her forehead. You bloody moron. Now, she finally understands why Recovery Girl looks 10 years older every time she sees her. Patients know how to test the doctor's patience. Later, Mirko slowly walked down the hallway, making sure she didn't strain her injury more than usual. She can still feel the constant pain in her private part ever since she was healed. Of all things she would never expect her opponent to pull such moves. She can't help but be annoyed and impressed. Annoyed by the fact that it was a cheap move and it could knock her down like a wimp. Impressed by the fact that a boy did it without hesitation, disregarding the fact that she's a girl. Suddenly, images of Izuku glaring at her with hatred, his flaming sword preparing to move into her chest flash in her mind, causing her to feel chills in her spine. She froze before she scowls. Did I feel scared towards the boy? A random brat. This made her feel annoyed. To think that a random boy could put the fear of death into her. She shakes her head in denial. No way. I face a scarier monster than him. I dash. She froze when the image flickers into an image of a giant shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes staring right at her soul. She growls before shaking her head. Why? Why did I start feeling like this now? I didn't even give much thought earlier. Mirko wanted to facepalm towards herself so much. Right, too busy dealing with the pain and my discussion with Godzilla. She starts thinking about what Godzilla said. She hates to admit it, but what he said is true. She shouldn't have attacked the kid rashly, especially when she didn't know what the kid was capable of. Of course, she won't admit it to Godzilla. I'll just go and apologize to the brat. Oh, don't forget to tell him to go to infirmary as well. She shivers in fear, remembering how Lulu casually overpowered her and put the fear of God into her. Yeah, not gonna forget it. She then notices Gang Orca is talking with the boy, and the black-haired boy next to him places his hand on the boy's shoulder. She decided to leave them be so they could talk privately, but what Izuku said caused her to stop. I have a bad history with bullies, who love to taunt and mock me for 10 years because I never get my quirk. Mirko can't help but stop as he starts to explain his past. She can't help but find her past with Izuku was a tad bit similar. He was bullied like me. Mirko can't help but feel somewhat sympathetic towards the boy. He has gone through a similar experience to her, but compared to her, it sounds like it was much worse than her, given that he admits he was quirkless. She also remembers that in the articles, something she always read to pass the time, there have been tons of suicide incidents in Japan over the past decade. All of the suicide incidents were majority quirkless. But what made you stop admiring him? The moment he told me to jump off the roof and kill myself to get a quirk in the next life. Mirko can't help but wince when she heard that. So, he was also suicide-baited? Yeah, the boy had it hard. She was bullied but never to the point of suicide bait. She continues to listen with her enhanced hearing, the feeling of guilt slowly piling up in her chest. The next word made that feeling multiplied tenfold. And all of his taunts, it's almost exactly what Mirko said earlier, it's just hit too close to home. Mirko froze as Godzilla's words resurfaced in her mind. She keeps denying Godzilla's words, hating the fact that she's turning into the type of person she despises the most. But it hurts Mirko to hear someone, a random person, compare her to his bully. I'm not a bully, I'm not a bully, I'm not a bully. Mirko's mind won't stop denying it as cold sweats start falling from her forehead, and her breath grows heavier. Words of Izuku and Godzilla continue to play in her mind repeatedly. You let the morales of people you hate change you into something worse. And all of his taunts, it's almost exactly what Mirko said earlier, it's just hit too close to home. Mirko takes a heavy breath as she tries to calm herself down, pushing away her thoughts before hearing Gang Orca offer the kids to bring them to the cafeteria. Her stomach started to growl, but she didn't feel like eating. After they left, Mirko walked in the opposite direction, unable to show herself to the kid she had just bullied. She can no longer deny the truth. She has turned into the person she hates the most and the sole reason why she becomes a hero in the first place. And to her, it's the greatest shame she ever felt in her life. Mirko can be seen punching and kicking the punching bag violently, her eyes dilated as she breathes heavily. Izuku's and Godzilla's words continue to play in her mind, haunting her thoughts like a ghost whispering in there. The louder the words are, the more violently she punches or kicks the punching bag. The others could only watch in awe and fear as she relentlessly unleashed one hell of a beatdown on the poor innocent punching bag. Roarf! She roars as lightning crackles violently on her fist before she lands. A punch on the bag, causing it to explode. The sand in her bag immediately turns into shards of glasses flying. Lightning hits one of the light bulbs as the lights in the whole room flicker. Mirko breathes heavily as she stares at the destroyed punching bag. Her body is shaking violently, and static electricity flows on her skins and furs. She then blinks when out of nowhere, someone shoves a bottle of carrot protein shake right on her face. You know, there are better ways to give someone a drink. Mirko huffed before turning around to see Godzilla with an amused smile. You here to gloat? If so, then do as much as you want. Is it wrong to worry about my friend? Godzilla asked as Mirko simply grabbed the bottle and drank it. So, how's the talk? No talk. Mirko mutters as Godzilla blinks. No talk? Not even a word? A stutter? A noise? Godzilla asked as Mirko huffed. I got cold feet, Mirko mutters as her face turns red. Who are you and what have you done with the rabbit heroine of Japan? Godzilla asked as Mirko glared at him. Joking aside, I would never in my life expect the confident Rumi Usajiyama to admit to me that she got cold feet. There's a first time for everything, Mirko mutters as Godzilla frowns. Okay, what happens? Godzilla asks as both walk towards a bench to sit down. I overheard the kids talking about his past. He was quirkless and a victim of a bully. Godzilla takes note of Mirko giving a disgusted expression. I heard that he said I remind him of his bully, especially at the choice of words I used to taunt him. You never seemed to be affected by what I said, so why did you react differently? Mirko flinched before looking away in shame. Because I always think that you didn't mean it because you and Kugo know the real me, so I always brush it off. Hearing strangers compare me to their bullies from a first impression, Godzilla frowns, but he supposes he somewhat understands her logic. I mean every word I said to you, Mirko. This made Mirko flinch even more. Yeah, I realize that too late, Mirko mutters before drinking her shake as Godzilla sighs. Go and apologize to him. Godzilla bluntly stated, causing Mirko to spit out some of the drink and coughs violently. Why are you so shocked? It was the only logical explanation. I can't, I screwed up badly, Mirko mutters. I don't think he'll even forgive me. I messed up so badly. You deserve it. Mirko flinched in Godzilla's bluntness. You did mess up, and he has every right not to forgive you. So, why are you trying to avoid it? This causes Mirko to pause. When did you become such a coward, Rumi? You should have accepted your mistake, but instead, you run away from reality. I do not. Mirko shouts in anger. Then why aren't you out there and admit your fault? Instead, you got cold feet, scared, and nervous about apologizing for something you did. When did the Rumi I know become such a coward? Godzilla roars back at Mirko, causing her to flinch. If he refuses to accept your apology, earn it. Didn't you say that you become a hero by earning it through hard work? Or are those nothing but empty words? Mirko stares at Godzilla with wide eyes, before gripping her fist and punching her left cheek with all her strength. She hisses in pain before shaking her head. Why, you're right, I was being a coward, I almost broke my motto, Mirko mutters before gripping her fist tightly. I should apologize to the brat. He at least deserves it. If he refuses, then I'll just earn it. Godzilla stares at his old friend before he smiles and nods. Good, I managed to knock some of your senses back. Godzilla comments before he frowns. And I suggest you try not to call him a brat. It'll only make it worse. I guess you're right, Mirko said sheepishly. I'll go apologize to the green-haired BR dash. What I mean is BR dash, kid. I was trying to say kid. Godzilla blankly stares at her, blushing in embarrassment before face-clawing. Oh Lord, give me strength. With Izuku. Izuku sneezed violently several times before he rubbed his nose irritatedly. Janet, is this one of those people talking behind my back sheet? I thought it was only in fiction. Izuku grumbles as Kirishima pats his back. You read too many fiction stories, Kirishima said as Izuku sighed. I guess. Izuku rubs his head. You okay? Kirishima asked. I wonder, how am I supposed to apologize to her? I mean, how should I start? Miss Mirko, I'm sorry for calling you pet bunny. Or, Miss Mirko, I'm sorry for calling you a beach and almost kill you. I don't know how to start without sounding weird. I still can't believe I did all that to a hero of all people. Oh God, I did so many wrong sheets. I question, how is she a hero? I call her a beach. I punch her in her crotch of all places. Izuku starts hyperventilating after everything starts to hit him like a train. He was so distracted by the fact that he almost killed another person that he only started to think of everything else. Hey, breathe, Kirishima said as he petted his shoulder, calming Izuku down. Look, for apologizing, why don't you just start with, hey miss, I'm sorry for earlier, instead? It's much simpler and all. Izuku stares at Kirishima before pulling him into a hug. I owe you one, bro. Izuku said. You owe me nothing. Kirishima snorts as he gently pushes Izuku away. But between you and me, she should be the only one who apologizes. Kiri, we talk about this. I was the one who reacted to her taunts immaturely. Izuku sighs. I swear you're too nice, Kirishima mutters. Kiri, I almost kill her. Even after everything she did, she doesn't deserve to be killed. Izuku explains as Kirishima sighs. I guess you have a point. Kirishima didn't like the fact that his friend's savior had to deal with such guilt. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the experience or knowledge to help him. Hey, Izuku called Kirishima, getting his attention. Thanks for staying on my side. Why you even thanking me? I did nothing. Kirishima asked in confusion. You being here is enough, Izuku said as Kirishima widened his eyes. I still owe you my life for giving me a chance to beat that boss. Didn't you return the favor fully by saving my dying butt? Kirishima retorts. Hey, just accept the thanks and stop complaining, Izuku said while lightly punching his shoulder. And you should stop thanking me for nothing. Kirishima lightly shoves Izuku away as they both laugh together. So how's your brother? Izuku asked. Well, thanks to Gang Orca, he finally got a chance to go back to elementary school, Izuku exclaimed excitedly before frowning. But he did mention how he was lacking compared to other kids. I guess that's what happens for spending time in the hospital unconscious for months. You know I can help to tutor him, right? Izuku said. What? You don't need to. I can do it myself. Kirishima shakes his hand and head. Sorry buddy. I refuse your refusal. Izuku grins. That's not how it works. Well now it is. Both boys start to banter playfully before they stop after seeing a certain figure. In front of them is Mirko giving a determined expression. Mirko, Izuku utters as Kirishima stands in front of Izuku, protectively shielding him from the rabbit woman. Said woman raising her hand, trying to ease the tension. Look, I'm not here for funny business, Mirko said. I would like to talk with the bee kid. She's about to call him me brat, didn't she? Both boys thought with dry expression, something that didn't go unnoticed by Mirko, who sighed. Look, we can all agree we started on the wrong foot. Kirishima cuts her off in an enraged tone. You kick my friend out the window. That's more than starting on the wrong foot. Izuku places his hand gently on Kirishima's shoulder. Iza-dash. Alright, you want to talk? Let's talk. Alone. Izuku said as Izuku pulled him away. Are you crazy? I get you want to apologize, but doing it alone? No effing way. Izuku said as Izuku placed his hand on both of the boys' shoulders. Don't worry, Izuku said with a soft smile before gently moving Kirishima away while looking at Mirko. Izuku can't help but worry for Izuku as he watches both he and Mirko walk away. Mirko and Izuku never felt so awkward in their entire life. Both could nervously glance at each other while fidgeting, unable to say a single word. Neither refuses to make eye contact, and every time they try to open their mouth, it feels like something's stuck in their throat. Come on, Izuku. You can do this. All you gotta do is apologize. Start the word with 2 words, I'm sorry. Izuku mentally yells. It's so effing easy. Why are you hesitating? Come on, don't be effing Deku. Open your demon mouth and apologize, you stupid broccoli head. Say it. Effing say it. Garumi. This is supposed to do what's right. Apologize and reconcile. Doesn't matter if he accepts the apology or not, just say it because it's the right thing to do. So, pull your head out of your buttes, Rumi, and apologize to the goddamn kid. That's what I was going to say. Rumi mentally hits her head several times out of frustration. Why the F is it so hard? As for Kirishima, he decided to eavesdrop out of worry, afraid that something bad might happen between those two. But right now, he is conflicted between pulling his hair out of frustration or laughing at their situation. Geez, I would never expect to see Midoriya and a pro-hero stand face to face, struggling to apologize. This is so weird yet at the same time hilarious. Kirishima thought, but he couldn't help but feel his frustration grow inside his chest. For FS sake, why didn't any of you say sheet? Where's the resolve, Midoriya? Where's the confidence, Mirko? Why aren't any of you say a single sheet? Izuku takes a deep breath, calming himself down before looking at Mirko. He was a bit surprised at how different she was compared to the arrogant self he saw every time on television and during that meeting. Did she feel bad about what she said earlier? Did he judge too early by comparing her to Bakugo? Izuku pushes his thoughts away before he prepares himself. Look, I gotta apologize for what I did earlier, Izuku mutters as Mirko's ears perk up. I don't have any excuses. I was too immature to react to your taunts. It reminds me a lot of how my life was back then before everything, but it still isn't an excuse, especially with how I retaliate. Sure, you're being a JRK. Izuku Mrs. Mirko flinched. But that doesn't mean I should have tried to kill you. I'm sorry, I am asking Gang Orca to give me a proper punishment earlier. No. There's no need to. Izuku was caught off guard by Mirko cutting him off in a frantic manner. Look, B-Kid, I was in the wrong here. You're right, I was being a JRK. You're one of the interns selected by Kugo himself, and I should have respected his choices instead of mocking you too. Mirko rubs her arm while looking away. You can say I have the first-class experience of why Kugo selected you. Izuku can't help but rub his head nervously. I was wrong, kid. You're good. I never meet someone who can handle my base strength, and no one besides the gang could handle it when I use my magic. Mirko shakes her head. But we're getting off topic. I was wrong, and I'm sorry for taunting you, triggering your unpleasant memories and driving you to the point of murder. Mirko adjusts her hair near her ears. I get that you're not going to forgive me that easily. But I just want to apologize since it's the right thing to do, not because I hope you'll forgive me immediately. Mirko takes a deep breath. So, if you need help anytime soon, just ask me. Don't hesitate at all. Here. Mirko pulls out her business card and places it on Izuku's hand. Call me with this number, or in speed dial, and I'll rush towards you in an instant. Do you need help with paperwork? I'll help. Financial trouble? Just call me. And dash. Mirko pauses when Izuku covers his mouth, stifling his laughter. Hey. I was being serious, kid. I know. Izuku laughs, which is loud enough to mask Kirishima's laughter. I'm sorry. That was so out of nowhere that I can't help it. Mirko pouts as her face turns slightly pink and she crosses her arms. So, Mirko mutters. It'll gonna take time for me to get used to you, Izuku said. Mirko was disappointed, but she could respect him. But I can at least try to be professional. Who knows, we might be friends in the future. Not now, though. Izuku rubs his head. Yeah, I get that. Mirko nodded before grinning. So, now that I apologize, let me properly welcome you to us. Mirko's grin falters as she cringes. That acronym needs some work, but Kugo seems to refuse to change it. Yeah, I know. Izuku snorts as Mirko shakes her head. Again, sorry, Mirko said as she held out her hands. Izuku stares at the hand before he extends it. He still feels a whisper at the back of his head telling him to reject it, but Izuku pushes it away. He can see Mirko and him being friends in the future because, unlike Bakugo, she apologizes and she is genuine about it to the point she offers tons of help, something he knows Bakugo would never do. So, he accepts the handshake. And I'm sorry too, Izuku said with a small smile. They both let go before they look at the corner with a deadpan expression. Do you think your friend will stop eavesdropping? Mirko asked as they heard a meek eep from the corner. I appreciate him worrying about me, but I think it's a bit much, Izuku said with a sweat drop before smiling. But I can't exactly be mad about him. He's just genuinely worried about me, so I'll just let it slide. Really? Kirishima asks hopefully, showing his head. Izuku smiles before bonking his head. Ouch. Yes, Izuku replies in amusement as Mirko snorts while Kirishima pouts. Izuku and Kirishima walk away from Mirko, who simply stands there while sighing in relief. So, you truly apologize. Mirko definitely did not squeak when Godzilla popped out of nowhere and speaks. Don't do that. Mirko hissed as Godzilla snorted before petting her head, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Stop it. I'm proud of you, Rumi, Godzilla said as Mirko blinked before her cheek turned pink and she looked away from Godzilla. Thanks, Mirko mutters. And I'm sorry for being a brat when you call me out. Godzilla blinked before he grinned and pulled Mirko into a headlock and gave her a noogie. Finally. Now, I don't have to drill my claws into your skull anymore. Godzilla roars as Mirko struggles to escape Godzilla's grip. For F's sake, go Jinai. Didn't I tell you to never do that? And you're doing it right now, you dumb brute. And you finally call me BGMI again. Haha. Let go a minute. Izuku and Kirishima sweat dropped while watching the whole scene. They were completely unsure how to react to the situation. Should we help her? Kirishima asked as Izuku pondered a bit before shaking his head. Nah, Izuku said with the biggest troll grin on his face as Kirishima sweat drops before he facepalms and shakes his head in amusement. Come on, let's go and see if we have any tasks from Gang Orca. But bro, we only have what? Like 3 hours left before today's internship ends. Well, let's take an extra time today. We don't want to be seen as slackers, do we? Oh, fine. Meanwhile, Night Eye Agency, Osaka, Japan. Sir Night Eye grunts as he holds his face. Purple electricity surges out of his head as he screams in pain. His irises turn into the shape of the clock's gear, and his cornea turns black. In his vision, the whole world is on the brink of destruction. Armies of monsters destroy everything in their path, and several figures approach him, each exudes menacing auras. Suddenly, a figure in black armor with green glows from underneath it stood at his side. Sir Night Eye looks at the figure as the figure looks back at him. You shouldn't have seen that, the figure said as Sir Night Eye widened his eyes. I'm sorry, this shall ease your pain and perhaps improve your gift. The figure covers his vision with both of his hands. Sir Night Eye can't help but feel at ease, instinctively knowing that the figure is no threat. You won't remember this vision until the time is right. Before Sir Night Eye could say a word, he was now back at his office. He notices some of the stuff he bought before has now scattered around the ground. This causes him to panic a bit and starts picking up the toys. When did I get so careless when it comes to my collection? Did I overwork again? Night Eye thinks before his mind wanders to the kid who sold these All Mights collections to him. That kid, why can't I stop thinking about him? He's just a random online shop user dash. When he picks up one of the collections, he suddenly has a vision of 2 boys. One looks like a younger version of Izuku and one has spiky ash blonde hair. The Izuku lookalike is protecting another child while the ash blonde-haired boy starts hitting the child, launching explosions on Izuku before his vision returns to normal. What was that? Sir Night Eye thought in shock. Did I accidentally use my quirk? I learned how to control it for years, so why is it start going wild again? Sir Night Eye picks up other collections and this time, he sees a vision of a young child whimpering while hiding in the corner as he listens to 2 adults having an argument and a loud slam. I saw another vision. But that's impossible. It's not 24 hours yet. And that child, it looks like that boy, is it his past? But that's not my quirk. Did I get quirk evolution? Sir Night Eye thought as he looked at the toy, completely confused at what was going on. Sir, is everything all right? Night Eye snaps out of his thought before looking at a humanoid centipede on the door giving a concerned look. I'm fine, Night Eye said as he places down the items on the table. Is something matter? Yeah, your intern is here. Night Eye nodded before fixes all the mess caused from earlier, not knowing what happened. The humanoid centipede moves away as a blonde-haired boy with blue eyes enters the office with a wide grin. Hey, Sir Night Eye. I swear, the trash in this place seems to multiply. Izuku roars under his mask as he lifts a broken piano of all things out of the trash pile before tossing it into the other sides. Whoever did all of this should be ashamed of themselves. Who in the right mind thinks that it's okay to do this? Izuku grunts before pulling out a bent fridge, something Izuku wouldn't expect to see, and tossing it right on the piano, breaking it even further. Izuku sighs before getting away from the trash pile and taking off the mask, squinting his nose in disgust and putting on his mask again. I start to regret having advanced senses. The stench is too much for my nose. Izuku exclaimed before deciding to open his stats. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, 36. Title, Monster Hunter. HP, 5100. MP, 837. Strength, 55, 5. Agility, 57, 6. Health, 54, 5. Sense, 51. Intelligence, 56, 4. Available stat points, 12. Passives. Tenacity, LVL1. Basic sword technique, LVL1. Mana Proficiency LVL1. Active. Observe LVL1. Sprint LVL1. Critical Strike LVL2. Mana Blade LVL1. Power Throw LVL1. Firebolt LVL Max. What should I use my stat points for? Izuku mutters before deciding that he'll put 2 into his strength, 2 into his agility, 2 into health, and the rest into his intelligence. He knows it'll help in learning more magic, and he can't help but drool at all the possibilities. HP, 5,350. MP, 978. Strength, 57. Agility, 59, 6. Health, 56, 6. Sense, 51. Intelligence, 62, 4. Well, that should be good enough, Izuku mutters with a satisfied nod. He suddenly hears a yell from the distance before looking at his back, barely able to dodge a pink blur trying to tackle him out of nowhere. A villain? You thief! Izuku yelps before he notices a girl with salmon-pink dreadlock-styled hair with yellow eyes, wearing steampunk-style goggles on her forehead, rubber gloves, a black tank top that hugs her cleavage tightly, loose trousers, and a belt full of mechanic engineer tools. How dare you steal my baby-making material? Izuku expects a lot of things, but the girl's words aren't one of them. This caused Izuku to be blue-screened before a heavy blush covered his entire face. Baby making? Izuku asked with wide eyes as the girl, seemingly oblivious to Izuku's blushing face, nodded. Yeah, this junkyard is full of it. Just look at this, she said before pulling out an untouched monitor. Izuku looks so confused before he finally puts all the pieces together. The goggles, the belt full of tools, the grease scent coming from her. You're an inventor? Izuku asked for confirmation, which the girl grinned widely and nodded. I create tons of babies using all the baby-making materials I can find here. She grinned before glaring at Izuku. And there's no way I'll let you steal everything away. I don't have any intention to steal these. I was just cleaning the beach, Izuku said with a sweat drop. Oh, okay. Izuku's sweat drops again from how fast she changes her demeanor. He wisely steps back as she's too busy looking for more material, pulls out his phone, and sees the time. He puts his phone back and runs back home, leaving the crazy girl alone. After everything that happens, he's very skeptical towards anyone who's not mentally right. Especially since he has to deal with Bakugo for 10 years, he'd rather not risk it. HS still love his life, thank you very much. Later. On the way to YSHQ. Estimated time, 31 minutes. No new news for these few days, Izuku mutters as he looks at his phone. After these few days, there is no news about weird things other than heroes being attention-ware. He can't help but slowly lose his heroes worship mindset after all the things that happened these several days. I rather not think too much about it, Izuku mutters. I wonder what will I do for the internship. We only did paperwork yesterday, Izuku quietly snorts, remembering what happened yesterday when Kirishima fainted while doing the paperwork. Hey! Izuku perks up when he sees a man run off while holding a wallet. They were quite far and Izuku couldn't help but notice people merely watching, some just recorded the whole scene. Izuku growls in disgust before he extends his hand and catches the man's head, lifting him. The man starts to panic before he thrashes around, hitting Izuku's arm but only for him to yell in pain. Oh, thank you. Izuku looked and saw a girl with auburn bob-styled hair, wide innocent auburn eyes, and permanent blushes on her cheeks wearing a plain shirt and pants. I thought he'd get away with my wallet. No problem. I just did the right thing, instead of just watching, Izuku said, subtly jabbing at every passenger, who refused to make eye contact. I owe you a lot. The girl said with a wide smile. Izuku nods before taking the wallet off the man's tight grip with ease and giving it to the girl. My name's Ochako Uraraka. May I know your name? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said as Ochako's smile widened. Then, they heard a muffled yell and they turned to see the man still struggling on Izuku's iron grip. Izuku sighs before hitting the man's neck with a karate chop, causing the man to go limp. Did you kill him? Ochako asked in fear. Izuku shakes his head, secretly touching the man's neck to check for his pulse. He's just unconscious. Izuku turns to face the rest of the passengers. Anyone got a rope? I do. A young boy with light brown hair raises his hand, holding a rope before giving it to Izuku. Izuku smiles gently before using the rope to tie the criminal, making sure he can't escape. He will not admit he made the rope a bit tight for shamelessly trying to steal money from a girl his age. He doesn't care what the man's reason behind stealing is. Stealing from a child is a big no. Again, thank you, Ochako said while bowing. Izuku merely waves it off. It's nothing. I just did what a decent human being would do. Izuku said, subtly jabbing at everyone again. He took great pleasure when he saw the passengers flinched. You deserve a proper thanks. I don't know what will I do if he gets away, Ochako said while holding her wallet. Make sure you keep your eyes on your wallet. Not everyone is willing to help if it doesn't benefit them. Izuku did another jab, causing the majority to flinch while Ochako, oblivious to everything, nodded. Thank you, sir. Izuku winced before scratching his cheeks. I'm only 14, Izuku said as Ochako gasps. Oh God. I'm so sorry. You look so much older. Ochako apologized as Izuku winced again. Why PBRI did this to you, Izuku said. Well, I hope I can see you again, Midoriya-san. Ochako said before writing something on a piece of paper and giving it to Izuku. Hope to see you again. Izuku looks at the paper and he blue-screened. A girl just gave him her number. Just like that. Train station. Chiba, Japan. How did it happen again? Izuku owlishly blinks as his phone has a new phone number. His cheeks are now pink. So, Izubro? Izuku looks at Kirishima, who gives Izuku a wide grin. Who's the lucky girl? Izuku merely pushes Kirishima's face away as he laughs. I can't believe it. What did you do to get a girl's number? Kirishima asked. Catching a thief trying to steal her wallet. No one did anything to stop him, just watching on the sideline. Izuku replies as Kirishima frowns. No one. Izuku shakes his head. Geez, people these days are so unmanly. Yeah, Izuku said as they walked into the ISHQ, with some of the employees welcoming them. Izuku notices some of the employees glaring at them, causing Izuku to sigh internally. As they walked into the office, they saw Gang Orca welcoming them with the rest of the members in there. Welcome, Midoriya, Kirishima. Gang Orca said warmly as both boys nodded with a smile. I hope you don't mind, but we never exactly properly introduce you two to everyone. Oh, right, Izuku rubs his cheeks in embarrassment, remembering that the incident was because of his fight with Mirko. Mirko seems to be embarrassed as well, as she huffs with a light blush on her cheeks. Well, I would like to properly introduce our new interns, Izuku Midoriya, Gang Orca gesturing to Izuku, and Ijiro Kirishima. They're the first children who were involved in the gate incident. Well, the ones we managed to discover, Izuku blinks. Does that mean there are more that they haven't found? With how the incidents were hidden from the public, Izuku thinks that it might be possible that they might have missed some. I wonder, what's your magic, kids? Izuku can't help but frown at how casually Godzilla asked the question. It was too much like how people in Aldra ask him. Don't get me wrong, kid. I would like to know about it since you're now an intern and we would like to see how to improve it. Well, I was told that I turned into a humanoid lion after the gate incident, Kirishima said while rubbing the back of his head. I never try it though, not without supervision. For me, I was turning into a literal RPG character, Izuku admits, causing everyone to blink. You know how most RPG games have status windows displaying their levels and stats, right? Well, I got those. I can improve my stats in some way, and even got skills or passives on boots. Midoriya, what the F dash? Merkel mutters, voicing everyone's thoughts while Izuku shrugs. Don't ask, I'm still trying to figure out how these powers work, Izuku said. There are daily missions or in some rare cases, emergency missions. Each rewards me with different things. But the missions aren't exactly worth it. Like one of them forces me to kill people or else I'll die. This made everyone froze. The lizard's tail. Izuku nodded, confirming Gang Orca's words. Yeah. Kirishima pats Izuku's shoulder, who nods in gratitude. This is getting more and more complicated. Gang Orca said, "Is there a loophole to avoid it?" "I don't know. The majority of my missions were nothing but daily quests, giving me a workout routine," Izuku said as Mirko deadpants. "There are things I still figuring out." "Very well. Thank you for being honest," Gang Orca said as Izuku nods. "Now, I have to admit, I was planning to let you two go through sets of trials to see how strong you are, but given what happened yesterday, I think we can all agree Midoriya should be exempt from this." "If you don't mind, sir, may I go through the trial?" Izuku asked. "I rather not make people think I got special treatment." "Very well." Gang Orca nodded. "Your trial is to clear a low-level dungeon alone or together. One of us will supervise your trial. Just remember, the trial is just a way to gauge your current strength. So, don't worry about failing and getting fired. We're not those kinds of people." Izuku and Kirishima looked at each other and nodded. "We'll go through the trial together." Later. Dungeon. Chiba, Japan. "Well, this is gonna be interesting," Izuku said, changing his clothes into casual wear while Kirishima wore a pair of gauntlets, a gift from Gang Orca to interns. "I'm Fed," Kirishima mutters. "Why don't you try to activate your magic?" Izuku asked as Kirishima froze before looking at Izuku. But what if I lose control?" Kirishima asked. "I'll help you snap out of it," Izuku said as Kirishima looked at Izuku, before nodding and closing his eyes. Izuku waits in anticipation while watching Kirishima try to transform, but to his confusion, nothing seems to happen. Kirishima mutters, seems embarrassed. "How did you do it?" Izuku face faulted, forgetting that Kirishima only did it while he was unconscious. Try to visualize yourself growing lion's features, like manes, claws, etc. Izuku suggested. He heard how most transformation quirks did it by visualizing what they're transforming into, so maybe it's the same for magic? Kirishima follows Izuku's suggestion, and to his surprise, he does it. His hands grew larger and sharp claws extended from his fingertips. His tail grows longer, his muscles grow larger, long red manes grow out of his head, his fangs elongated, his red eyes have slits, and his face turns into a lion. Izuku was a bit surprised when Kirishima's furry body had black stripes on it. Does that mean Kirishima turns into a wereliger instead of a werelion? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Kirishima's grunts. "You still there, buddy?" Izuku asked as the wereliger nodded. "Why, I feel an unusual amount of aggression from inside me," Kirishima mutters, rubbing his head. "Tell me if you're losing control," Izuku said as Kirishima gave a shaky thumbs up before they both looked at a group of kobolds swarming the area. "Kirishima, I think we found targets for your aggression." Yeah, Kirishima can't help but show a Farrell grin before charging towards them. Izuku can't help but be shocked at how aggressive Kirishima becomes as a were-tiger, cutting the kobolds' limbs one by one, slicing them in half, even to the point that he bit one of their heads off. "Yeah, I think both of us need those therapy sessions," Izuku said with a sweat drop before summoning a huge fireball and launching it toward a group of kobolds charging at him. "Congratulations, fireball skill, LVL Max has evolved into Fire Missile LVL1. Sweet," Izuku said before pulling out Bamung from his inventory and charging towards the army of kobolds. Later. "You think Edge Shot will stop the trial?" Crust asks Gang Orca. "He's done this ever since we started the group, remember? He knows how to keep them alive." Gang Orca reassures his old friend. "You shouldn't have brought them here. It's not something kids like them should get involved in." Crust said, disapproving of Gang Orca's choice. "It's either I brought them here or HBC brings them to their sides." Gang Orca said. "And we know how messed up they are." Crust frowns, but doesn't say a word. Suddenly, something was tossed out of the portal, causing both heroes on edge. To their surprise, it's the decapitated head of a kobold chief, with claw marks on its left eye, and its tongue was cut off. From the portal, Kirishima, who's still a wereliger, walks out with a wide grin. Both heroes can't help but sweat drops at Kirishima's fur covered in blood and multiple comically large bumps on his head. Izuku also walks out of the portal, his fist smoking as Edgeshot also walks out. His mask hides his expression, but his wide eyes tell them everything. There's a lot of things I need to write it down on the reports because it's too much. Edgeshot mutters, slowly regaining his composure. Kirishima needs to learn more how to control his anger, as he almost loses control several times. If not for Midoriya, Edgeshot sweat drops while mentioning it. Behind him, Kirishima turns back to human. His hair remains red while the mane remains, but much shorter. His hands are now covered in furs with claws on his fingertips, and his tail now has black stripes on it. As for Midoriya, he's too good for being a rookie. Anyone who thinks his fight against Mirko was a fluke should toss that thought out of the window. Edgeshot bluntly said, making some of the employees flinched. Izuku and Kirishima look at each other before giving a wide grin on the others. Gang Orca looks at them before nodding. Well, I can say that you both managed to clear the trial. Something that no interns or new employees have ever done. Gang Orca said as both boys' grins grew wider and they bumped into each other. What? Why? Naomasa yells in shock and disbelief, holding the files full of information regarding the entire lizard tail incident in his left hand and his phone in his right hand. He and Aizawa have worked together to gather more and more information, with the former gaining more evidence about the dungeon incidents. So many things didn't line up and it was too weird to be pushed into the sidelines. Bodies don't disappear from thin air like it was nothing. Lizard's tail had been on the decline in the black market before they took over part of it. Unless they have a quirk to create money or supplies, which they have checked and they don't have any, no one can get that much money in a short amount of time, and no signs of robberies were there. Then, the diary written by the former leader of Lizard's Tail was just plain disturbing. Everything the man has written in there screams, mentally unstable. When Naomasa reads it, he figures out that the man was another victim of the gate incidents like Izuku and that fake Gale Force villain incident, alongside the remaining members. In the diary, they saw how the man was stuck in a room full of giant gargoyle statues and killed every man except some of the members. At first, Naomasa can't help but sympathize with the man, but it immediately vanishes when he reads the man abandons the weakest member as a distraction. He forgot that's just how the man is while reading it. And turns out, karma was a beach since the bait didn't work. He and his subordinates also end up barely alive from being attacked by a horde of gargoyles. Then, when he woke up, he and his teams were attacked by hawks with zero mercy, cuffed on a stretcher in HPSC's vehicles. Naomasa almost feels bad for the man's misfortune. The book also wrote the man broke out of the cuff and freed the remaining members, using a newly evolved quirk, which Naomasa assumes it to be like Gang Orca's magic. He still wasn't able to believe it despite seeing it. After the breakout, Naomasa finds out the man has gone into spiraling madness. His mental state slowly deteriorates with how he wrote every single sentence. One that caught the most attention is, the underground empire he built for years through all the hard works, pouring every drop of sweat, tears, and blood into it, was crumbled and his good-for-nothing, sociopathic, germophobic little brother has taken over with triggers that he creates. Naomasa didn't see any of this coming at all. He would never expect that the infamous leader of Lizard's Tail would have a little brother. Hell, he didn't expect everything that the man has gone through as he reads the diary. He also has a clue of who's this little brother of his, but apparently, it seems that the man hates the guy so much that he tears off the part of the page, with only one word remaining, sure, death. Naomasa can't help but find it disturbing. He has his little sibling and sure, they tend to fight, but it was a mere sibling squabble, not hating each other to the point of wanting each other to die. It's just messed up to him. He doesn't know what kind of life those two siblings live in, but he was glad that he and his sister's life were normal. He wouldn't be able to imagine himself fighting with his sister to the point they hate each other to death. You don't understand, Naomasa. This isn't our problem to solve. Naomasa can't believe he heard this. This is a huge incident, and his boss just casually said it's not their problem to solve. If this isn't the problem a police should solve, then who? Naomasa asked with a growl. I cannot say. Naomasa takes a deep breath, unable to hold his disbelief towards his boss' words. It's HPSC, isn't it? Naomasa bluntly asked, too frustrated to care about what he had just said. When he heard his boss accidentally drop something, and stammering he had just hit the jackpot. I quit. Naomasa growls. To think the police would end up like this. This isn't what I signed up for. You'll see my resignation form on your table tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply, Naomasa ended the call. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door and nervously he pulled out his gun before opening the door. To his surprise, Gang Orca is the culprit. Gang Orca? What are you doing here? Naomasa asked as Gang Orca chuckled. I was merely visiting. Gang Orca said before looking around. I happen to visit my intern in this prefecture, so why not make a small visit? Oh, I see. Naomasa blinks. Wait, intern. Yup, when you and All Might were too busy thinking over my offers, I got myself 2 new interns. Gang Orca said. One of the interns wouldn't be Izuku Midoriya, isn't it? Naomasa guessed as Gang Orca grinned. Yup. Gang Orca said as Naomasa sighed. Oh, right, speaking of your offers, I would like to accept, Naomasa said as Gang Orca nodded. Good. It's time to finally get out of the terrible work environment. Maybe you should invite one of your friends, like that cat-headed officer. Gang Orca offered as Naomasa chuckled. I rather not. Sansa has a weak heart. If he hears bombshell after bombshell, I think his heart can't handle it. Naomasa said as Gang Orca nodded. Wait, what's with the terrible work environment comment? I heard everything, detective. Power over sound, remember? Gang Orca said as Naomasa deadpants. You didn't exactly explain the full capacity of said powers in the files you gave me. Gang Orca chuckles heartily. In the shadow near them, a man grits his teeth while clenching his fist and watching their interaction. How's the mission, Hale? The man feels even more frustrated when he hears his boss. No good, President. Big Willie is with him. Hale mutters. English. The president replies in annoyance. Gang Orca. Geez, get a life and watch some classics. Hale mutters with the same amount of annoyance. And there goes your paycheck. Hale holds himself from groaning. He has a feeling that the president did it because he mocks her, not for failing the mission. Come back. We're going to give you a partner in crime. I can handle my jobs easily. Hale said before using his hazy snow to disorient everyone at the police station, making them oblivious to him. It's rather be safe than sorry. Now that the most competent detective and #1 hero is aware of what we're hiding, we rather be safe than sorry. Hale rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Who do you have in mind, by the way? And please don't be Mastermind or Leviathan. Hale almost begs when he says the last part. I know how bad your teamwork is with them, so don't worry. Just go back and I'll introduce them to you. Hale grunts in acknowledgement before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Tartarus Prison. An island 5 kilometers from mainland Japan. A middle-aged woman with ash blonde hair, a pair of turquoise eyes, wearing black suit jacket and dress with purple shirt underneath can be seen walking on a hallway filled with imprisoned villains screaming bloody murder at her. She didn't give them a single sheet, shown by her stoic and steely expression. Besides her are Hawks and Mara, who seemed to be uncertain. They were told that the president was planning to visit Tartarus, but they didn't know why. They did think it wasn't something good. Mrs. President, Hawks calls his superior, trying to sound as cheery as possible. What's the reason behind the Tartarus visit? A contingency. The woman said coldly as Hawks winced a bit, but he remained silent. As they finally reach a certain metal door, the feelings intensified. The president merely opens the door and looks at the glass cage behind the door. In front of them is a woman in her late 30s with pink-purple hair wearing an orange inmate jumpsuit, something that was issued to every prisoner in Tartarus. Senpai, Hawks mutter with wide eyes while Mara seems to look at his boss with a "have you lost your mind?" look, which is promptly ignored by the president who walks towards the glass cage. Oh, to what I owe the pleasure of this visit, Madam President? The woman asked sarcastically as the president merely stared at her before getting closer to the glass. I haven't forgiven your crime for what you've done to the previous president, Kana. So watch your tone. The woman's cold tone unnerved everyone, including the prisoner, Kana. You didn't answer the question, Kana said as the president scoffed. So, the prison didn't ruin your professionalism. At least I know this visit wasn't a waste of time. The woman said as Kana frowned. As for your question, how about an atonement for your crime? I beg your pardon? Kana asks in disbelief. Mara seems to want to say something, but Hawks, placing his hand on his shoulder, stops him. I have an offer that will help to lighten your sentence. Madam President sounds a bit hesitant as she talks. I need you to eliminate a group of prisoners for me, in the guise of bringing them to community service to lighten their sentence. Why me? Kana asked. Even after everything, you are still the best amongst the best. You'll be partnered with one of my agents for this deed, and you two will watch each other's back. Make sure no one saw this. The woman said. I can't help but wonder, why didn't they even get the death sentence in the first place? Kana asked. Politics. The woman deadpanned. Their family members are influenced figures? Kana mutters in disgust. But why not my replacement? She looks at Hawks, who nervously waves at her. He's the number 3 hero. He's gonna be more active. Madam President said. Also, I'm not giving you any choices. You know this could cause political problems, right? I mean, killing their kids will surely piss them off. Kana states. That's why make sure it looks like an accident. Madam President says coldly. That doesn't answer my question. Kana deadpanned. The political figures will be too busy in jail time than causing more political issues, especially with how many times they abuse their powers to reduce their relatives' sentence far too many times. I have a plan to prevent it from happening. Madam President replies. It's one of the things that Kana agrees with the president. Remember, back in her days, the media never mentioned those criminals or how many times HPSC agents kept reporting about them. Like replacing them with some of the possible candidates that allies to you so you can get more political powers? Kana says as Madam President remains silent. Figures. HPSC has been obsessed with politics more than the citizens. It's because I did it for the citizens that I go so far doing this. Kana merely rolls her eyes as Madam President glares at her, causing the prisoner to sigh. Fine, who's gonna be my partner anyway? Kana sighs. Agent Hale. Kana froze before looking at Madam President in disbelief. Why, you're joking, right? Kana stuttered as the woman simply gave her a flat stare. Oh, come on. This is cruel even for you. Like I said, you have no choice. The woman said in a flat tone, while Mara just looked confused. He only knows Lady Nagant is a former HPSC heroes become villains, but he never know much about her personally. So, Lady Nagant knows Agent Hale? Mara asked Hawks, who nodded. Oh yeah, they were once couples. Hawks casually drops the bomb. Huh? Arg. Izuku shouts in pain as he was sent crashing into a wall. A human-sized crater and spiderwebs-like cracks appear on it. Kirishima, in his wereliger form, got his face stepped on by a reptilian clawed foot. Come on, boys. You two can do far better than this. Izuku grunts before effortlessly walking out of the crater, shaking off the dust off his body. He holds out his hand, and a blue fireball appears on his arm before he tosses it into his opponent, Godzilla. The fireball suddenly splits into 7 smaller fireballs before flying toward Godzilla like missiles, exploding in contact and creating a huge cloud of dust around the hero. Izuku pulls out Black Crusader before activating Sprint, LVL2, Mana Blade, LVL2 and Critical Strike, LVL Max. His body glows in blue before he disappears in a blur. His lance made contact with Godzilla's tough scale, but much to Izuku's surprise, it didn't do a thing. Godzilla swipes it away and attempts to grab Izuku, but Kirishima, still in his wereliger form, grabs Godzilla's arm, stopping him. Izuku, taking his chance, swaps Black Crusader with Balmug and activates Fire Missile LVL-1 to ignite the blade before he slams the flaming sword on Godzilla's face, causing another explosion as a huge cloud of dust covers the area around them. Kirishima yelps when Godzilla suddenly gains enough strength and tosses him away like a basketball, bouncing across the arena before he crashes into the wall face first. Izuku can't help but panic before Godzilla grabs his collar and slams him into the ground. The last thing he sees is a giant tail slamming into him before everything turns black. Gang Orca watches from the observation room with Mirko and Tsukachi. Mirko watches while munching her carrot while Tsukachi feels like he regrets every choice he made in his life. He was told by Gang Orca that the kids were having training with Godzilla and he should watch. He is at first curious, but he wishes he could go back in time and refuses the offer, as he just witnessed an adult massacre a pair of interns. To think they improved this much in just 2 weeks, Mirko said as Gang Orca nodded. Yeah, inflicting an injury on Godzilla isn't easy, especially his magic nature's blessing. Gang Orca said with a nod, noticing a burn mark on Godzilla's cheek that was instantly healed. Godzilla was powerful on his own with only his quirk, Toho, granting him some powers of pre-quirk era kaiju. With nature's blessing, he is a walking natural disaster. His skin is tougher than anything in the world. His flame breath is now radioactive and can affect magic. And to make things scarier, his body was imbued by mana from within him and nature 24/7, flowing his body with mana and amping everything up to 11. When it comes to the mana department, Godzilla is easily at the top, Mirko said as Tsukachi gulped, wondering how his life had become like this. Is it too late to resign? Tsukachi said timidly, thinking he had just bit off more than he could chew. Why did you even join in the first place? Mirko asked incredulously. Mirko, Gang Orca said with a frown. I wasn't being rude. I was genuinely curious. Mirko tries to defend herself. Gang Orca shakes his head, thinking Mirko may have toned down her rudeness, but it was still there. He watches Izuku and Kirishima get dragged away on a stretcher. Come on you two. Gang Orca said, getting their attention. Let's make sure Lulu didn't murder Godzilla. Later. Infirmary. You bloody idiot. Lulu, please, calm down. Izuku and Kirishima watch both lizards' interaction with amusement. Their bodies are fully covered in bruises as they lie on the bed. Lulu uses a giant syringe to slam on Godzilla, who simply cowers in fear. They're kids for F's sake. Why do you think it's a good FING idea to let loose on kids? Lulu roars as her giant syringe shatters, glass shards flying everywhere. I did it out of respect. Godzilla tries to defend himself, which is a big mistake as she pulls out another syringe twice the size of the previous one. Respect my foot. Lulu said as she comically grew larger and the background was on fire. Meanwhile, Mirko was on the corner, laughing her butt off while repeatedly slamming her fist on the wall. Gang Orca facepalms while shaking his head, a small smile hidden behind his hand. As for Tsukachi, he can't help but wonder what kind of dream he's having. Kugo! Don't just stand there. Help me! Godzilla said as Lulu immediately switched her attention to the humanoid orca, who merely raised his hand in surrender. Traitor! If someone tells me about this without proof, I wouldn't believe it, Kirishima mutters as Izuku snorts while nodding. Yeah, a giant lizard man whoops our buttes, cowered under a lady lizard with a giant syringe that sounds like something you can only find in manga, Izuku said in amusement. True, Kirishima chuckles. Izuku heard his phone ringing, picked it up, and saw Uraraka chatting him. I'm Achi. Hi, you okay? True 3GAM3R. Yeah, just got my butt handed by my mentor. You are not injured badly, are you? True 3GAM3R. I deal with something worse. That doesn't reassure me at all. True 3GAM3R. Sorry. How are you? I'm planning 2 moves to Mizudafu next week. For you at True 3GAM3R. Oh cool. I live there. I can help you find a place. I don't want to burden you. True 3GAM3R. You are not a burden. True 3GAM3R. Here are some places I recommend. Check it out. Holy shit. You're fast. Ooh. Chatting with your girlfriend. Kirishima's voice causes Izuku to stiffen before turning towards his best friend while glaring at him. Oh, Izuku mutters while pushing Kirishima away, who simply laughs. So, what is it this time? Another date? Kirishima teased as Izuku was completely flustered. I was just helping her move by giving her recommendations. Izuku said as Kirishima simply smiled. Oh, where did she move into? Muzutafu? Izuku didn't say a word, merely glaring at Kirishima, who grins wider. Huh, now you can see her every day without spending money for train ticket. Ijiro Kirishima. Kirishima froze when he heard his best friend says his full name. He looks at Izuku smiling sweetly, his hair covers his eyes. Shut up. Okay. Kirishima whimpers, his animal instinct screams at the danger in front of him. Izuku's smile returns to normal before he turns on his window status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, 38. Job, and Title, Monster Hunter. HP, 5,600. MP, 1,073. Strength, 59, 5. Agility, 61, 6. Health, 58, 6. Senses, 53. Intelligence, 64, 4. Available stats points, 42. Passives. Tenacity, LVL 2. Basic sword technique, LVL 2. Mana proficiency, LVL 2. Actives. Observe, LVL 2. Sprint, LVL 2. Critical strike, LVL max. Mana blade, LVL 2. Power throw, LVL 1. Fire missile, LVL 2. Izuku thought. He's been so busy training in UIS's pro heroes that he forgot to use his stats points. Oh, increasing your stats again? Izuku merely nods, ignoring Mirko's indignant cheater in the background as he adjusts his stats. HP, 6,500. MP, 1,341. Strength, 65, 5. Agility, 69, 6. Health, 69, 6. Sense, 59. Intelligence, 74, 6. Well, that should do it. Izuku felt his bruises feel less painful than before. Lulu-san. What? Lulu screams as Izuku cowers in fear, finally noticing the guy that kicks his butt earlier is now covered in glass shards and broken needles on his butt. Oh right. I'm so sorry. It's Izuku stutters, his face turning pale seeing one of his mentor's current state. Kirishima didn't seem to fare any better. Oh dear, you two look so pale. I'm so sorry for taking so long to heal you two. Lulu said while treating their injuries and bruises as both boys shook their heads in unison. No need to apologize, miss. Both boys said in unison. Get some rest, okay? Now if you excuse me, I have an idiot lizard to deal with, Lulu said before she saw Godzilla run out of the door. Get back here. She chases after him with a bigger syringe. We'll never PSS her off ever. Izuku mutters. Spoke like a true man, my bro, Kirishima salutes. Gang Orca merely shakes his head while Mirko huffs in amusement. Later. Ni-san. Kirishima hugs back his little brother tackling him as they laugh. Izuku watches the scene with a sincere smile. Seeing them happy like this always melts Izuku's heart no matter what. Kusuke lets go of the hug before looking at Izuku and hugs his leg. Izuku, how are you? Izuku laughs a bit while petting the little guy's hair. Good, how's school? Kusuke's eyes brighten a bit. Thanks to Izuku, I can understand the lesson more easily. Kusuke said as Izuku smiled and nodded in approval. No offense to I, but he can't teach. Ko, you're mean. Kirishima said as he lowered his head in sadness. Kusuke sticks his tongue out playfully before hugging Kirishima. Both brothers laugh happily. God, I think I will get diabetes if I keep seeing them interact like this. Izuku thought as the three of them walked towards the train station together. Unknown location. Lady Nagant numbly watches a pile of corpses, her left hand holding her right hand that shifts into a giant rifle made out of flesh. Her hair is much shorter than when she's in the prison, the end shows a sign of being torn out. Ah, this reminds both of us the old days, isn't it? Lady Nagant scowls as she turns back, looking at the man she's now working with, Agent Hale. Her former allies and her ex-boyfriend. She turns her right arm back to normal before walking away. Let's go. We got more prisoners to deal with. Just saying those made Lady Nagant want to hurl. She always hates this part of the job, but she can do nothing but accept it. All she could think of was hoping there was someone who could drag her and her ex-boyfriend into hell to fully redeem herself. Erg. Tsukachi groans as he lowers his head, holding a small cup of sake with a bright blush on his face and a dazed look. Tashinori watches his friend in worry. Naomasa, you're okay? Tsukachi could only give All Might a dry stare. Right, stupid question. What happened? Everything I know about my life has flipped upside down. Tsukachi is. First, we start with the disappearances of gate victims. And before you ask, yes, I saw the gate with my very own eyes, and I'm completely convinced. You're not convinced before? Tashinori can't help but feel hurt. Ever since Tsukachi found out he's All Might, Tashinori has never told any more lies to his detective best friend, and Tsukachi knows that. Hearing his closest friend admit he wasn't fully convinced by Tashinori's words hurt a bit. Sorry, I trust you because you're my closest friend, Tsukachi said. But when you have lived most of your lifetime believing everything by experiencing it, then suddenly someone told you that most of the things are lies, you can't help but feel a bit of skepticism. Tashinori sighs, knowing his friend is right. For all his life, he only knows quirks, heroes, and villains like the majority of society. Then, a life-changing event that shatters everything he knows of. It's hard to believe, but it's also hard to ignore it. Then, he learns a power that is much greater than quirks. He shudders imagining that man found out about this. And let's not forget, opening the can of worm, HPSC. Tsukachi grunts before placing his arm on his head. They hid too many secret, Toshi including everything regarding Lady Nagant and Hawks. And then the police. Gods, how did I even tolerate them in the first place? They blatantly ignore the red flags because I quote, "This isn't our problems to solve. Beach, we're the police department. It supposes to be our job." Tashinori frowns as he remembers that one time he met the young hero. She seems to always be followed by a man with a bluish-white hair. Lady Nagant's face made him feel uneasy due to the amount of sadness and horror it radiated. When HPSC declares her as a villain for killing the previous HPSC president, he can't seem to notice something is wrong. And speaking of police officers, All Might never exactly respects any of them. All of them, besides Naomasa and his partner in crime, Sansa, are nothing but lazy slobs who let heroes do their job for them. Sure, their job is capturing villains, but the police made it sound like they did all the heavy lifting when it's the opposite. Do you know what happens? Tashinori asked as Tsukachi looked at his friend. Know what? Tsukachi asked. About Lady Nagant? Tsukachi stares at him before giving him a sly grin. Oh, interested in a younger woman, eh? Tsukachi teased. No, our age gaps will make me look like a pefli. Tashinori deadpan as Tsukachi paused before covering his face. Great, now let me bury myself in shame, Tsukachi mutters as Tashinori grabs the bottle of sake away. You drank too much. Tashinori dryly stated. Let me drink, Toshi, Tsukachi whines, causing Tashinori to snort, holding back his laughter. He had always seen Tsukachi as calm and collected, so seeing him drunk like this was amusing. Nope. Tsukachi groans. Let me drink so I can forget how a giant lizard man beats two boys' buttes this morning, Tsukachi said, causing Tashinori coughs out blood in shock. Tsukachi, what the F dash? Tashinori said in shock, confusion, and horror. Stop asking and let me drink them in IT. Kirishima's new apartment. Chiba, Japan. Erg, Kirishima groans as Izuku sighs. Ijiru, you weren't supposed to do that, Izuku said patiently, but Kusuke could see a vein throbbing on Izuku's forehead. If you use this method, it'll not only overcomplicate things, but it'll also give different results. Why are we even learning maths? Ijiru whines. It's not like we're gonna use it in real life. Izuku grips the table so hard, it starts to groan from the sheer pressure caused by Izuku's grips, and cracks start to spread around the wood. Complaining if you plan to go to UA, you're gonna need this. Because no matter how you look at it, it's still a school. So, unless you want to fail and walk back home with nothing but shame, I suggest to get yourself together and take this F lessons seriously. This causes the table to fully shatter into splinters, startling Ijuku and Kasuke as they stumble back. Izuku blankly stares at the table before walking away and returning with a broom. "I'm going to buy a new one for you, don't think too much about it," Izuku said as he swept away the splinters. Kirishima simply nodded dumbly, visibly shaking from Izuku's sudden outburst. Izuku and Kirishima did what Gang Orca asked them since they got employed as his interns. They did have the group therapy session and it did wonders. But, since they only have a few sessions, it's still a long way to go. Especially when Izuku still has so much pent-up anger. "Sorry about this," Izuku mutters. Ijuku shakes his head before he helps Izuku out. "Don't worry too much about it. I wasn't being cooperative anyways." Ijuku chuckles sheepishly. "I know how much anger you have pent up over the years. I don't mind you let it loose, especially if it helps you get better." Izuku can't help but smile at his friend, grateful for him. Kirishima may have gotten on his nerves sometimes, but unlike Bakugo, he didn't do it out of malice. "So, what do you expect for our tomorrow's internship?" Kirishima asked. "Probably training." Kirishima groans when Izuku mentions that. "Training my butt. It's literally kicking the newbie's butt session." Kirishima exclaims as Izuku chuckles. "But you have to admit, it gives up a lot of fighting experiences." Izuku points out how they have fought Crust, Godzilla, and Edgeshot. Crust easily beat there but with his intense strength and his skill taunt. Izuku's pent-up anger and Kirishima's primal instinct made it a super effective move, causing them to lose their rational thoughts and attack like wild animals. Gang Orca stated that if Crust didn't have any fighting experiences, they both could have killed Crust, something that still scares them these days. Or the time when Edgeshot one-shot them using agility up and ignore defense, making the fastest battle in the IS sparring record, much to their embarrassment. As for Godzilla, they don't talk about Godzilla. "Yeah, I just wish they didn't beat us every time." Izuku chuckles. "Well, I think it's a good thing." Kirishima stares at Izuku in disbelief. "What? Izubro, are you secretly a ancest?" Multiple veins throbbed on Izuku's face before he punched Kirishima into the ground, knocking him out in a second before he was forcefully woken up by Izuku crushing his ball. "Arif! Izubro, you're crushing my ball. How dare you? I say that because it's a lesson that made sure to keep us humble." "Okay. I'm sorry. Please stop. I think my ball are about to popped." "Say, Uncle, you didn't musclehead." Uncle. Kasuke simply stares at them innocently, wondering if they're practicing for some sort of comedy routine. The next day. "Ouch," Kirishima groans and uncomfortably walks on the street with Izuku, who simply gives him a sheepish grin. "Sorry I overdid it," Izuku said as Kirishima glared at Izuku. There's a good yakiniku restaurant near my home. My treat." "Fine," Kirishima grumbles as Izuku brightens up. They both walk to the HQ and notice there are so many employees in the training ground. Izuku's enhanced senses help him to notice a projector at the front alongside the pros. "All right." Gang Orca's voices boomed across the room. "Thank you for attending this meeting. The reason behind this meeting is to warn you all of a possible danger." Izuku and Kirishima look at each other in confusion as the crowd starts to discuss things with each other. Gang Orca looks at Tsukachi, who nods tiredly and presses a button. The projector shows an image of a woman with two-colored hair and a man with bluish-white hair. These are Lady Nagant and Agent Hale. Our informer has seen them entering the gates for these 2 weeks. And they managed to find one thing: they have been dragging Tartarus prisoners into the gate and murdering them in there. Gang Orca said, catching everyone off guard. Izuku and Kirishima seem surprised at the revelation. After more investigations, it's revealed that the victims were mostly prisoners who are going to be released through political means. Gang Orca stated, "We don't know the motives behind their massacre, but I would suggest you one thing. If you encounter them, run away." This causes the whole room to be silent. Izuku grips his fist tightly. He wanted to do something about this, but with how Gang Orca tells them to run away, he knows he means business. Izuku knows a lot about Lady Nagant, a hero who was imprisoned for killing the previous HPSC president. He tries to ask Gang Orca about it, but he refuses to elaborate since he's only an intern, and the information isn't something you can share lightly with anyone. Q Naomasa sneezing. You all know what Lady Nagant is capable of thanks to her being a former pro hero appearing in the news. So, I'll just explain about Agent Hale. Gang Orca states as the image changes into a man with bluish-white hair. Agent Hale has been the main mercenary HPSC has hired for a long time. His quirk, no cell, allows him to be completely undetected by anyone unless people look right at him. His magic hazy snow removes his weakness, as it allows the user to mess with their senses. It can also act as a normal snow. Izuku shudders to think about it. That's a perfect tool for assassination. And given how many times HPSC has hired the man for several times, he can't help but wonder how much blood was on the man's hand. Please, be careful of your surroundings. They're no mere villains you can fight alone. Gang Orca says in a serious tone as everyone in the room shouts in agreement. Now, you all can return to your work. Apologize for taking your time. Izuku ignores everyone shouting in disagreement and saying Gang Orca shouldn't apologize. Kirishima seems to notice this and can't help but worry about his friend. As everyone walked out of the training ground, they were greeted by Mirko cracking her knuckles. So, it's my turn, eh? Mirko said with a loud grin. Midoriya, I hope you don't mind me testing the cub myself, right? Izuku looks at her before he walks away from the arena. Kirishima looks at his friend in shock before panicking. Hey Izubro. You can't seriously leave me with her dash? Kirishima didn't get a chance to finish his question as he barely dodged Mirko's drop kick, but she switched into a roundhouse kick, sending Kirishima crashing into the wall. Don't talk and fight. Show me how good you are compared to Midoriya, little cub. Izuku can't help but sweat drops. Ever since he and Mirko fight and reconcile, she starts calling him Midoriya out of respect. He notices that out of everyone she only calls him Gang Orca and Godzilla either by their first or last name. The rare occasions she calls them by nickname are mostly for light-hearted teasing. Suddenly, a red blur charges at Mirko and punches her away, but she can regain her footing. The red blurs reveal to be Kirishima in his wereliger form, snarling at Mirko, who simply gave him a feral grin. Good. Mirko licks her lip as she cracks her neck. Now, the real fights begin. Izuku chortles when Kirishima stops snarling before he shrinks down and a small whimper escapes his mouth. After one fight, Izuku witnesses the biggest one-sided beatdown after Godzilla. Kirishima ends with his whole head buried on the ground with his body turns limp. Lulu has to chase after Mirko to teach her a lesson. Yeah, this is how his internship was. Thank you. Please come again. Izuku leaves the restaurant with a paper cup filled with carriage covered in chili sauce and a smoothie. Kirishima was behind him while holding a paper bowl filled with yakitori and a protein shake. Ding, Mirko didn't hold anything back, Kirishima mutters while chewing his yakitori. That's just how she is, Izuku said before he ate his carriage. My quirk grows stronger thanks to all of those beatings, but somehow she manages to make it seem irrelevant, Kirishima mutters. Don't think too much about it. Magic always has an edge against any quirks due to its nature. Izuku said. Then what was the point of them training my quirk? Kirishima points out, showing his disbelief. To increase the strength of your quirk. Quirks are like muscle fibers, you wear them out and damage them, and a new and stronger one grows back. Using magic to increase your quirk strength is a smart move. Your enhanced durability might make it harder to improve your quirk, but since magic is a very good counter against quirk, Izuku starts muttering as Kirishima sweat drops and moves an inch away from his friend. Sorry. I forgot I tend to ramble, Izuku said, noticing how Kirishima moved away from him. It's okay, Kirishima said while shaking his head. Anyways, how's your leveling progress? It's okay. I managed to increase my skill levels Fire Missile, Sprint, Basic Sword Technique, Mana Blade, and Mana Proficiency. Izuku said as Kirishima blinks. That much? Kirishima asked as Izuku shrugged. I've been using those skills quite often for most of our training, Izuku explains. But it SCKS given how little my mana pool is, it prevents me from spamming it and increases my level faster. Oh, what about your level? Kirishima asked. I haven't leveled up at all, Izuku admits as Kirishima looks at Izuku in surprise. How, why? Kirishima asked. Majority of my EXP comes from killing my enemy, Izuku said. That's not the full reason, is it? Kirishima said. I mean, you did kill those monsters during the trial. I admit, I want to spend my time with my mom. 10 years of life flashes away from my eyes. During those times, I waste so much time. I let everyone trample me. I got in a dangerous situation just to watch hero fights. I keep my mom in the dark, unknowingly creating a rift between us. So many things I could have done, training, physically being there for my mom, trying to make friends outside my school. But I just refuse to take off the rose-tinted glasses, hopelessly think I can be a hero without doing anything, refuse to think my old childhood friend has become my main bully. Izuku rubs his hair in frustration as Kirishima looks at him. All those times, I let myself be taken over by my self-pity. I want to make up all the time I have missed, spending time with you, Ochako, and Mom, Izuku said while scratching his cheeks. I know I may seem like an idiot when I have all the time and the powers to grow even stronger, but I didn't want to repeat the same mistake. I want to enjoy my life, something I never expected I ever did. Kirishima merely listens. Also, I didn't fully trust it. I try to avoid any unknown gates. I didn't want to get another kill or be killed mission again like with Lizard's Tail. Kirishima stops before looking at Izuku. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. When the Lizard's Tail reveals to be enemies, the system gave me a main quest to kill all of them, or the penalty is having my heart stop beating. Kirishima widens his eyes in horror. Kirishima mutters. The worst thing is the system gives me a reward for all the killing and I accept it. Izuku looks away. Why you never brought it up? Kirishima asked. It's been a bad habit of mine thinking bringing it up is selfish. I try to break out of it, but sometimes it just happens, Izuku said as Kirishima patted his shoulder. Thanks. Have you tried to consider using the system to your advantage? Kirishima asked. Kiri, Izuku was cut off by Kirishima. Hear me out, the system works like a game program, right? Izuku merely nods. And any game has glitch. What if you try to grow stronger to the point it broke the game? And that'll help you to be played by the system. Kirishima exclaims wildly as Izuku merely stares at his partner, who slowly shrinks down and blushes in embarrassment. And never mind, it sounds so stupid, Kirishima mutters. I'll put that in a maybe list, Izuku said before pulling out a small notebook and writing it down. You didn't think it's stupid? Kirishima asked in shock. Kiri, I've done tons of stupid sheets before the system. What's wrong with adding another one? Izuku said in an amused tone. Besides, it isn't something impossible, especially when magic was proven to exist. Oh yeah, Kirishima looks sheepish. But unless we have a concrete plan, I'll put that on a maybe list. But where did you even get the idea of breaking the system? Izuku said as Kirigrin grins. Well, I've been binging all the manhwa I've missed since I start hunting part-time jobs for monies. Kirishima said. There are so many things I missed, especially the system manhwa. Kirishima paused before widening his eyes. Oh my god. We've lived in a system story and you're the main character. You read those sheets too much, Kiri. Izuku deadpanned. I never understood why people like those. It's merely wish fulfillment, edgy story. You take that back. Kirishima said indignantly. Nope, Izuku said as Kirishima gaped. Why? They're awesome. Kirishima exclaimed. I'm not a big fan of its story. It's too focused on getting stronger to the point it becomes an obsession, using side characters as a power measuring tool, and the main character slowly did more and more questionable things, Izuku said as he stopped. You're scared that you'll be like them, Kirishima said. It's scary knowing that the power could slowly remove your humanity, Izuku said. The thirst for powers, what if I slowly got consumed by it? I doubt it, Kirishima said as Izuku looked at him in bafflement. You're too kind to be like them. Thanks, Izuku mutters before he blinks and notices a woman wearing a black cap, a pair of sunglasses, a white face mask, and a long black trench coat. Izuku would dismiss her as a celebrity in disguise if his enhanced sense didn't notice something about her. The woman has pink and indigo-colored hair and her right elbow has a thin line scar. Izuku. Izuku moves Kirishima's head and forces him to face the woman he saw. What? That woman has pink and indigo hair, Izuku mutters. Kirishima looks at Izuku incredulously. Izuku, that lady might have just been a random woman who shares a similar hair with Lady Nagant, Kirishima said. The scars on her right elbow, that's a similar scar Lady Nagant has due to her quirk, rifle, Izuku said as Kirishima looked conflicted. And don't say she's on cosplay, because if they are, they wouldn't cover themselves from head to toe. As he said that, they blinked when they saw a man with bluish-white hair waving at the woman and they both walked away. Both boys stare at them for a couple of seconds. What are the chances of two couples sharing similar hair color with the suspects? Izuku asked in a dry tone. Okay, fine, Kirishima grumbles as Izuku grins victoriously. Let's go. Izuku drags Kirishima before he can say anything and follows the pair sneakily. Later. I can't believe you made me wear these. The woman grumbles before taking off her disguise, revealing herself as Lady Nagant, and stomps on it violently. This stupid sheet made me look like a celebrity in disguise. Well, technically you are. The man said as Nagant glared at him, causing the man to playfully raise his hands in surrender. Joking, I'm joking. Hee hee. And you wonder why I start to avoid you. Lady Nagant said coldly as the man gasped dramatically. Kana, you broke my heart. The man cries in faux sadness. But maybe you could as well get eaten by one of those monsters. Nagant deadpants. The man only wails at her response. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kirishima were at the nearby wall, eavesdropping their conversation. Kirishima gaped at them while Izuku's smug grin couldn't get any wider. I never will ever doubt you, my friend, Kirishima mutters quietly before pulling out his phone. I never expect to encounter Lady Nagant and Agent Hale so easily. Made sure you chat them instead of calling them, Izuku whispered. Izu, I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid either. Kirishima deadpanned and texts his superiors. Kiri, you ask me how to turn on a television. Izuku deadpanned as Kirishima blushed. It was one FNG time. And that was the newest model. Kirishima exclaimed. There's an instruction and you ask me about it, Izuku said. It's been a while since I touched television, okay? Kirishima accidentally yells before covering his mouth. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like a D-dash. I should voice it better. Izuku said, rubbing his head. How did they not notice us? Kirishima asked before noticing a blue circle around them and looking at Izuku. How do you like my newly learned skill anti-noise domain? Izuku said with a grin. Been developing this sheet for a while, and it took my mana proficiency in max level to fully grasp the technique. Cool, Kirishima mutters. But doesn't that mean you also cancel the noise from entering? The law of magic is different compared to the law of physics, so we can still eavesdrop on them. Izuku shrugs. Magic is bullshit, Kirishima mutters. Some quirks are also bullshit. Izuku points out before they continue to eavesdrop while Kirishima sends the text. You made sure no one's following you, right? The man said, no. And even if I did, it'll be your fault. Lady Nagant retorts. The disguise was attracting too much attention. Well, sadly, we don't have enough budget to buy a decent one. Hale shrugs. We would if you didn't spend them on Kane or Trigger. And you're wondering why we broke up. Nagant snarls as the boys blink, not expecting the revelation. Come on, babe, I have been clean for years. The man said as Nagant growled. Stop calling me babe. We're no longer dating. I told you we're done. Nagant said as Agent Hale sighed. Women so difficult. Izuku and Kirishima sweat drops at the man. You're just being a clueless idiot. Both boys thought. So what's the next mission? Lady Nagant asked as the man pulls out his phone and grins. Another batch of inmates have been teleported to the nearest hidden gate. It's over here. Lady Nagant didn't say a word and followed him, much to her annoyance. Izuku and Kirishima look at each other. How did the UIS not report on detecting gate around here? Or did I miss them? Izuku has helped with dealing with the reports in Gang Orca's request, and he didn't see anything that says a gate in an alleyway. Maybe because their tech isn't as impressive as HPSC? I mean, I heard the coworkers complaining how HPSC keeps one-up them. Kirishima suggests. Yeah, Izuku merely nodded and they followed the pair. Izuku made sure he kept his domain on while keeping an eye on his MP bar. As they walked, they were surprised at several things: the gate in front of them, the number of inmates being free, and how they were all provided with weapons. What the? Izuku thought in shock. Well, of all things I expect to see, this is not on my top 10 list. Izuku watches as the prisoners talk to each other with so much glee. They don't seem like being sentenced to death by HPSC. Judging from the cold look Lady Nagant gives everyone, he doubts that's the case. So many prisoners, Kirishima mutters. Are they planning to kill them all inside that gate? If so, why are none of the prisoners looking scared for their life? I think they are all clueless. My best guess is that Lady Nagant gave them a false sense of security and false promises. If I'm right, that fake promise will be asking those people to clear the dungeon and they will be free from any death sentence or reduce their time in prison. Izuku mutters. How did you guess all of that from a mere observation? Kirishima asked in disbelief. High in stats. Sadly, it could be useless during mid-battle. Izuku said in annoyance. Maybe you're stressed during mid-battle? I mean, most people made mistakes due to the constant pressures from the opponents, making you impatient. Kirishima points out. If that's true, then my problem will be more than just under pressure, Izuku said. Anyways, did you manage to send the message to Gang Orca? I did, Kirishima confirmed but sighed. But it seems that he was busy since he didn't read my message. Well, Izuku said. This is why not giving interns an emergency signal feature is dumb. Then again, they expect to supervise us during our internships and prevent us from abusing it. Well, that's one hell of a flaw. Izuku simply nodded in agreement before looking at his stats. He can't help but grin as he watches his MP reduce and regenerate. When he levels up mana proficiency, he doesn't expect to unlock its secret feature and regenerates 2% of his MP every 10s. And given his new skill requires less mana plus the mana cost reduction from mana proficiency, he can keep this up for a while. So, what's the plan? Kirishima asked. We were told to run away when we managed to encounter them. But if we ran away, they would go into hiding and it would take God knows how long before we found them again, and more prisoners died by their hands. I know that very well, Kiri, Izuku said as he watched Lady Nagant get everyone's attention by clearing her throat. The prisoners start to whisper amongst themselves and Izuku wishes he didn't have his enhanced senses as their perverted comments on Lady Nagant were too much even for him. Alright, everyone. Now, you all are selected by the HPSC to do an important task for the sake of Japan. Izuku raises his eyebrow at the words and a hint of disgust in Lady Nagant's tone. This is dungeon, more specifically its front gate. This will lead you to an environment where you will encounter monsters that you need to kill or else they'll run rampant around Chiba. It has been undetected for a week now and if we don't clear it, all of Chiba will deal with monsters killing everyone on sight. Izuku can't help but make a confused huh. He has experienced that moment, which he dubs dungeon break, and it didn't fit what Lady Nagant said just now. He remembers how normal it was when he went to the gate at the alleyway near the Gale Force Agency and when he walked out, the gate popped out of nowhere and monsters ran rampant, in less than 12 hours. So, did Lady Nagant make that up, or did she just make that assumption based on her limited experience? Anyways, if you all can do this, your sentences will be reduced based on your performance. Whoever manages to kill the boss will get an immediate free jail card. This made every prisoner excited, much to Izuku's disgust. Now, grab the weapons on the shelves and prepare yourself. As she said that, everyone starts to fight for their desired weapons. One of them was stupid enough to use it on Agent Hale, who simply cut his head off. Izuku hates how he was numb to it. Now, just because we give you a chance to reduce your sentences doesn't mean you all think you can just kill us off and escape. You are all still our prisoners after all, and you will be treated as such. The man said in a cheerful tone, sending shivers on everyone in the alleyway. Izuku can't help but feel shaken, not because of how he kills the man, but how he acts while threatening them. It's like the man didn't give a single sheet about his murder. As for Lady Nagant, Izuku can't help but notice her trying to hide her flinch when the blood sprays on her face. Izuku wonders why she acts that way since she is HPSC's trained assassin. He had a feeling there was more about her than the reports or news said about her. Both boys watch as the two assassins guide the prisoners into the gate. Izuku and Kirishima look at each other before sighing. Now what? Kirishima asked. Gang Orca remains offline. I tried to contact other heroes but they also didn't respond. Izuku tries to check the news and finally realizes what happened. He shows news regarding Gang Orca stopping illegal shipping, Mirko busting an underground fighting arena, Godzilla fighting a three-headed dragon villain, Shishida dealing with the disaster caused by a trigger addict villain, and Edgeshot leading a raid on a trigger factory. Should we question how bad of a coincidence it is that every hero we work under was dealing with problems when the villains were mass murdering a group of prisoners? Kirishima asked. I don't think it's a coincidence, it was all planned from the start. HPSC must have known those five were opposed to their rules and how they solved the gate problems, so they took advantage. Those villains dealing with them may be hired by the assassins. Izuku said. Don't you think you're overestimating them? Kirishima asked. I mean, there's no signs of them connected to HPSC. Kiri, they're assassins. One of their specialties is covering their tracks. Izuku said. Yet they were discovered by you, a 14-year-old high school student. Kirishima points out. I think we made it very clear that I'm no normal 14-year-old student, Izuku said as Kirishima snorted. True, Kirishima said. So we're going after them? Yeah, at least keep them in place until the heroes got here. Share the location, Kiri. Izuku said as Kirishima did so before Izuku deactivated his dome. He takes a deep breath as he can't help but fear what will this gate offer him. Not only that, he is still wary of the system trying to force him to get into another kill or be killed scenario once more. He gulps as Kirishima places his hand on his shoulder. You okay? Kirishima asked as Izuku shook his head. Nope. But I gotta face my fear or else I would be taken over by it, Izuku said as Kirishima grins. Well, don't forget I'm by your side, Izubro, Kirishima said as Izuku smiled. And I'm grateful for that, Izuku said before he summoned Bamung as Kirishima turned into Whirliger as he hardened every part of his fur, turning them into sharp spikes. They enter the gate and they can't help but be surprised at what they saw. The dungeon is a massive cave with crystals embedded in every part of the cave. And the inhabitants were a group of slimes slithering and bouncing around. Each of their steps creates a trail of liquid that sizzles the ground they made contact with, eating the dirt away. They were wondering why are there so many slimes, as they expected them to be killed by the prisoners. So any idea why are the slimes' remains alive and uninjured? Kirishima growls in confusion. When the boss rewards give them a jail-free card, these slimes don't matter, Izuku concludes. I mean, if we play MRPG, everyone will go for the boss and get the super rare loots they drop. Well, true, Kirishima said as he scratched his head. But still, none of them bother to kill some of them in case they didn't get the loot? Hubris, my furry friend. Hubris. Izuku said. None of them thinks they will lose the rewards. Then the slimes start to face towards them as the duo blinks owlishly. They are quite slow, Kirishima mutters with a sweat drop. Well, doesn't that make this easier? Izuku said as he lifted Bamung and activated Mana Blade, Fire Missile and Critical Strike, creating an overpowered blue flame with a hint of purple on his sword. The slime stares as the sizzling starts getting louder while Kirishima snicks his claws and makes a feral grin. Let's grind beaches. Kirishima said as both boys charged at the horde of slimes as the slimes bounced towards them. Get away. I'm the one getting the boss. Oh, I'm the one getting to the boss first. In your FNG dream. That boss is mine. Lady Nagant blankly stares at the group of prisoners she keeps an eye on before facepalming. She made sure she explained everything very clearly, yet she felt so disappointed. She thought they would at least hunt down some monsters like the previous groups, but turns out she underestimated their lack of common sense and their pride. None of them even bother to think that killing the small fries will benefit them, believing they're able to beat the boss on their own. It's kind of sad, in Lady Nagant's opinion, thinking how much money they waste on their education but didn't improve sheet. Hee hee, this is hilarious. Agent Hale comments as Lady Nagant sighs. If I'm being honest, this is by far the stupidest group we dealt with. Not even I was confident against this dungeon boss. Not confident? Lady Nagant scoffed in disbelief, didn't think Agent Hale was telling the truth. I'm serious. My assassin skills will be useless against this dungeon boss. Agent Hale comments as he passes her the file regarding the boss monster, and Lady Nagant finally understands why. The boss of this dungeon is a king slime, a creature covered in acidic slime that could melt anything upon contact, unlike the typical slimes. The only way to bypass the acidic slime is to either electrocute it, dry its slimy body, or even burn the slime off. Lady Nagant stares at the file before looking at Agent Hale. Did you find a way to beat this? My quirk and your weapon is useless against it. Nope, Agent Hale said cheerfully before he realized what he said, and he started sweating nervously. Lady Nagant just stared at him in a deadpan manner before slapping the file into his face in annoyance. Great, we're dead. Lady Nagant mutters. Not necessarily. If we left after our mission, we could get back to HPSC and get a better weapon or someone with huge advantages against the boss. Agent Hale suggested. Has it occurred to you that if we left while letting the boss live, that means there's a chance that the boss escapes, terrorizing Chiba, and undoing all the attempts of hiding everything? Lady Nagant snarls as Agent Hale withered. Gah! This is ridiculous. There's a chance there won't be a breakout, Agent Hale suggests. Yeah, but do you want to lose your paycheck by relying on chance? Agent Hale froze before he whimpers in despair. Lady Nagant never felt so frustrated in her life. First, she was groomed into a killing weapon. Second, she had to deal with her ex-boyfriend who's a drag addict and didn't give a sheet to every kill he did. Third, his room temperature IQ made Lady Nagant slowly lose more and more brain cells. Last but not least, all the unnecessary killing. These are just a bunch of villains who should just stay in their jail and rot for the rest of their lives. But they just had to have politicians or any government higher-ups as their parents to bail them out with money. Japan's government is the root of all corruption, including HPSC, and she's tired of dealing with them. All I want was away from all of this. Can't I at least die without soaking more blood on my hand? Kana thought before looking at the group of prisoners rushing into another area in hopes of finding the boss. I'm tired of this. Meanwhile, Fush. A purple flame made contact with a group of slime, burning them off. As the flame stops, it reveals Izuku holding Bamung with one hand and a purple fireball on his other hand. Skill Fire Missile, LVL Max, has evolved into Hellfire, LVL1. Skill, Critical Hit, LVL Max, has evolved into Vital Strike, LVL1. Skill, Mana Blade, LVL Max, has evolved into Mana Coat, LVL1. Congratulations, you leveled up, X2. Well, that's a good news. Also, I win, Kiri bro. Izuku mused as Kirishima pouted as he turned back to normal. No fair. You have long-range magic while I don't. Kirishima exclaims. You got your speed, Kiri. You could have killed more if you moved your legs more. Instead, you prefer letting those slimes approach you. Izuku gestures at Kirishima's now ripped uniform. And look what happens. I got used to counterattack since I was so slow, Kirishima mutters as Izuku winces. Right, the daily beating shatters his self-esteem to nothing but dust. Izuku sighs before putting Balmug back into his inventory. So how's leveling? Kirishima decided to ask. It's back to normal, Izuku said while rubbing his head. 3 of my skills evolved instantly. While 1 dungeon raid gives more EXP than training for 2 weeks? Kirishima said. The system won't stop encouraging me to kill, Izuku said with a sigh. Why you wanna just wait for them? Kirishima asked as he approached Izuku. I mean, we don't have to go after them so we can keep them here. No. I'm going. Izuku shakes his head. Okay, both boys go deeper into the cave, keeping their guard up as they look around to see any possible enemies hiding. Izuku made sure he used his ears and nose to find any hidden enemies. Kirishima also uses his enhanced hearing and sense of smell to detect anything. Suddenly, a bunch of slimes jump on them, but Izuku is faster as he activates Hellfire LVL1 and burns all of the slimes down. Kirishima just stares as the ashes fall to the ground. Where do these ashes even come from? Kirishima mutters. They're liquids. Yes, but their core is solid as a rock, Izuku said before deactivating his skill, and they continued to walk. Where did they even go? How is it that they walk so much when we're discussing entering the dungeon? Kirishima mutters. Let's not forget that we're held back by a group of slimes, Izuku said before they noticed several footprints to their left. The boys looked at each other before they decided to follow the footprints. As they walked, they saw a huge inner cave entrance. Izuku can't help but furrow his eyebrows as he looks at a pair of crystals hanging on each side of the entrance like torches. He can't help but wonder if it was intentional or not. Do you think they're here? Kirishima asked. I know we follow the footprints and all, but are these even their footprints? I don't think there are other humans besides us and the HPSC in this dungeon. As he said that, an agony scream could be heard from the entrance and the sound of a gunshot was followed. Both boys froze when hearing this and looked at each other. Does that answer your question? Kirishima merely nodded as they both entered the entrance. When they entered, they saw something gruesome. On the ground, all of the prisoners they saw earlier are either missing their heads, each having a huge hole in a different vital spot, covered in stab wounds and bullet holes. A sound of hissing was followed as a giant acidic green slime slithers into the corpses. They both watched as the bodies were consumed by the slime. It starts from its skin melts like butter before its muscles are torn to pieces and disappear, revealing its bone underneath, which slowly shrinks down before it disappears. Both boys held their mouths to keep themselves from throwing up their lunches after seeing the gruesome scene. Izuku's senses react as he outstretches his arm right on Kirishima's face and clenches his hand, flinching on the spot. When he opens it, it reveals a sharp pink indigo bullet shaped like a drill. Kirishima saw this and paled before looking at where the bullet was shot from. Both kids saw Lady Nagant as her arm turned back to normal with Agent Hale look down on them. Well, I didn't expect a group of kids to find us, Agent Hale said before looking at Lady Nagant. I did tell you the disguise attracts too much attention. Lady Nagant scowls. You did, but I can't help but wonder, how did these kids manage to survive from all those slimes? The assassin then shrugs. Oh well, not that it matters too much anyways. He then tosses a rock and hit right in front of them, which attracts the slime's attention as it faces the boys. As the slime moves, the ground shakes. They both look at the giant slime towering over them before it lets out a squeak. There was a complete and utter silence before Kirishima did a spit take and started bursting out laughing. Izuku bit his lips to control his mirth as Lady Nagant can't help but let out a confused, huh? While Agent Hale snickers before he decided to turn away and left the place. Lady Nagant looks at Agent Hale and was about to follow him back before suddenly, a powerful heat wave comes from below. They turn around and can't help but gape at a pillar of purple flames before it disappear, revealing the boys looks completely fine and the slime disappear. Well, that explains so much, Agent Hale mutters before looking at Izuku, who glares at him. He merely grins at the boy maniacally. This might not be such a waste of time after all. Izuku didn't say anything before he summoned Bamung from his inventory. But, to others, it looks like he summons it from the thin air. Hale's grin widens as he pulls out a pair of daggers. Izuku and Agent Hale stare at each other as they tighten their grip on their respective weapon. Izuku saw the assassin move his hands to his back and he prepared himself. Hale then extends his hands and tosses something towards them. Izuku reacts quickly and slices it off with Bamung. To his surprise, it smoke bombs. Heavy clouds of smoke cover the area in an instant as Izuku and Kirishima cough. Boom. Clang. Izuku was momentarily caught off guard by the sudden sound of a gunshot and the sound of a bullet hitting a metal wall. He feels relief when he realizes Kirishima manages to react quickly and activates his quirk. Suddenly, Izuku's vision starts to get shaky, as everything he sees moves like waves. Then, is this hazy snow? Izuku thought before his skin felt something chilling touching him and started to melt. Yeah, hazy snow. It disoriented my vision and acted like normal snow, just like the reports. Then that means dash. Izuku uses his other senses and he immediately senses a smell of blood. Clang. Izuku uses his sword to block an incoming attack based on where he smells the blood from. Izuku can't see Hale, but he widens his eyes in shock. How? Hale has done a lot of assassinations in his life and he takes pride in his accomplishment. He has never failed to surprise an opponent before until the first time it ever happens, Gang Orca. He never knew how much of a huge gap between him and the hero until he saw him meeting Tsukachi, his previous target and the only target he had ever failed to touch. Gang Orca knows he's here, and he ignores it. Hale never felt so angry and frustrated in his life, how he was easily found and dismissed like he wasn't a threat. Now, it's the second time someone has tracked him down when he tries to assassinate someone. His ego takes a huge blow. How? How can you find me? Hale asked as he pushed his dagger on the blade, but it didn't budge, much to his surprise. Your skill messes with my vision, but it leaves all of my other senses intact. Izuku shouts before he swings his sword and knocks Hale back. The assassin manages to get his bearing as Izuku rushes at him and slices him off. To his surprise, the man suddenly turns to snow and collapses. Sheet! Izuku thought as some snow made contact with him. Now his nose was unable to smell anything. Izuku looks around frantically before he activates Hellfire LVL1 on his sword. The snow on his body immediately evaporates, much to Izuku's surprise. Notice, you have discovered a secret feature of Hellfire LVL1. Skill Passive Natural Fire Affinity. Your mastery over fire magic has granted you a natural affinity towards fire. This allows you to deal more damage using fire magic while reducing the cost of the mana required to perform the magic. All effects from enemies' ice attribute attacks will not affect you. Izuku widens his eyes at the notification as his sense of smell returns. He can smell the blood again. Before he could focus, a gunshot was heard and Izuku pulled out his arm and caught the bullet flying toward his head. TC no cell. Izuku heard Lady Nagant's whisper, but he decided to focus again on Hale. He uses his sense of smell and smells the metallic scent of blood, and this time it came from above. Clang. Hale widens his eyes again as Izuku stares right at him. His eyes glow emerald as Hale's eyes narrow into a glare before his body explodes, snow flying around the area. Izuku turns to see Kirishima and wince when he starts getting confused as he gets shot in the leg. Sheet! Izuku ignites Hellfire again before swinging Bamung around the area and sublimates every snows available. Kiri! Izuku said as they both were back to back. They keep up their guard as they look around. Dude, any idea? Kirishima said with a wince. Getting hit by sniper bullets in short range isn't fun, like at all. Hale keeps us busy in close range and Lady Nagant covers him through long-range attack. They made the perfect anxiety-inducing combo. If we focus on Lady Nagant, Hale will use that chance to hide his presence and ambush us. If we focus on Hale, Lady Nagant will use that chance to shoot us. Izuku said with a grimace. I ask for ideas, not analysis. Kirishima exclaims before he feels something hit his shoulder, but due to his quirk, it doesn't leave a scratch. Izuku notices this and gets an idea. Kiri, transform. Izuku says as Kirishima is confused but complies, turning into his Whirliger form. Izuku uses his senses again and finds the assassin. Kiri, on your 10 o'clock. Izuku shouts as Kirishima doesn't see anything but decides to trust his partner and slams his huge fist right at where Izuku is directed. Boom. Kirishima widens his eyes when the assassin suddenly emerges in his vision and crashes into the cave's wall, shattering it. The impact causes a crater and a cloud of dust around it. Izuku takes his chances to ignite Hellfire and shoots at where Lady Nagant is supposed to be. Lady Nagant, who's in hiding, barely rolled away from the violent purple flame, and she can't help but gulp at the firepower as it simply melts away the rocks it made contact with. The torrents of flame start moving right where she is, and she takes the chance to run, jumping off the cliff and rolling away. Before she could do anything, Kirishima jumped at her and slammed her into the wall, pinning her with his massive claws. He made sure he used his quirk to keep her there, acting like a restraint. Gotcha! Kirishima growls as Lady Nagant struggles to get out of his grip. She has been a hero for years, and she can't help but find this situation humiliating. How did a kid manage to easily find her and restrain her like this? Getting shot in the leg isn't fun, you know? Easy there, Kir. Don't want to let your primal instinct take you over. Izuku said before he grabbed Bamung and swung it, knocking incoming daggers flying towards him. Keep her there, Kiri. I'm dealing with him. Sure, Izubro. You're the only one who can senses it. Kirishima said as Lady Nagant looks confused. He can sense it? Lady Nagant asked in confusion. Oh, he did. He hasn't told me how to do it since I was too busy dealing with your bullets. Kirishima growls. So who are you kids? Lady Nagant can't help but ask. You two are too powerful to be normal kids. You can think of us as interns to a secret organization. Kirishima replies cheekily as Lady Nagant deadpans. I'm gonna be honest here, our orders were to avoid you too, but we ended up finding you two by sheer coincidence. Way to land a huge blow on our pride, kid. Lady Nagant mutters as Kirishima seems apologetic. So, what's your plan? Killing us. Only if it's unavoidable, Kirishima said, surprising Nagant. You don't want to do this, didn't you? Why would you think so? Lady Nagant asked. We hear your complaints towards your ex-boyfriend. Nagant flushed. With Izuku. Just stay dead, brat. Hale roars as he swings his dagger at Izuku, who is barely able to block it with his arm. The dagger slices through Izuku's uniform and skin, drawing blood. Where's your excitement from earlier? I'm pretty sure you're not this angry earlier. Izuku asked as Hale growled as he dropped several smoke bombs, covering Izuku's vision. I was excited, thinking that I might find a new prey to play with. Hale's voice can be heard from around the cave. But, turns out, you're not the excitement I was craving for. You are what was wrong with this world. Boredom. Izuku lifted his greatsword to block an incoming double slice, but he was surprised when a third one landed and scratched his cheek. Suddenly, smoke starts moving around him as a pair of blurs charges at him. Izuku uses his sword to slice both of them off, but he is surprised when it turns to snow. He yelps in pain when something slices his back and Izuku swings his sword on the back, but he hits nothing. Another slice lands on Izuku's right shoulder before it follows up on his leg, his arms, and his back. This causes Izuku to drop his sword out of pain as Hale rushes at Izuku from the side, preparing to stab him. Izuku saw a shadow from his left and he fought through his pain and moved. He leans back to dodge an incoming stab, grabs his arm, and elbows him. He saw the man turn into snow before he screamed in pain as two daggers pierced his back. You got amazing skills, kid. But sadly, you're against the professional. Hale said as he twirls his daggers playfully. Izuku grits his teeth as he glares at the man. If he manages to survive this, he needs to up his training. Right now, he needs to distract Hale from doing anything. With Kirishima and Nagant. See? Your friend is in trouble. Nagant comments. You're simply delaying the inevitable. Why did you choose to remain on the man's side? Kirishima asked. Sorry, kid. It was an order. Lady Nagant said. You all are naive, choosing to keep me alive instead of killing me. Izuku has taken lives before, the lizard's tail incident, it's him, Kirishima said, earning a surprised look. From Nagant. He feels conflicted about it, hence why he has been avoiding killing. If he didn't hold back, he would have killed Hale in the first place. How can you be so sure of him? Is it a blind trust? Lady Nagant asked. No, he just keeps leveling up, Kirishima said as Lady Nagant raised her eyebrow. With Izuku and Hale. Why are you doing this? Izuku asked as Hale shrugged. Well, it's easy, kid. It's fun. Izuku's blood ran cold. I like the thrill of hunting my prey. I like it when I hear them scream in agony and realize how hopeless they are. I like how they choked on their blood as they died slowly and painfully. That's why I took my job, kid. I'm sure you understand. No, I don't. Izuku grits his teeth. Really? Then, why do I see the eyes of a killer when I see you? Izuku froze when the man pointed out. He gets nervous as the man grins. You lived the thrill, didn't you? How many people have you killed, kid? How many monsters have you killed? Admit it. Hale leans closer. Or is it because you kill so much that you don't remember it? Izuku struggles to find the answers as the man grins. Well, how about you join me, kid? The assassin asked. If you do, you'll be my subordinate and I'll let go of everything you did to mess with me. Emergency mission. Kill the cold-hearted assassin. Progress, 0-1. Failure. Your heart will stop beating. No, Izuku thought in dread. The worst possible outcome has happened to him once more. Izuku has avoided killing another human for so long that it wasn't surprising that the system will give him a killing mission. Never again. I rather die now than letting the system dictate my life choices. What about your partner? Izuku mutters as he summons the status window on his left hand. Oh well, she has become boring to me. Letting her go won't be a trouble. Besides, the HPSC will just lock her in the prison. She can't be my girlfriend if she keeps stuck in that tiny prison. The man shrugs as Izuku is silent, his finger tapping the ground. So, you're wrong, I'm not like you. Izuku said, getting Hale's attention. Unlike you, I at least care about the ones I love. If she's your girlfriend, you would do anything to comfort her in prison. Izuku claws his hand on the ground. And another thing, I don't enjoy it. I'm scared of what I've become, but I know at least one thing: I can't let you roam free. Izuku said before tossing dirt right on the man's face. He covers his face as Izuku uses Bamung and Hellfire to slice off his arm and cauterize his stumps, causing him to scream. Izuku swings his blade on the man's legs, slicing them off. Hale screams in pain before he falls to the ground. The man grunts in pain. Like I said, I ain't like you. But I can't let you be free, so I did something as cruel as death. Taking away that you love. Izuku said as the man widened his eyes, understanding what Izuku implying. After all, there is fate worse than death. Mission failed. New mission added. Congratulations, you have completed your mission. You can receive your rewards in your mailbox. You have leveled up, X5. So, the system didn't want me dead. It wants my body to grow stronger. But for what? Izuku thought before putting away his sword. Dimon, you brat. You FNG. You can't do this to me. Let me die, BSRD. I rather die than live like this. Hale wails as Izuku merely glances at him coldly. Enjoy the rest of your miserable life as a cripple son of a beach, Izuku said before walking towards Kirishima and Nagant, who seems shocked at what she saw. She then looks relieved before looking at Kirishima. Did something happen? Izuku asked in confusion. We talked. Kirishima said with a sheepish grin and a shrug. Izuku blinks owlishly. I am not surprised with the two of you, but I can't help but feel disappointed. Izuku and Kirishima lower their head in shame as Gang Orca towers over them, his arms crossed, and his red eyes stare right at their soul. Both boys sweat profusely, scared to even stare back. Meanwhile, the paramedics heal Izuku's and Kirishima's wounds. I understand the desire to stop these two, but what you did is inexcusable. Gang Orca said. I told them specifically to not engage them, no matter what. Yet, not only do you gain their attention, you also decide to face them head-on. Sir, please don't be mad at Kirishima. I was the one who dragged him with me. Izuku exclaims as Kirishima widens his eyes and stops his partner from speaking but is stopped by Gang Orca. Even so, he should have done more to stop you. Given how he merely goes along with your entire plan means that he agrees with you. Gang Orca points out as both boys flinched and looked down. I know you kids want to be a hero, but there are reasons behind why there are schools where they teach you all about heroes. You haven't got the training required to do so. One mistake could lead to the death of many. Like those prisoners. Gang Orca hates to say it, but he has to make them see reasons. I understand, sir. Izuku sighs in shame. He let his heroic nature take over and didn't care that there might be consequences for doing so. I'm willing to take whatever punishment you gave me. But please don't give harsh punishments to Kirishima. I can't. Gang Orca says. You two are partners in crimes. This will be a lesson. The decision you made for your team affects them as well. He left along with the paramedics. Sorry, Kiri. I got you in trouble. Izuku mutters. Don't be, Izubro, Kirishima said with a grin. Besides, Gang Orca was right. I did do all of that without any complaints, so I was in the wrong as well. Kiri, did you not complain because I saved your life? Izuku asked as Kirishima widened his eyes before shaking his head. What? No. Kirishima waves his hand in denial. Don't think I did this because I owe you my life. I want to be a hero like you do, remember? And sometimes, heroes choose the decision to prevent more deaths in the future. If I don't agree with you, I can't imagine what kind of dark future I had to deal with. Dark future is a bit of an exaggeration, Izuku said with a sweat drop as Kirishima blushed in embarrassment. Why, you know what I mean? I rather not see more news about people getting murdered on television, Kirishima mutters. I don't want Kasuke to feel unsafe. He has to deal with enough things. Yeah, I understand, Izuku said while patting his back. By the way, my offer to buy you yakiniku also extends to your brother. I think he deserves to enjoy life as much as possible. Bibo, Kirishima said with teary eyes before he hugged Izuku and wailed. Everyone chuckles at the scene as Izuku awkwardly patting his back. Kirishima lets go and wipes his tears, still giving Izuku a wide grin. Izuku merely returns the grin awkwardly. By the way, have you seen the drop rewards? Izuku widens his eyes and decided to open his status window. He looks at it before pulling it out of his inventory. Our rune stone. Izuku mutters as he looks at the stats. Runestone. Item type, rune stones. You can learn the skill slime by breaking the rune stones. Slime? Izuku mutters as he looks at the rock. It is a smooth surface stone with rune carved on it. The smooth texture reminds Izuku of slime. He shrugs before shatters it and he gains a notification, causing him to widen his eyes. Skill, Slime LVL1. User allows to summon slimes from their body and uses it to attack or defend. Attack increases 15%. Damage reduction 15%. Shock absorption 20%. MP costs 160 per 5 seconds. To think a skill named Slime would be this useful, Izuku mutters as he activates Slime and a green slimy substance starts to emerge out of his skin and starts moving around Izuku's palm. Is that your new skill? Kirishima asked with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Don't diss my skill, Kiri, Izuku said in a deadpan manner before he looked at his inventory and grabbed another runestone. Another one? Kirishima asked in disbelief. I got it as a mission reward for crippling Agent Hale, Izuku says as Kirishima raises his eyebrow. It did? Kirishima asked. I get another emergency mission, Izuku said as Kirishima widened his eyes. I managed to ignore the mission, but the system changes the mission and still gave me a reward. Izuku rubs his chin. I have a feeling this system wants me to get stronger no matter what. Well, all you got to do is to get so strong that they can't do anything about it. Kirishima exclaims as Izuku looks at his partner before shaking his head. You're too optimistic, Kiri bro. Izuku said as Kirishima widens his smile. So, I finally got an upgrade from Kiri to Kiri bro? Izuku blinks. What are you talking about? Izuku asked. Well, I did insist you call me by my first name, but it seems you refuse to do so and just shorten my last name. Izuku widens his eyes before he takes a deep breath. Sorry, I didn't notice, Izuku sighs. I have gotten used to addressing people by their last name, thinking I never got another friend, so. Hey, it's okay. I get it. Kirishima says while patting his shoulder. You still trying to get used to it and bad habits die hard. I don't think that counts as a bad habit, Kiri bro, Izuku said with a sweat drop. True, but thinking that you'll never get another friend is. Izuku flinches. Izuku, let me make it very clear you're my friend. My best friend. Remember that, okay? Why yeah, Izuku says while giving him a warm smile. You should smile like that more often. Izuku blinks. Smile like what? Kirishima shakes his head before looking at the runestone. Nah, don't think too much about it. Now, are you gonna find out what runestone you got? Izuku looks at the runestone. Its surface is pale white with a hint of sky blue and a large rune carved on it. Runestone Hazy Snow. Item type, Rune Stones. You can learn the skill Hazy Snow by breaking the runestone. Hazy Snow? Izuku exclaims in shock as Kirishima snaps his head towards the runestone in disbelief. This is so unexpected. This is bullshit, Kirishima mutters in disbelief. Izuku shrugs before breaking it as a notification window pops up in front of Izuku. Skill, Hazy Snow. User allows to summon powder snows to deals damage over time, slow enemies' movement and reduces enemies' sense stats. There's a chance to cause a frostbite debuff. Agility decreases, minus 30%. Senses decreases, minus 40%. Frostbite, enemies' damage reduction, 20%. I'm pretty sure the debuff didn't exist when hail used on someone based on the report, Izuku mutters. What does it even do? Kirishima asked as Izuku explains it and Kirishima looked confused. I didn't feel any of those except my senses were disoriented. I think the system changes how it works for me, Izuku said as he summoned a cyclone of snow on his palm. I think so too. I mean you're not an assassin. Kirishima said. You're more of a fighter mage. And from your description, it fits. Yeah, Izuku mutters as he and Kirishima remain seated. Both boys sit in silence. So what now? Izuku asked. Now, you two are coming with me. Both boys stiffened as they turned around and saw Godzilla looking at them while crossing his arms. Gang Orca has told me everything and he let me choose what punishment I will give to you two. Both boys sweat profusely as Godzilla grins toothily and starts cracking his knuckles. Now, come on breath. Time for my hell training. Oh, and Midoriya? Godzilla calls Izuku as he starts shaking. If you didn't get to level up your new skills faster, expect your training regime to double every time you fail to meet the deadline. Your current deadline is 4 days from now. Izuku never imagined he would experience his soul leaving his body. Izuku. HPSHQ. Japan. Madam President blankly stares at one of her agents as she listens to their reports. She takes a deep breath before looking at the agent with a cold and calculating look. So, let me get this straight. Not only did those two get caught, but Agent Hale also received severe injuries. The president said in a cold tone as the agent nodded shakily. Leave. The agent hastily walks out of the door as the president pinches the bridge of her nose in frustration, a vein visibly popping on her forehead. The only good news she has right now is that her other plans are successful without anyone noticing. Even the sneaky vultures caught no wind about this, too focused on talking about heroes. It's about time. Madam President looks at the source of his voice in annoyance. He's getting too arrogant. He didn't expect someone would recognize Nagant with that flimsy disguise. Unless you have anything important to say, I prefer if you remain silent. The president said. Oh, I do. From the shadow, a short and overweight man with brown hair wearing a pair of glasses, a formal two-piece suit, and a white lab coat. He places down a tablet with an image of Izuku and Kirishima discussing in the middle of the street. I found the culprit behind his death, something that the agents missed. Madam President looks at the images with narrowed eyes. Did you have their identity? I drew Kirishima, a civilian. His quirk is hardening. Nothing special about him, no important family background, has broken several laws and was pardoned. The man said. And Izuku Midoriya, one of the rare quirkless civilians. There's one confusing thing. Mara and Hawks have tried to measure his strength, but his results show he's barely reached the E rank. Any chance he experiences a reawakening? Madam President asked. Sadly, his medical records are very limited. The man scowls. I can do so much from cameras and hacking. ES has shown that their cybersecurity isn't something to scoff at. Keep gathering more information. Madam President said as the man nodded. I expect more results. Oh, don't worry. I didn't call myself mastermind out of sheer arrogance. Lady Nagant can be seen sitting on the chair with a resigned look. She has decided to accept her fate, especially after everything. Even if she tried to escape, it was hopeless. Gang Orca isn't a normal hero by any means, and learning the fact that the man knows what magic is and was able to learn it shows how powerful and outclassed she is. Other heroes in the headquarters are as strong as Gang Orca. In short, if she tries to escape, she's FE'd. No matter, I didn't want to escape anyways. Lady Nagant thought. If getting caught is the way to get me out of HPSC's influences, I rather do it. Suddenly, she heard a footstep and to her surprise, she saw Gang Orca in front of the prison door. She regains her composure before she looks at him. Hello, Gang Orca. Lady Nagant greets as Gang Orca stares at her. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kana? Gang Orca asked sadly. Don't do that, Lady Nagant mutters. Do what? Gang Orca asks in genuine confusion. Pity me. I don't want it, I don't deserve it, Lady Nagant said. What do you want? I doubt you do this just for a regular visit. I want to see the person Rumi loves to call Gun Nerd. Gang Orca said as Nagant looked flustered at that nickname. That person is long dead, Lady Nagant said while looking away. Is that so? Gang Orca said before he took a chair and sat down. Rumi held you in high regards, saying that you, and I quote, the only girl who didn't beach over everything and kick some serious but This causes Lady Nagant to groan at the words. Did she have to say that? Lady Nagant asked. And how did you know all of those? Rumi has zero alcohol tolerance. Let her sip one cup and she won't stop talking. Lady Nagant chuckles sadly before looking down. What is the point of telling me this? Lady Nagant asked. I want you to work with us. Gang Orca admits, much to Lady Nagant's surprise before she scoffs and looks away. Why am I not surprised? Lady Nagant mutters. I'm not planning to force you. Gang Orca added. But it will be nice to have more manpower. Why me? Lady Nagant asked. You know what I've done, let me die, let me rot in here. Dying won't solve the problem here. Gang Orca said. I know what you did. I know what HPSC has forced you to do. I know you killed the previous HPSC, but not in an act of villainous rebellion. You did it because you had enough of his orders. Stop, Lady Nagant looks away. You didn't resist arrest because of your guilt. You saw yourself as a monster who deserves to die. Gang Orca adds. And you feel angry that even being in prison, you can't escape from HPSC's grip. You have no choice but to accept what the HPSC orders you because you're their prisoners. Stop, Lady Nagant growls under her breath. Even if you didn't want to, you can't defy HPSC's order, because you believe that they're the only one who can control a monster. You have no choice but to comply, believing that a monster like you doesn't deserve freedom, despite your displeasure to work under them. Gang Orca added. Stop. Lady Nagant snaps at him as she slams the wall. Stop. If you truly want to escape from their grip, help us. Help us take down HPSC, to stop them from claiming another victim, stop them from going through the same pain you went through. Gang Orca says. Or do you wish to left the world with HPSC so they could create another Lady Nagant? Or did you believe yourself as monsters so much you didn't consider the possibility? This made Lady Nagant freeze before looking at Gang Orca. She never thought about the possibility of HPSC creating a second Nagant. No, she did consider it, as Hawks was the proof of it. She just refused to believe it. She always thought about herself to even think about others who might suffer like her. Lady Nagant broke down, covering her mouth as she started to tear down. I am such a selfish bitch, I didn't think about the possibilities of other children turns like me. Gang Orca remains silent as he lets Nagant weep. He can't blame her for doing so. Years of being buried under their guilt to the point of not noticing anything other than their guilt. Lady Nagant, Gang Orca said softly, getting her attention. HPSC won't stop crossing the gray area if no one stops them. More heroes and villains could have unnecessarily died. More children could have suffered. Let me ask you one more time, will you be willing to lend us a hand to stop them? Lady Nagant stares at Gang Orca before she looks at her hand. The nightmare of her hand covered in blood and surrounded by dead bodies starts to play in her mind. She closes her eyes before focusing back on reality, thinking about all the HPSC victims. I still believe that I'm an unredeemable monster, Lady Nagant says. But you're right, I'm not the only victim here, and the numbers will keep increasing if HPSC were not stopped. She looks at him. Use me to take them down. I don't believe in using others. Gang Orca said as he started to glow gold and the door was open, surprising Nagant as Gang Orca took a step forward and extended his hand. I believe in comrades. Lady Nagant sighs before taking his hand. Call me Kana. Lady Nagant's a name made by HPSC. Very well. Gang Orca said before looking at the prison next to her. I plan to visit your ex-boyfriend to extract some informations he could offer. Any idea we could use? He's a drag addict, and his preferred drag is black tar heroin. Kana said. Now that he's limbless, made sure to put that thing several feet away from him and put him on a treadmill, let him desperately crawls towards the drag. He'll definitely broke. Gang Orca was somewhat pale at how Kana nonchalantly suggested a torture method for her ex-boyfriend. Too much? Kana asked in a sheepish tone. Gang Orca snaps out of his thoughts before shaking his head. No. It's a good idea, Gang Orca said as he scratched his head, trying to look away from Kana. With Izuku. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. Tokyo, Japan. Is it really all right for me to come? Idra asked nervously as he and his little brother walked alongside Izuku and Inko. Of course. Inko said with a smile. I brought you here just for you two and Izuku's new girlfriend. Mom. She's my friend, that just happens to be a girl. Izuku exclaims as his face turns red, earning a laugh from Inko and the Kirishima brothers. So, Idra-kun, how are you at home? Inko asks as Idra rubs his head nervously. It's fine. Trying to catch up with my studies and prepare for the UA entrance exam. While also taking care of Kusuke here. Idru said while rubbing his little brother's hair, earning a giggle from him. That's nice, but what about your parents? Inko asks as Idru looks down and Kusuke stops giggling. Oh dear, I'm sorry. It's okay, Idru says awkwardly. I thought Izubro has told you. I didn't tell her because I don't know if you want others to know. It's a sensitive topic, you know, Izuku said as Idru waved it off. Nah, I get it bro, Idru says. Are you truly alright at your home? Inko asks as Izuku hiss. Mom, Izuku says. We're fine. Idru waves it off. You can move in with us, Inko says. We're fine. Idru exclaims as Inko looks at him before looking at Izuku. Mom let them choose on their own. Izuku sighs as Inko reluctantly agrees. And let's not discuss about it. How about we talk about what we would like to buy here? What about your girlfriend? Idra asked teasingly as Izuku slapped his head with his face bright red. Shut it, you stupid cat. Izuku said as Idra laughed. Hey Midoriya dash. Oh. They turned around and saw Ochako looking at them in surprise. I didn't expect you're not alone. It's Mom's idea. She wants to meet with my friends and she comes up with this idea. Izuku said as Ochako simply nodded. Guys, this is Ochako Uraraka, the girl I saved from being robbed. And Uraraka, this is my mom. Hello dear. It's nice to meet you. Inko said as Ochako nodded with a smile. Nice to meet you too, Ms. Midoriya. Ochako greets. This black red-haired dude over here is Idra Kirishima, the idiot I mentioned multiple times dash. Izuku points at said dude. Hey! Idru exclaims as Ochako giggles a bit. Hi anyways. Hi, Ochako said. And that's his little brother, Kusuke. Izuku points at the little guy who waves with a big smile. Hello. Kusuke greets as Ochako giggles. He's so cute, Ochako said before looking at Izuku. So, you don't have an internship today? Just got back. Mom decided to ask me to invite you and Karishimas to go to the mall. Izuku said as Inko nods. You don't mind, right? Nope, Ochako said with a big smile. This may be unexpected, but I don't mind. Great. Izuku said with a big smile. Unknown to them, the others smile slyly while glancing at Izuku.